Warm welcome to you all. Very warm welcome. And I'm sure you will be, for want of a better word, blessed by coming today. And hopefully at 5 o'clock, when we've finished this presentation, you will have a good understanding of what I call the holy science. The holy science consists of astrology and astrotheology, mostly. Okay? Now, astrotheology is kicking around a bit lately. It has been for thousands of years, but it's been persecuted. So people don't know the characters. When they read about Jesus in the Bible, or Humpty Dumpty, for that matter, in the nursery rhymes, Little Red Riding Hood, they don't know who the characters are. We've lost the science. All the characters are the same people, the same entities. Those entities are always the most fundamental objects of the solar system. They are the characters. The characters that turn up in every myth, every legend, and every nursery rhyme, and every great Bible or Gospel, there they are. There's Helios. That's the Egyptians called Helios Atum. We call it atom. Same word, because it is an atom. An atom has an electric light core, and then it has magnetic bodies called electrons floating around it. As you will see in the myths of the Greeks and in the Bible, these characters always turn up. The main characters are always the sun and the moon, which goes around our earth. The moon is not there. You can't see that floating around the earth, but remember, it's not in this picture, but it's there, and it's one of the seven. They are the seven orbs in the sky that our eyes can see, the components of our atom. In Egypt, these were called the cosmocrators. This is the demiurge. When Christians talk about their God, it's this God, the maker, the former of physical bodies. It's not the Ein Sof, the prime source, the prime creator, which dwells in the ether, which has no definition. We just cannot describe this one. We know that God is love. We know that God is light. That's what the Bible says anyway, if we're looking at what the ancient traditions say. Well, there it is. There are 4 scriptures in the Bible that define God. And one of them is Psalm 84:11, and it says, "For the Lord God is a sun, S-U-N, and a shield." I'll show you what that means later, because there's a shield protecting our earth called the magnetosphere. That's the earth, that's the sun, and these are mass coronal ejections. Now these solar flares will strip the atmosphere of the earth in an instant if this magnetosphere did not exist. So when in Psalm 84:11, when it says the Lord God is a sun and a shield, that's what it's talking about. Because the Lord God is a sun, not the prime creator, the demiurge. Okay? So when I talk about God, there's the twofold definition there. Remember that there's the Ein Sof, the ether, and these formators. And how do they form our bodies? Well, the magnificent shapes that in the sky, geometric patterns that these patterns that these planets design in the sky, they're beautiful. They're just magic. These, for instance, I'll just give you one example. There's the Earth and Saturn. You will see 30 rings because it takes 30 years for Saturn to go around the Earth, around the Sun. So you'll see 30 rings there around that one ring, right? Because every time, as Saturn takes 30 years to go around the Sun, it does all these retrogressions, and it does all these circles. There's 30 of them. Those patterns, and all the other planets that are doing the same thing, these are just a few examples, by the way, just a few of the geometric forms that are sustaining our bodies and giving them form and keeping them in form.
It's very much like kaleidoscope sort of shapes.
It is. Beautiful geometric patterns that keep us sustained. And what happens, the result is these seven energies that are in our body. They come from the 7 planets. Moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. And it's from the rings of Saturn, when we burst the crown chakra, as we transmute our lead into gold, and we open up these chakras, these wheels, everything's wheels. As we do that, and we climb from the base is the earth, where our physical bodies are. And as we climb up and activate these chakras, you'll find that the purpose of humanity being on the earth is to activate these 7 powers. When we are clothed in these bodies that we have, we are said to acquire 7 vices, and we are to turn those vices around into virtues, true virtues. So our love becomes unconditional, and jealousy is turned into empathy. And when we do that and we master those things in the holy science, we return back to the heavens whence we came. The ether. These are the 4 elements, the Platonic elements. Sorry, you're right over there. The Platonic elements: fire, air, water, and earth. In atomic theory, scientists know that all atoms will do either this: light, gas, liquid, or solid. All atoms. In fact, some of the periodic tables show that very, very clearly. It's not hard to get one of these on the internet. There you have your solids, right? The blue. There's your liquid, the orange, and there's your gas. So when they were talking about these elements, they were talking about science. Now, they also correspond with the 5 Platonic solids. Are we all familiar with the Platonic solids, or the Pythagorean solids? Pythagorean solids? Okay. These are the solids. Those 5 shapes are the Platonic solids. These are the only 5 shapes that will fit inside a sphere, and they will touch at the corners, at the edges. So there's the tetrahedron, has 4 sides. Tetra meaning 4. Octa is 8. Icoso is 20. Hexa is 6. And dodeca, that's a Greek word for 2 and 10, 12. So we have 4 sides, that's fire. That corresponds with fire. So these are the light photons. Hex, carbon, corresponds with carbon. By the way, at the outer there I've got all the 4 elements that make up 90% of our bodies. Okay, and they correspond. These are perfect correspondences. And as they come down from the ether, they get grosser and grosser. Okay? Just bear that in mind. So these 5 Platonic solids are how atoms will act and behave and shape themselves. They will be either solid, fiery, radiant, gas, that's the octa, it's got eight sides, and icosa, water. Interesting, 20 sides for water. Right, and there's your dodecahedron, the ether. And that commands all of them, as you will see. Alright? Now, these characters keep turning up. Abraham and Sarah, sun and the moon. Jesus and Mary Magdalene, sun and the moon. King Arthur and Guinevere, sun and the moon. And usually the hero has his 3 or 4 close men by him. That's Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, because the sun is the lord of them all. In the Greek myths, that's Helios, that's Hermes, Aphrodite, Venus. Mars is Ares, that's Zeus, the god of thunder, he's the boss. And he overtook Kronos, Saturn, as the boss. He's been ruling in the age of Pisces for 2,000 years. Jupiter. The Jews know him as Jehovah. The Catholic Church calls him Peter, Jew Peter. So the Church of Peter at Rome is the Church of Jupiter. But don't be confused, because it's also the Church of Christ. And I'll show you that. That's Christ. And it's also the Church of Saturn. Okay? They've done this deliberately. They say they're Christian. It's not Christian. It's a Saturnian church. Hot. He's the hottest boy in the solar system. He's the coldest of the 7 that we see. Okay? So there's this, they are considered as twin brothers, Jesus and Satan. Saturn is Satan. And its church is the Latin church, the Church of Saturn. That's why they wear black. It's the Grim Reaper. This fella here, Saturn, there's actually a hex. This is a true picture of Saturn, people. There's a hex on top of Saturn. It's a gas giant. It's made of hydrogen and helium, just like the sun. That's a hex. And he's the Grim Reaper. So, as you will see later, you'll see how all this comes about and how it starts to make sense. But everywhere you will see these characters, and this hero, of course he's the hero, because without this sun in the solar system we get to perish in an instant. He's our saviour. And as the Bible says, he is coming in the clouds. Every eye will see him. I am the light of the world. And those 4 scriptures that describe God in the Bible, God is love, John 4:8, God is light. Well, I wonder whether they knew what they were talking about when they said that. God is a blazing fire in Hebrews. Wonder what they were talking about when they said that. And how many Christians think about that? God is a blazing fire in the Bible. And the scripture I just read to you from Psalms, that the Lord God is a sun and a shield. So as we see, I'm going to show how all the fairy tales, all of them, all the nursery rhymes, all the legends, whether you've read the Ovid's Metamorphosis, or the Iliad, or the Odyssey, or the Aeneid, or Shakespeare, or Dante, or you can recall any of those nursery rhymes and those beautiful fairy tales at school when you were a little child growing up, Jack and the Beanstalk, Little Red Riding Hood, Cinderella. What do they mean? Well, we're going to learn the science of what it means. And they're all based on the natural cycles of nature. Everything. They're all based on the natural cycles of nature, which is basically our true religion. Now, true religion? Religion has had a war for the last few thousand years against science, has it not? There's always been this war. And the religionists have persecuted many, many scientists. Under religion we have theology. Under science we have philosophy. Theology has been at war with philosophy and the philosophers. Plato, Hermes, Plutarch. Seneca was killed, had to eat the poison. Nero's philosopher, who's basically the founder of Christianity. You read anything of Seneca's and you'll find it absolutely perfectly harmonises with anything that Jesus ever said. Because as I will show you, that the words that were put into Jesus' mouth come straight from the philosophers. Straight from Plato and straight from Hermes. They're rip-offs. They're not false. We just haven't been told where this wisdom really comes from. The Bible is a book of, it's full of treasures. But for the fool who takes it literally, and even the Jews say in their books, I can show you some quotes and I will, that if you look at these stories of ours, and as absurd as they are, and you treat them literally, you're a monkey. Because it's science. The Bible is there to enslave fools and to enlighten the wise ones. It really is. And you'll see that. Love of wisdom. Why wouldn't you love wisdom? Sophia is a goddess. Theos is a god. It's male and female. We're talking about the right brain, the left brain persecuting the right brain. The left brain's a tyrant. It's male. It's connected to the five senses. This is the five-sense religion. Theology. This is how it is. They give you dogma and doctrine. Over here we study, we learn, we observe science. Because under philosophy there's three branches. There is logic, there is ethics, and there is physics. Science. 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 It's all science. It's all learning. It's all understanding the world, how it is. Those boys over there have counterfeited these three and given us, sorry to turn my back on you, morals, ignorance, fear and superstition come here. They prefer you feed on ignorance, fear and superstition, and we'll give you some morals. We'll make them up and we'll shove them down your throat. Don't worry about your own ethics. Don't worry about your goodness and your path back to God. Forget about that. Just believe and you'll be saved. We'll have a vicarious salvation. Right? That's what the churches are offering. They're saying to you, just believe in our doctrine. Don't question. And one day, you're just going to get saved. Because you've believed. Don't worry about your alcohol problem and your whatever, anger problem, and the fact that you commit other crimes. Just come to church and believe. So morals and doctrine. That's how it works. That's how it works, guys. Here, how do I know the world? How is the world made? The world being what it is. How do I live in it in order to secure happiness? Apart from that, you don't need to know anything. What else is there to know? Excuse me. Right? Here they tell you this is the dogma, this is the doctrine. You follow it, otherwise you'll go to hell. And ignorance, well, they're the people who tried to kill Galileo. They killed Giordano Bruno. Giordano Bruno died 30 years before Galileo. People don't even know that. He was saying the same thing. There are three things that are outstanding about what Giordano Bruno died for in the year 1600 in Rome. 7 years he was being questioned in the Inquisition. And he's written a lot of books, some of which I've read. And they're very, very powerful. And they're teaching the same thing as I'm going to teach you today. Philosophy, all of this. Truth. Verifiable facts. Three things that Giordano Bruno said was, if we don't go back to the religion of Egypt, and the Catholic Church has been persecuting that religion, true Christianity, for thousands of years. And I'll show you that Christianity was based, it was a worldwide religion based on nature, based on this. And they've perverted it and corrupted it and dished it out in a vomitous fashion, where you can go down to the local priest anywhere in any of these churches and you're sure that your children will not be protected from pedophiles. I guarantee you, there's no protection there, because they run a system of horror and terror. And they're behind the war on terror right now, believe me. But this is coming back. It's coming back fast and ferociously, because we are waking up the true science. Giordano Bruno said that in 1600. They pulled his tongue out. The day they burned him, they stripped him naked. They pulled his tongue out and put a device there and a nail through it so that he could not talk to the crowds at Piazza dei Fiori in Rome. There's a statue there today. And people on the 17th of February every year pay tribute to Giordano Bruno. Get on YouTube, get on the internet and study what he said. The other thing he said was that there's many, many, many inhabited planets in the universe. And the other thing he said that stood out from what I've read is that the Bible is not to be taken literally. Okay? So we're coming around again. All the Renaissance masters were teaching that. All of them. So it's handy to read some of those Renaissance masters to see what they were thinking, because the Christians were quick to retaliate to that awakening that was happening. Started in Florence and then spread all around Europe. Beautiful wisdom. Then came the Reformation and the Counter-Reformation, the 30-Year War, and they succeeded to stifle the truth once more. But this time, it ain't going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's out of control now, and people are leaving the churches in their droves because they're not being satisfied. Because they're not being satisfied by given truth, true information. Okay, so what I want to establish is, let's get to know the solar system. Because it's in the knowledge of the solar system that we understand the cycles that will teach us all the wisdom that we need. There are three fundamental notions of the solar system: the day, the year, and the great year, or what's known as, again, the Platonic year, because of Plato's work and how he enlightened the West with regard to this beautiful cycle which lasts about 25,000 years. Okay? We're coming to the end of that cycle on the 21st of December 2012. We're coming to what's called an equinoctial crossing. So what I'm going to be teaching now is I'm going to be teaching about the day, the year, and the great year. The great year, I'm going to be using a figure of 24,000 years. That's exactly how long it takes, in fact. It's 24,000 years, just like the 24 hours you have on your clock. Because it comes from that. Because the ancients knew that we lived in this great wheel. And how did they know that we lived in this great wheel? Well, it's simple. East is that way, there's west. Okay? I'm just going to turn it around a little bit so that you can see me pointing over here to the east and over there to the west. Okay? Now, when the sun rises in the east, it always rises in a 17-degree belt called the zodiac. The zodiac. That's how wide it is, and it's 30 degrees long. So the sun will always be, it's in Taurus at the moment, right? It's the 15th of May, so it'll be in Taurus for another 5 days. But it's always in this belt, and it's called Aphrodite's belt. In the Bible, it's called the Mazzaroth. But it's the zodiac, because the sun never leaves that belt. It's always there. When it rises this morning, if you could see the stars behind it, you'll see the bull. Okay? Even though there's been some processional slippage, and it's not exactly the bull, it's Aries. If you look up and you go, hang on, the sun's in Aries, it's not in Taurus. Why do they say it's in Aries? Well, because it's slipped out 30 degrees. With the zodiacal wheel, "12 signs of the zodiac" here. If you have Aries here and then Taurus here, the sun's actually here, it's not in Taurus. Because there's Pisces and there's Aquarius. We know we're going into the age of Aquarius. We've been in the age of Pisces for 2,000 years. Before that it was 2,000 years of Aries. Before that it was 2,000 years of Taurus in the Egyptian days. Because we're going backwards, we are going backwards through the 12 signs, and the sun stays in there for 2,000 years until it does a full circle, and that's 24,000 year great year. Now, when we look to the east, we see the sun rises in the east, sets in the west. The stars are doing the same thing. The zodiacal constellations are coming up in the east, and they go around and they set in the west. And so do so does the moon, and so do the 5 visible planets. Have you seen them this morning? Did you see there's a beautiful, there's a magnificent conjunction at the moment in Aries. There's Mars, 4 of the visible planets, and Uranus, which you can't see, are all in Aries. It's beautiful. If there's no clouds tomorrow morning, I suggest you wake up, because there's a pyramid in the sky. Oh. Yeah, it's like this. It's like Mars, Mercury, Venus and Jupiter. And of course Venus and Jupiter are so luminous, and you'll see it in the east.
Is that, because I noticed it the other night, and I thought there was, I was looking at 2 Southern Cross.
It's in the morning time.
It's beautiful. Yes. And setting directly opposite in Libra is Saturn. I guarantee you that this is a war in heaven that is in all of our Bibles. I haven't had time to research it yet, but this is the big conjunction. Because in 3 months we're going to get a visit by a very large celestial body called Elenin. And around about September the 5th, all the way to the 22nd of November. And the 22nd of November is a very powerful date. It's the one and only day of the year in which our sun passes through the centre of the Milky Way galaxy. It does it every year. In between Scorpio's arrow and Sagittarius' arrow and Scorpio's tail. The 22nd of every month is powerful because it's the handover day, when one sign hands over to the next. When Taurus hands over to Gemini. It happens on May the 22nd. And then June the 22nd is the same thing.
Talking about something from the 21st, they're saying, Christ will return on the 21st.
All of these 21st and 22nds coming up are going to be very, very powerful, starting from this May. Because May the 21st is the opposite of November the 21st. And they are both days when the sun goes through the galactic plane every year. I'll explain that later. I'll explain that because that's very important. This is an amazing alignment. It's amazing that Saturn should be in Libra, which is the sign of its exaltation, if you know your astrology. So Saturn's very happy right now in Libra. Looks beautiful. In fact, if you look up, you'll see it's in Virgo, next door. So I'm looking at the Holy Virgin in the sky, and there's Saturn. It's beautiful. But really, it's in Libra. I'll explain this later. You have to understand this. The science is still all good and calibrated, regardless of that 30 degrees of slippage. We need not pay any attention to that, and I'll explain why. Okay? But the day gives us night and day, night and darkness. And there already you see the enemies of mankind. Night. The night has always been an enemy of mankind. The year is divided between two polarities of summer and winter. Winter has always been an enemy of mankind. That's when you die. It's cold. Most people die in winter, in extreme weathers. Lack of food. Didn't put enough bread in the pantry. The house is covered in snow and it's there for 3 months. And you've only got a chimney to breathe with. And a little bit of wood to keep you warm. And some bread in the pantry, a bit of olive oil. Right, winter's a killer. These are the two enemies. And here we also have, we go from the golden age to the silver age to the bronze age to the iron age. The 4 ages. And I'll explain, this is beautiful. How do we get to the golden age? How come we've been in the iron age? How come? Well, we're going to know that. You're going to have that explained. But we need to focus on these 3. By knowing these 3 cycles and only these 3 fundamental cycles, you will understand everything that's about to come that I'm going to show you. So this is quite easy to understand. The day obviously is ruled by the god of day, that's the sun, as Plato said. We need a third thing in order for our sense of sight to be activated. They can't be activated without the sun. All the other senses don't need the sun. They don't need a third thing, was Plato's argument to Socrates. So this god of day, the sun, day comes from the word deus, God, in Latin. Year also comes from the name of the sun. Do you know how? You see the word year there? Well, it comes from the word yes, which comes from the word yes, which is the sun.
What's that? I think Yahweh, is it? That the Samuel, Jesus Christ, other name is called Yahweh? That got something to do with that?
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yes. Yahweh, Jehovah. Yeah. But Jesus is specifically, that's the name of the sun. Just like the moon is called Luna. It's funny how people have not been taught to name the sun. The sun. It's got a name. In Hebrew it's Michael or Emmanuel. In India it's Krishna, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. In Egypt it was Osiris, Set, Atum, Amun, Horus, Ra. I'll show you that. And I'll show you that the sun will have a different name depending on where it is around the 24-hour clock. When the sun is directly above you at 12 o'clock, it's Ra. When it's rising, it's Horus. When it's setting, it's Set. When it's below your feet at midnight, it's Osiris in the tomb, the black tomb of Saturn. So we'll get to that. How do we know that the sun is yes? Well, they tell you. You just have to look. You can Google those images. Google the image for the sun and you'll see the word yes. I-E-S. This is Greek. That is eta in Greek. It's an E. Yes. There's the Pope with the yes. And when we say yes and we nod our heads because the sun rises and it sets and it's positive affirmation. Yes. It's the word for the sun. That's it. There's the yes. He's always been called yes. In fact, in India they call him Yes Krishna. And that's when Constantine adopted this name for their new god, the Mithraic god of the sun. He said, we shall call him Yes Krishna, Jesus Christ, in the Latin equivalent. There's the yes on the cross. It's the sun. So they tell you this. There's the Jehovah's Witness magazine, The Watchtower. You've seen that, haven't you? Jehovah, the one who is vigorous in power. What symbol? The sun. Believe you me, the governing body of the Jehovah's Witnesses know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Why do you look for the living among the dead? He is not here. He has risen. Just as the moon gives us the month, so does the God give us the day. Because day comes from the word dio, dios in Latin. So it's the God of day. And the year, comes from yes, the sun. Minute comes from the moon. Hour comes from... Just switch those two letters around. That's all you've got to do. What hour is it? In other words, where is Horus? Where is Horus right now? What hour is it? Okay, so what I'd like to do now is explain to you this great year, because you're so familiar with this. It's not too hard. You get two seasons that are divided into 4. Summer, autumn, winter and spring. And the same thing's happening here, by the way. People don't realise we've got quarters. We've got morning, afternoon, evening, night. We do. It's all in halves or quarters. Just adapt to looking at these in day and night or quarters, summer and winter or 4 seasons, and the 4 seasons here, the golden age. Because that's exactly how it works. And the good news is we're coming out of that dark age. After 2012, big, wonderful things are going to happen. Especially for the ones who are ready. Now, a lot of people are concerned about this readiness. And I will go into that later. Because, you don't have to be a great guru and you don't have to be one of these people who can walk on fire and perform miracles and wonder workers. It's love. It's just all about love. Real love. True love. This world has corrupted the whole concept of love and families and communities. They've perverted it. It's a corporate monstrosity. And it comes from think tanks like the Club of Rome and Bilderbergers and the Trilateralists. And all these absolute insane, putrid minds. And they're dishing this out. You look around in society, you've got McDonald's and you've got all this just corporate shit. It's gone to poo. But we can see that. And that's what's our salvation. We've been saved from that world. People believe in that world. They believe, Osama bin Laden, let's retaliate and the war in Libya. And they believe in it. That's just it's just theatre. It's not happening. It's not happening at all. It's just their world that they're trying to control because they're losing grips of their world because people are waking up And Goliath is about to be slain, and they know it. And we're getting help from all over the universe to fight this evil enemy. It's been around for about 3,500 years, since the days of Akhenaten. I'll go back into the history of that. But we will be victorious. Okay, so there's no need to fear. There's nothing to fear. Not even Elenin that's coming. And it's coming. It's going to be going through the sun and the earth at 0.2 astronomical units, which is very, 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 very close. And it's going to be going straight past the path of the earth, and we're going to be going right through the tail of it by November this year. That's how close it is. Now, if you send me an email, I'll send you a link where you can see this. There's a 10-minute video thing getting around, and I can email that to you so you can see it. You can see that the graph that the scientists have written, drawn out. There's the sun. Elenin's coming through here. We've got Mercury, we've got Venus, we've got the Earth, and it's coming in like this, and it's going to go in like that. Here's the Earth, and it's going to go straight past out again, and we're going to go through this tail. We're going to go through the tail at 0.2 astronomical units. What's an astronomical unit? It's the distance from the Earth to the Sun, 92 million miles. That's 1 astronomical unit. At the moment, Elenin is 2 astronomical units away from us. And it's coming quick. In 3 months it will be here. That's Nibiru. We're talking about Nibiru here.
Is that the sun? Is that the second sun that you can see in the sky? Yeah.
Yes. Okay? And we're going to go through that tail. But nothing should ever allow you to fear. Okay? There's some scary stuff, but it's scary for them. It's scary for the people who haven't woken, because they're in for a rude awakening. It's going to bite them on the bum for not paying attention.
We'll play that video next time.
Sorry?
I'll play that video next time.
Yeah.
What authority have you got to say that what we're seeing on that video is real?
Yes.
15 minutes.
15 minutes for tape change. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at this 24,000 year cycle. We need to just spend 10 minutes on that, then I'm going to get into the good stuff, alright? This is a book that I'm going to be using for all the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes of graphs. This is Walter Cruttenden, Lost Star of Myth and Time. It's basically about our sun being in a binary. Our sun is in a binary with Sirius, the brightest star in the sky, 8.4 light years away. There are other closer stars, and usually when even Walter says, when you suggest that Sirius is the one that is in with our sun as a binary, usually people tend to say, well, what about, there are many more stars that are closer, but as you will see, I'm going to give you some proofs that we are in a binary with Sirius. Now, how he describes the binary, in a beautiful little picture here, which I will draw on the board for you. We have a binary with Sirius, and it goes something like this. There's Earth, there's Sirius. Okay? And they go around this way. Oh, sorry. The sun. Thank you very much. There's our sun, Jesus. There's Sirius, which is Isis. That's Isis. And scientists know that our sun comes from Sirius. Sorry? No, Nibiru comes around every 3,600 years. Alright, so it's different harmonic, but it's related to all of this. Just a little bit about Sirius. Our entire solar system, with all its planets and moon, describes a huge circle around another sun in space, viz. The star Sirius. Now I'm reading from George R. Goodman, who wrote this in The Age of Reason, an article in the Free Thinker, probably about 40 or 50 years ago, I don't know, but it's early 1900s. This movement takes 25,920 years. That's the figure you'll hear mostly for procession, for the great year. 25,920. Walter Cruttenden's using the 24,000 years, just like I'm going to be. I'm using that figure, 24,000 years, not the 25,000, okay? And I'll explain why there's a difference. This movement takes 25,000 years to complete, and during that time our sun appears to traverse through the various constellations or star clusters. This was already known to the ancient, from China to Mexico and from Babylon to Egypt. Okay, so Sirius is the star that is mentioned there. Our sun was thrown off from another sun, Sirius, doesn't mention it here, but it is Sirius, around which it revolves, taking 25,827 years to perform its cycle of the year. And the person who wrote that, Albert Churchward, in the 1800s. Now, what happens is they go around each other clockwise, and it takes 24,000 years to do one circle, okay? When we come close to each other like this, we're in the golden age. So it's a long time. It's about a good solid 10,000 years the golden age lasts. Then we start going to what's called the silver age, because of the distance now. There's more distance, you see. They're parting from each other, and they're saying goodbye. Bronze age. Dark age. Simple as that. You can see that. It's quite clear to understand. Here's one fact that proves that we're in a binary that Walter Cruttenden presents, and that is the fact that Sirius, now a bright blue star, 2,000 years ago, was red. This is an amazing fact. When I tell that to people, usually they just don't grasp how important that fact is. Sirius has changed colours. Now again, in this folder that I have about Sirius, I've got, that's Aratus, the most 300 years BC. This is 2,300 years old, this poem. One of the first poems dealing with the movement of the suns and the planets and the zodiac and everything like that. It's beautiful. In here, he says Sirius is red. That's 2,300 years ago. We know it's blue. I've got, so that's Aratus. I've got Marcus Manilius, the astronomer to Caesar Augustus. Astronomica, one of the most beautiful poems that will teach you. Most of what I'm teaching you comes out of Marcus Manilius here today, that poem. 5 books called the Astronomica. In there he says, now get this, he's the first one that describes it as blue. Talking about Sirius, he says, hardly is it inferior to the sun, save that its abode is far away, and the beams it launches forth from its sea blue face are cold. Now, and I've got Horace, 1st century Horace, saying it's red. Seneca, red. And Ptolemy, red. So what's this, how do we resolve this matter? How do we understand what happened with Sirius 2,000 years ago? Well, it was exactly 2,000 years ago that Sirius turned blue, because when, let's say this is our Earth, okay, our Sun, and this is Sirius, and they're moving away from each other. Moving away is the Doppler effect called red-shifted. So those bodies that are red-shifted, are moving away from us. Blue is coming towards. So Sirius must have, 2,000 years ago when it changed colour, it must have turned that corner and then started, and now it's coming toward us as blue. Simple as that. It cannot be any other reason. There are scientists, if you get on the internet and you look into this problem of Sirius turning blue, there's a lot of articles up there, and you'll see how a lot of mainstream consensus scientists try to write this phenomena off by saying that it must have been some sort of, there must have been some astronomical, cloud dust or something around that time, and it appeared red because we could just see the red refracted light coming through that cloudy stuff that was around. No, we're in a binary. And here's some other proofs that we're in a binary. Now notice I said to you that is a clockwise orbit. They go around each other clockwise because with our orbit around the Sun, we go around the Sun every 365 years in an anti-clockwise orbit. And we also rotate, Earth is rotating anti-clockwise. So if we go back to those three fundamental motions of the solar system, day, year, and the great year, we see that these ones are anti-clockwise, these two motions, anti-clockwise and anti-clockwise. So we do 365 of these anti-clockwise turns, rotations, as we orbit the Sun 365 times, right? Anti-clockwise, anti-clockwise, clockwise. Why am I stressing this? Well, all those celestial bodies, the Sun, the stars, they all come up in the east and set in the west. That's because we're going around anti-clockwise. If we were going around clockwise, they would come up, the Sun would rise in the west, and the stars, and the 7 planets, the 7 visible planets. They're called the wanderers, because the stars behind them, even though Jupiter looks like a star, you look up and you see Venus and you think, oh, it looks like a star. It doesn't look like a planet. All right? But those ones are wandering, because they move fast. And you can see that they call them the wanderers, whereas the fixed stars are always relatively fixed. So every day, all those bodies come from the east and set in the west. Every year the same thing happens. The zodiac belt is always coming up from the east, and every month it moves 30 degrees. Right? So all your 12 constellations are moving 30 degrees every month until they go around every year. The great year, all of those same stars that seem to be going, there's a river in the sky and it all goes east-west. Every day they go east-west, every year they go east-west. But in precession, all of those same stars go backward. They just precess. That's what precession means. That's why they call this year precession of the equinoxes. Because those stars are going back every 72 years 1 degree. 1 degree, 1 degree, every 72 years, the average lifespan of a human being. And then finally it comes back to the equinoctial point, which is what we're doing. That's the galactic plane. Our Sun does this every 24,000 years. We are right here now. We are about to go into the northern hemisphere of the Milky Way galaxy. We've been in the south for 12,000 years, and we go 12,000 years in the north. That is what's happening at 2012. The galactic plane looks something like this, and our Sun has been traversing that slowly for the last 15 years. We are now around about there, and that's what 2012 is all about. That's all it is. It's an equinoctial crossing. But why aren't the governments of the world preparing a great big party? This only happens once every 24,000 years. Why the silence? Why is there so much silence about this beautiful science that is taking place right now in our lifetime? All right, so we see that the daily and the yearly motions of the stars are east-westward, but in precession they go the other way. So that's why you have pyramids and stones like Stonehenge and all these monuments that are there to monitor precession. That's why they're there. But they're also there for the day and the year. But most importantly, they're there for precession. Even the measurements of the pyramid, they're all measurements that are harmonics of the 24,000 year cycle. Now someone asked me in the break, why do you use 24,000? Well, when corrected, according to Walter Cruttenden, when corrected, because precession is not a constant, the figure of precession, the ratio and the rate is not constant. As we get closer to our sister star in this orbit, it speeds up. As we come racing towards Sirius, and Sirius races towards us, it speeds up here and it goes much faster than in the outer over here. So when corrected, it reduces down to 24,000 years, even though you will see the number of 25,920. But usually it's never under 24,000, and usually it's never over 25,920. Now, the other reason why I use 24,000 is because the Hindus do. Now this is a book by Sri Yukteswar called The Holy Science. Obviously that's where I got the theme for this talk today. I'm calling it The Holy Science because that's what they called it. That's what Marcus Manilius called it. That's what you probably haven't heard of this guy, 2nd, 3rd century astrologer, called Firmicus Maternus. That's what he said. It's a sacred and pure science, the holiest science, the most beautiful information that you can ever have. Now what does Sri Yukteswar say in The Holy Science? Well, this is what the Hindus knew, and where did they get their information from? Well, we have to, begs the question. We need to ask that and do some research into that, because science doesn't tell you much about the great year. We've forgotten about it. You don't learn about it at school, you don't learn anything about it. It's creepy. It's the most important cycle that we should understand it, because then we can understand how history went from good down to bad, and went back up to good, then went back down to bad, like a yo-yo. Just like that. Look, now we've got bad weather. We had better weather in summer. Now it's light. In 12 hours it'll be dark. These are the cycles. These are our cycles. We're locked into them. Locked. Just like the female is locked into the moon cycle, and has a menstruation cycle. She can't escape that. Men don't have it, but women cannot escape that. It's the moon that dominates them, just like the sun dominates us, and the great year dominates our spirituality. And where we're going in the great year, the place where we're going right now is a beautiful place of enlightenment. As we go through the photon belt, and we get more gamma rays from the core of the Milky Way galaxy. That's what's going on. This is what Sri Yukteswar says in the opening words of his book. We learn from Oriental astronomy that moons revolve around their planets, and planets turning on their axes revolve with their moons round the sun. The sun, with its planets and their moons, takes some star for its jewel, binary, yeah. Is that right, spelling? Yes. Because someone did ask me, what does binary mean? Well, it's two. It's like the binary system in the computer. There's two stars. By the way, there's 80% of the stars that you see are binaries. The other 20%, well, we haven't watched them enough. that when we do watch them and pay attention to them, we will learn that there's no one star out there on its own. Just like our atoms must get together and form compounds and then cells, or go from compounds to molecules. What's a compound? Well, H2O, hydrogen and 2 of oxygen, makes water. And we are 75% water. So atoms like to congregate. It's very rare that an atom will just go monotomically, or a star will just float out there on its own. They all belong to star systems. And in fact, we're not just involved in a binary. We're also involved with the stars of the Pleiades, and in particular Alcyone, Pleiades, and we're also involved with Procyon, the small dog. This is the big dog. Sirius is in the big dog, Canis Major. Canis Major. Procyon is the small dog. They're the 2 dogs that follow Orion in the sky, the hunter, as he kills the bull, Taurus. Right? He's got his 2 dogs behind him. One's the small dog, and Sirius is the big dog. And the reason why they call it a dog is because it dogs our star. It follows our star. It's the dog. Keeps dogging our star, following it. It takes some star for its jewel and revolves around it in about 24,000 years. Of our Earth, a celestial phenomenon which causes the backward movement of the equinoctial points around the zodiac. Just what I've said. The stars go backwards. It's a phenomena where they go backwards every 24,000 years. Now, so you can understand that as we orbit, it appears that the sun is rising in the east, but it's our sun rotating. Our Earth rotating. That's all it is. It's the Earth. We're moving. They're fixed, virtually. So we see all these bodies rising in the east and setting in the west. If we could live for 24,000 years, we would actually then notice the slow backward movement of these stars, and that's how we would know that we're in this cycle, because that's a cycle. Right. I'm labouring the point, and you'll see why, because it's so beneficial to learn this and understand this for what's to come, the next part. Just a few more proofs that we're in a binary. The Great Pyramid. There's King's Chamber, Queen's Chamber. There's a beautiful big King's passageway there, and then it shoots off there to the Queen's Chamber, and then it comes down here, and there's the entrance there. There's some underground stuff going on down here, right? This is the one without the top. The all-seeing eye is supposed to sit in there. By the way, that represents ether, and this is fire, earth, air and water. Okay, ether, fire, earth, air and water. That's what the pyramid's telling you. That's the ether. It's uncapped for a reason. Yeah, well, it has too, yes, but when it's placed back on there, you will see this thing is going to come back to life very, very soon. Even the Bible talks about it. In Isaiah it says, there will be a monument built by the Lord in the heart of Egypt, on the border of Egypt, because it is on the border. Lower Egypt was everything from where the pyramid is. There's the Nile Delta, and there's the Mediterranean. The pyramid's right there. That was Lower Egypt. This is Upper Egypt, where Thebes is down here, and Luxor, and here is Cairo, and the pyramids on the Giza Plateau. That is in the middle of the land of the Lord. It will come back to life, and we will know what it was all about very soon.
Are they going to physically put a cap on that?
I don't know. It is, but something's going to happen with a cap. It's going to be found, because it was stolen, it was removed, and it was. There's a lot of information about this Ben, and over the thousands of years. If you read Tony Bushby's books, he's got a book. He's a Queenslander who exposes all of this false history that we've had and explains some of these mysteries about the pyramids, Tony Bushby, and it talks about this, how it was stolen and removed. Annuis coeptis, yeah, they put that on there. FDR put that on there because what it means is you've got annuis coeptis in Latin means announcing the conception. That was the year when the Freemasons and the banking system implemented its New World Order, because on the other side of that you've got Novo Ordis Secularis, the New World Order, announcing its conception.
What year was that?
33. In 33, we became the banking system, all the countries became bankrupted, right? And we were used as collateral via our birth certificates for all their loans. So we're slaves under that system. Whilst we have a birth certificate registered, Regis is the king. You have given the title to your soul to the Vatican, and the people who manage this trust, we have a trust, it's worth about $15 million. Your birth certificate's worth a lot of money. The bankers are issuing bonds against it from the day you were born and making billions. You have earned billions for the bankers. Billions. Have a look at Tim Turner. Tim Turner on YouTube, America Can Be Free. And you will learn how he is bringing down the court system in America, probably single-handedly. Big suing, big cases. We're going to catch these bastards. The private guild have been running the Vatican's trust system since the Knights Templars from about the 1500s. They have been running this system. So when you go to court, you actually front up to the priest. It's ecclesiastical. It's the Inquisition. The summons is an indulgence. You're going there to pay an indulgence. You're going there for a court hearing. Father, I have confessed. Because they're managing your account. Because you're a ward of the state. You handed in your birth certificate. Yeah. Well, we do that to our children too. I did that to my son. But now I know. But you can collapse these trusts. There's a guy called Franco Collins in Australia. Check out his stuff. I'm promoting his stuff. And I'm doing seminars also on law, teaching us how we've been enslaved and how we can get out of it. Because every time you get a fine, a utility, everything, it's being charged already to your trust. When you pay, you go to the post office and you pull out wads of cash to pay for your electricity bill, it's already been paid for. Everything's prepaid. It's all prepaid. You're not. They give you a statement for your utilities, not an invoice. It's just a statement telling you we've already dipped into we've got your numbers because you signed with us. We've got your numbers. We've dipped into your trust. It's been paid for. Here's a statement, and you go to the post office and give them more money. We've been enslaved. We've been duped in a big way. But it's more important that we focus on this because this will show you the biggest lie that was ever told. Not that one. That's the second biggest. The biggest one is about the Jesus history story. It's a big lie. It's a whopper. But the bigger you tell them, the more the stupid ones will fall. They'll fall. And they're going to their churches in droves, learning about a historical Jesus who's going to appear one day and save them. It's impossible. We are responsible for our own salvation through the course of love and consciousness and truth. We speak truth to one another. We verify things. We prove things. We are scientists and philosophers, lovers of wisdom. We don't go down their path. You see how people, when they get in a uniform, like a policeman, you see how they act, and they're tough, and they're over and above you, and they're going to indict you, and they're going to, and I've got tasers, and I've got guns. This is barbaric. This world is barbaric how we've come, and we've allowed these police officers to walk our streets. They're just a corporation. Vic Roads is a corporation registered on the Securities Stock Exchange Commission in New York, to rub it in your nose. Not even in Australia. It's all of it. The Commonwealth of Australia, Vic Roads, all of these corporations are all registered in New York. They're traders.
Political parties as well.
Everything. Political parties, all of them. That's all it is. But this exposes them. First you get to the biggest lie, and then you deal with the second biggest lie, and all the ones thereafter. This is big exposure. There's a shaft running out there, there's a shaft there, there's a shaft there, there's a shaft there. The 4 air shafts of the pyramid, okay? This is south, this is north. These stars point to Draco in the north.
Aren't 2 of those blocked?
Yeah, they're all blocked.
Don't 2 of them only go out?
All of them. They're all blocked. They're all blocked around here. This is the Gutenberg one where they sent that little... this is the interesting one because this points to Sirius. It always has, it always will. Because Sirius does not precess. Remember those stars that precess every 72 years? Sirius is always there.
Is that the pole star?
No, that's the pole star. Polaris is over in Draco. Not in Draco, but
The pole star doesn't creep.
north and south. Yes, well the pole star, there's no star at perfect north. Polaris is here, and then there's 7 other stars in the north that all... See, what happens is the North Pole... It's hard to explain, but all these 7... There are 7 stars in the very, very northern hemisphere, and Polaris is sitting closest now to true north. So Polaris is the pole star only for 2,000 years, right? Then it will go to stars like... there's a couple in there's Alpha Draco and Beta Draco, and there's a few more, but there are 7. And these, believe it or not, are more spoken of in prophecy than you would believe. You know the prophecy where it says, and the woman was holding her son to seat him on the throne, talking about Jesus and Mary, because Jesus is supposed to be ruling now for 2,000 years, the Christian age, right? Pisces? Well, it's all about this. Polaris is the sun, because Ursa Major, there are 7 constellations here, remember. One of them is Ursa Major, and the other one, which has Polaris in it, is Ursa Minor, the small bear. And she's sometimes depicted as a hippopotamus holding her baby, Polaris, because she wants to put her son on the throne. But he only gets 2,000 years. Draco, he gets 6,000 years on the throne. Draco's a bigger constellation. There they are. They're the northern stars. And Polaris right now is the closest to the north. And he always gets to sit on the throne in the age of Pisces and Aquarius. So when Aquarius comes, that's what it means that Jesus, the sun, will rule for 1,000 years. Because he's got 1 more 1,000 years, and then he gets knocked off by the next star. And when those stars line up to Polaris, when they actually get to go on the throne, there's certain conditions. There's the golden age when one of these constellations is on the throne. There's the iron age when the Lord Polaris gets on the throne. Try to remember that, because this is how prophecy works. It's all about the stars. And when the stars fall from heaven, it means they've fallen out of their original place. They've shifted, they've moved, because they're always monitoring this sky above. Because in the sky above, as you will see, are all the fairy tales. Our agricultural year is there. Our body is there. The man Adam in the sky is there. If you... there it is. Starting with Aries at the head. Taurus, Gemini. There's the twins, Gemini, the arms. Pollux and Castor, the right hand. Cancer is the chest, corresponds with the chest. Leo is the heart. Virgo is the belly. Libra is the kidneys. Scorpio is the generative organs. Sagittarius is the thighs. Capricorn, knees. Aquarius and Pisces are the feet. Now this is a big, big story. That the man, starting from Aries in the head, Taurus, Gemini, the 2 lungs and the 2 arms, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, is all there. So when you go to a healer and he sees your birth chart and he notices that you've got an opposition to, let's say, to Virgo, well, he knows that you're going to have some trouble with your intestines. You'll have some bowel problems for the rest of your life. So you need to have crystals. I don't have my crystals with me today because I came plain, but I like to usually wear crystals because I have an affliction in Virgo. And I've always had intestinal or stomach discomfort because it's there. It's in your birth chart. If you get headaches, you've got an affliction to your head, to Aries. Check your birth chart. If you've got kidney problems, I do birth charts for many people, many friends, and sometimes strangers, because I like to tell them what's going on in their body. And I look at their birth chart and I see the afflictions. And just the other day, I said to an Indian man, I said, you're going to have to watch your kidneys because there's an affliction there. And he looked at me and he went white. And he said, I've had severe problems with my kidneys all my life. And I said, well, it's there. There it is. That's the line going to your kidneys. You can heal yourself for free if you know this science. But Big Pharma doesn't want that. You know how much they make from cancer? $800,000. Please accept chemotherapy. Please, it's the best that's out there. Oh, just do it. How do they get $800,000? Through your trust. Everything is charged to your trust. They're making so much money from us. That's how it happens. Alright, so let's get into just a couple more reasons and proofs that we're in a binary. Because we've already discussed the fact that Sirius has turned blue. This shaft here is always pointing to Sirius. It doesn't precess. He mentions it here, mentions all of the proofs that I'm going to give you. Let's go for some more proofs. January the 1st. Every January the 1st, there is an alignment. Guess what that alignment is? Sirius, the Earth, and the Sun. In fact, on January the 1st, when we're out there at South Bank watching all those firecrackers and the display, what people fail to notice, if they look straight above, almost straight above, and you should do this at 1 o'clock because we have daylight saving, and normally it'd be 12 o'clock, but do it at 1, right? Next January the 1st. Just look up and you'll see Sirius. Midnight. And below your feet is the Sun. It's midnight, so the Sun's below your feet, and directly above is Sirius, and in between must be the Earth, because you're standing on it. So this alignment proves that we're in a binary. We're in an elliptical orbit around the Sun. Let's put the Sun here. So when we orbit the Sun, it's not like this. It's not in the middle, and it's not a pure circle. It's a bit like that. This point here is January the 1st. Let's just exaggerate it a little bit. That's January the 1st, guys. Interesting? That's why it's the first day of the year. It's got nothing to do with our sun. If you're going to make the first day of the year based on our solar system alone, it would have to be either December the 21st, March the 21st, June the 21st, or September the 21st. It has to be either an equinox or a solstice. It can't be January the 1st. January the 1st doesn't make sense at all. But it does when you know that this is perihelion. Apohelion is when it's over. It's when it's over here on June. Around June, July. So January the 1st is perihelion. Helion is the sun. Closest to the sun, furthest away from the sun. Right? Another expression might be, what's the other expression that's used more generally when you have the closest to, oh God, it'll come to me. But when we're dealing with the sun, and when the planets are actually closest to it, we use this expression, perihelion. Now, What else is happening at that? I told you that it's our sun is actually lined up with Sirius. So let's put Sirius there. That's what's happening. There's our Earth. This is January the 1st every year. Notice anything interesting about that? Well, let's do this. No, let's do it like this. I'm sorry, I've confused you. I should have done it like this. Let's put that orbit over here. Yeah, that's better. There's the Earth there. Sorry. Okay. No wonder I didn't get any responses, because now it's obvious. Have a look at that. That's January the 1st. Perihelion, and we're lined up with Sirius. You can see. Can you see the drag on the orbit? Can you see it's obvious that this guy. In fact, I could put it here. Really, I could put it like this, like that. Make more sense. And put Sirius over here. These guys are getting sucked into each other so fast. They're travelling toward each other so fast that this is going on. And that's why you've got January the 1st here. That's a proof that we're in a binary with Sirius. Why would Sirius be directly above and the Sun below your feet on January the 1st every year? Check it out. What about another proof? Okay, time deltas. Here's another proof that we're in a binary with Sirius. Our moon goes around the Earth every 29.49 days. Our moon. But the phases are only 27 days, 0.2. So you've got 27 days for the synodic moon. 27 days for the synodic moon, so the phases of the moon, okay? And it's 29 days, 0.4, for the whoopsie, I got that the wrong way around. It's the other way around. This goes down here. Alright, so every 29.5 days we see quarter moon, full moon, quarter moon, new moon. But it only takes 27 days for the moon to go right around the Earth. So there's a delta of 2.2 days. It's a delta. A delta is like a slice in the pie. There's 2.2 days difference between the two moon cycles. This is where people get confused with the moon. And there's a few other cycles in there, but we'll just stick with these two ones now, right? The synodic and the actual sidereal orbit of the moon. Let me explain how it works. It's quite simple. So, there's our sun, and here we are orbiting around the sun, and there's the Earth, nice and green, and we have a moon that orbits anti-clockwise around our anti-clockwise rotating Earth. Right? Now that moon, from that point to there, it will get to there in 27 days. It'll go around in 27 days, 27.2 days. But because our Earth is moving, in around about 30 days it'll be there. Okay? Because it's moved from here to here, and it's going to, every 30 days it'll have clocked the orbit, right? It's gone around the orbit. Okay? So 12 months of the year. So it's moved from there to there. So, and it's curving, everything is curving around the sun. So that explains that time delta. Because our moon wants to go around the Earth, right? So what it does is the Earth is moving while it's going around. It's moving and moving and moving and moving. By the time it starts from here and gets back to that point, it will have to get back to that point over there. And it's moved 30 degrees, right? And that going around takes 27 days. But the phases are lagging behind by 2.2 days. Because it had to, That's the 2.2 days from there to there, because it's moving, it's a moving target. So it's got to catch up. So the phases, finally the last phase, catches up with the moon from here to there. Okay?
What's called the moon void of course, when it's transitioning from one sign into another, there's a void moon.
No.
No, that's something different.
Yes. Yes. No, it's not that. I'm using that analogy of the time delta because we're so familiar with that. We know about this. I mean, have you cleared that up in your mind before, or is it now clear now about the time delta? Did you realise that the phase and the actual orbit were 2.2 days different? There you go. You see how valuable this information is about our solar system? And when you know that, then you realise that every year we're also losing 20 minutes. We lose 20 minutes. There's a time delta of 20 minutes with respect to our sun and the earth going around it, just like the moon going around our earth. The relationship between here and here, there's also a time delta. It's a little bit more difficult to explain. But if you get the book, and I do recommend you read this book, because he's gone back and he loves this guy, loves him, right? And he loves all those myths. That's why he's called this the lost star of myth and time. We have lost, we have suffered in our knowledge of this binary. It's our problem. The time delta works like this, because our sun is curving around Sirius, there has to be a time delta. I'll keep it simple, that's all I'm going to say. You can learn how the time delta is there. It's a 20-minute time delta. Now that's enough of the proofs. There's a couple more. There's the thing called shear edge. Our solar system, if that's the sun and these are all the planets going around it, and then there's the asteroid belt out here going around, and there's a lot of stuff. There's the Oort cloud and the Kuiper belt, and all of a sudden it ends. There's a shear edge. It just stops. No asteroids, no rocks, no nothing. Just beautiful, clean air. And this is way outside of our solar system, like about 40 or 50 astronomical units. We're talking 40 or 50 astronomical units. Remember, an astronomical unit is 93 million miles. So at 40 or 50 astronomical units, there's a shear edge. There's nothing. These are all rocks and everything like that. And this is just our solar system there, right? Then you go out into the Kuiper belt, and then there's a sheer edge. Well, because obviously we're rotating around another star, which also has a sheer edge. And when those asteroids and everything come close to each other, they repel each other and keep them in a body, which is called a solar system. That's what it is. That's another proof that we're in a solar binary with Sirius. And there's a few more, which I won't go into because I want to get into the juicy stuff. It's coming. All right? Now, so we've got a good grasp of the solar system now. All right? We know a little bit more than we did 2 hours ago. Okay? There's more to learn, but it doesn't matter. We'll keep it simple. The day and the year, all of the cycles that we live in are attributed to the timekeepers. I showed you how the moon comes from month, year comes from the sun. So we have established that all our cycles, these boys and girls, these are the Elohim. Venus is a girl, Mercury is a girl, it's a hermaphrodite. The moon is a girl, he's a boy, he's a boy, he's a boy, and he's a boy, Mars. These are the only solid bodies in the solar system. These are all gas. These are gas giants, Uranus and Neptune, Pluto. Gas, solid. Boy. So you've got Thor, Woden, the one-eyed Woden. Zeus is always one-eyed. And he's the god of thunder. Why? Well, have a look at the Voyager images of Jupiter. And look at the surface, and it's just chaos. It's electric chaos. It is an electric storm. There's billions of storms going on around its atmosphere all the time. They knew it was the god of thunder, because it is. He represents ether. He's the one that brings in the ether into our solar system. This one brings in the fire, the hydrogen. This is the fire guy. And the air is Venus. And the water is the moon. And the earth is Saturn. All of those planets are bringing in those four. They all harmonise with this. In fact, everything does. Your bodies do. Everything harmonises with the 7, Elohim, or the 12. The 12 potential energies. For instance, I'm an Aries. I have cardinal fire. So I resonate with the fire energy. All right, your Cancerians, water. And Carl Jung taught us that these are the intuitives, the thinkers, the emotional, and the 5 sense people. If you're a Capricorn or a Virgo or a Taurian, you will be most served by your 5 senses in this world. Touch things, see things, smell things. It's a pleasure to watch a Taurian eating, watching TV, sitting on his leather couch, you know. It's a pleasure. They're just so different to my people. We don't pay much attention to that sort of stuff. Doesn't matter. It's just the different modes, different styles. These people, my brother is a Scorpio. And the emotions, you think I'm emotional. It's a pleasure to watch a Piscean, mutable water, or a Scorpio, fixed water, or Cancer with the moon, especially females, Cancerians. Their emotions, it's just beautiful. It's exquisite. That's if their emotions are balanced. If they're unbalanced, you know, your Cancerians and Scorpios, you know, they're a handful. And the air people, my son's Libran, it's busy eyes. Aquarians, busy eyes. Why? Because they're mind. These are the mind people, the spirit people. This is the sign of the man. You look at the air signs and you've got a scale with a man in it. You've got the 2 Geminis, that's 2 humans. And you've got Aquarius, the water bearer. All the others are animals. These are human. It's mind. They are great thinkers. Aquarian geniuses. Great thinkers. Librans, balanced minds. And your Geminis, 2 minds. Believe me, there's 2 minds. There are 2 minds. These guys are the intuitives. Their intuition is what gets them through, and that's from Carl Jung. Okay, we'll spend some more time on that later. And I also want to show you that the signs manifest body types and facial types. You look at your Leos, there's your Geminis. One eye goes one way, one eye goes the other way, like a bung eye. They've got the skewed facial look because they've got 2 faces, haven't they? Yeah, I love it. I can pick Gemini straight away. Just so you can see that sort of... Hold it up. There's your Geminis. JFK. Who we got here? Clint Eastwood. Marilyn Monroe. Paul McCartney. There's your Leos. Feline features. They've got the feline eyes. Or they've got the lion's mane. Big mane. You can see the features.
Can you tell me something about Thyself?
Yes. Well, yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. It's all going to come out in this graph that I'm going to do right now. We'll get into the astrology. Astrology is very, very, very important. Very, very sacred science. Just want to share with you how Marcus Manilius introduced his book. I love reading this. It's worth reading. Marcus Manilius, the astronomer to Caesar Augustus, and if you read this poem, I promise you, you will understand everything that I'm going to do today, because I learnt most of my stuff from these ancient astronomers. You've got to read Ptolemy, you have to read Firmicus Maternus, and you've got to read Marcus Manilius, Aratus, Plato, Hermes, most important. You, god of Selene, that's Mercury, Selene's the moon, are the first founder of this great and holy science. Through you has man gained a deeper knowledge of the sky, the constellations, the names and courses of the signs, their importance and influences, and the aspect of the firmament, that the aspect of the firmament might be enhanced, that all might be roused not only by the appearance, but by the power of things. It's pretty powerful. And that mankind might learn wherein lay God's greatest power. And believe me, when you learn this science, you will be doing one great favour to yourself. You will know yourself. And as the Oracle of Delphi said, man, know thyself, and you will know the gods of the heavens, and the gods that rule them. That's the knowledge that they have been fighting against, the theologians. They've been fighting this and telling us that it's poo-poo. Who tells you that astrology is poo-poo? There's only two classes of people, the clergy and the fools who believe them. I see that all the time. Christians that go to church and have been indoctrinated, astrology is from the devil, and as soon as you say something like, what's your star sign? You ask them what their star sign is, they say, I don't believe in that bullshit. And then I say, well, how much do you know about it? What do you know? Nothing. It's just bullshit. Because they've been told it's bullshit. And who by? The pedophile priests, who don't want you to grow and know thyself. They want you to know their God, their fiction, the one that they've invented, their personal creator, who's called, the Jehovah's Witnesses tell you that, their God expects you to go around witnessing. I know, I was a Jehovah's Witness for 20 years, and you go knocking on people's doors because you have to go knocking on people's doors. But the Mormons say that their God won't let you drink coffee because you go to hell. And then the Seventh-day Adventists say, they're making it up as they go. When you learn the science, then you know God. I'm talking about the principle of electricity and magnetism here, by the way, when I say feminine. Feminine is magnetic and masculine is electric, but it goes back and forth. So that day is powerful for that reason. It's very powerful, just switches all your circuitry around. It's the middle of that. 11 is a handover date from one of the deacons, right? In astrology, I'll just do this quickly and then we'll get stuck into it. You've got your 12 signs, right? You've got your 12 signs, but they're not in line with the months. For instance, you've got March the 21st over here for Aries, March the 21st. Right? That's when Aries begins, but April starts over here, April the 1st. The 1st, so that's the first decan, the first 10 days of Aries. Then from the 1st of April to the 10th, you've got the second decan of Aries. Then from the 10th to the 20th, you have the third decan. That is a handover date of the energy. The single digit numbers, this decan, the middle decan, is the one that is uncontaminated from the energy of the cusp, the neighbouring sign. Right? They're the pure ones. 1 to 10, they are the pure ones. I've got a brother who's the 8th of November, he's pure Scorpion. Pure Scorpio. You can just see it. And we look so alike, we look like twins. Now how can that be? Because I'm Aries. Because of Mars, the ruler of both of them. And now in my same family, I've got 2 Librans, and they have the Venetian features. They've got Venus. My sister and my brother, they look like they're twins, and me and my Scorpion brother look like twins. If you look in your family and you look at your brothers, what sign they are, you will see that they have the trait of that sign. I'll explain that because it's very important. But these are the pure ones, and the 11th is the handover into the next decan, which has contamination from the neighbouring sign. Yeah, and the closer they get to the 20th, the more contaminated, more cusped they are. And believe you me, it's very strong numbers if you're born on 19th, 20th, 21st or 22nd. Very powerful. All right, let's go. Yes, I do.
People won't understand it.
Okay, so where we left off was the science. We understood a little bit better the solar system, didn't we? The day, the year, and the great year. We understand them much better. Much, much better. Polarity of day and night, the enemy being the night. If you had to choose between day and night to do all your stuff, you know, write letters to your friends, grow a garden, which would you choose if you had to be stuck in either one of those? If the sun stopped, everything stopped and we just got stuck where we were, would you have day or would you have night? Yeah. Both will kill you, because if you're in the day all the time facing the sun, it'll be a desert within 30 days. And night will kill you, you'll freeze to death and you'll die. We need both of them. They're both good and they're both evil. The sun can kill you in the desert, but the sun is your source of vitality and life. Without it, you are nothing. So you see that good and evil is not really good and evil. It's in principle. It's the principle of resistance. As the light comes out from the furnaces, the suns, that light has to have some resistance to be able to produce forms. Without it, it doesn't. It can't. And everything in the universe is electric and magnetic. Everything. Electricity contracts and magnetism, and electricity contracts and gravitates, and magnetism radiates. And that's it. And take it from the genius Walter Russell, because that is what he teaches. He teaches in this book that there is nothing that God, there's no tool outside of electricity that God uses to make everything that exists. This guy was a genius. He was not as known as his contemporaries as Einstein and all of those guys. He lived around their time. He's sculpted presidents of the United States and he's painted their portraits and he's been their advisors and he's been there, in there, and he's recognised. And that's what he says. And he explains that in this book. I believe if you want to understand physics, please try and read this or check him out on YouTube. There's a few good videos about his simple theory of electricity and magnetism. And there's also a website called Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts. Either info or com or net. But anyway, Thunderbolts are the people who are, they're not your typical herd consensus scientists, and they're teaching exactly these things in harmony with Velikovsky and all the other geniuses, that all there is out there is electricity and its effect, magnetism, male and female. Okay? Now, so we understood that. So we like the day because we can see things and we don't bump into things. So the sun, as Plato said, is the cause of our the cause of our knowledge and wisdom. Because without it we can't see the things that give us the objects and the nature. The nature shows itself in the nakedness when the sun comes up and we can see it. We can see how flowers are and birds and all the symbiotic relationships and cycles that are out there. Beautiful forms, flowers and flora and fauna. And so it's a teacher. Now, and it's the teacher of the sense of the sight. It's the ruler of the eyes. The ruler of the ears is Saturn. That's why you have earrings, because Saturn has rings.
And Saturn is the god of law. And so you're instructed to put those earrings on your ears and to listen to the law of Saturn, because Saturn is the king of the whole system. He takes 30 years to go around the sun, then Jupiter's 12 years, then Mars is about 2, then you place the sun in the middle here with 365 days. And this is the Ptolemaic order, by the way: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. Venus takes 225 days, Mercury's 88 days, and the Moon is, we'd give it a number of 28 days. So Saturn rules. You put those earrings on and listen to the law of Saturn. It's the best law, and that's why they use the Latin language in court, because it's the language of Saturn. And if you read the Aeneid of Virgil, the famous words where he says, "You Latin people, we know, we Latins, that we are the children of Saturn." Saturn is Latin. And that's why law is in Latin. And those earrings are on the ear. And I'll show you how later how the sun rules the eyes, and his twin brother, the evil Satan, rules the ears. Through one you see and through one you hear. Because they are the two senses that you will always want to keep. If you were asked which senses would you like to, if you had to lose 4, which one would you keep? What would you say? Sight. Yeah? Second? Hearing.
Actually, that's sort of at the front, in that with your ears you can actually see around corners.
Yes.
Or into other rooms.
Yes. Well, this is the point. What we see is only a very, very, very thin slither of the spectrum.
Yeah, between you being...
Hearing is the same, but you can actually see with your ears.
Correct.
And you can hear also with your sight. You can flip them over. So, but you're beginning to understand the two religions that are out there, philosophy fighting against theology. The 5 senses. These senses are fighting for our attention. The sun gives us that thin slither, but then there's all that ultraviolet and all that ultraviolet and infra meaning below, and hello. Does that not harmonise with our chakras? See, ultraviolet, gamma rays, very fast and very slow, fearful waves down here, your radio. Isn't it? Radio and microwaves and all those yeah? And then the high ones, what have you got up here? You've got ultraviolet. Can anyone help me? Gamma rays.
X-rays.
X-rays are there, right? So this sun is the lucent one. His true name is Lucifer, because he deceives you with the eyes, and believe me, it's a deception what you see. It's all a deception. It's maya. It's an illusion. It's real. Yes, it's real because our minds tell us it's real. And we have this light and darkness, up and down, black and white, good and evil. And it's all a theatre. Because it's in our mind. It's not in God's mind. There's no evil. So you begin to see, when you're dealing with the lower mind and the chakras below, then they want to keep you down there. They want to keep you down there. Power, sex, and survival. They don't want to get you into the heart chakra. Their doctrines will keep you down. You will not ascend, you will not be saved if you go to church. And the reason they do that is because they're using, it's a trick. Lucifer works only here. Saturn works out here, his twin brother, hearing. Which is better? The religion of seeing or the religion of hearing? It is. It is. It's the feminine. Because it's Saturn. And Saturn is magnetic. It's feminine. All the planets are. Any magnetic body is feminine. And the sun being electric impregnates its particles. It's the impregnator. Just like when you put electricity into a rock or a magnetic energy and you magnetize it, that polarity of the current that you put into that rock stays forever.
Can you use a black text?
Oh yes, I can. Sorry, you did say that before. Now, and these are the two churches. This is, and that's the soul, the Christians, Christ. By the way, the sun is lucent, Lucifer. It's Lucy in the sky with diamonds, the stars. It's Lucy. That's Lucy. But this is the deceiver. Lucifer is a deceiver. And Saturn, the god of hearing, will teach you about the sixth sense and the intuition. It's the feminine, right brain. And they've been at war forever. Cain and Abel, Horus and Set. And you're going to see how that works. It's beautiful how this works. Absolutely beautiful. Now, the only other thing I want to do, I'm sorry, I've been stuck on the science here, and it's sort of more boring because the next part's the best stuff, really. But I just want to do this before I go on, because I know I've just introduced to a lot of you about the Platonic solids. So I know that I'm going to have to do a little bit more work here before we go into it, all right? This is physics. It's not hocus pocus. This is physics. When you talk about fire, earth, well, what's your sign? Are you a fire sign? And people listening in get horrified because don't talk about this devilish stuff, astrology. This is disgusting. Don't contaminate me. It's science. It's pure science. Fire, air, earth and water correspond. I mean, I'd rather work with this than that, because this, I've put them, my niece was supposed to have a big A, one of these for me. And she failed. She rang this morning, she said, office works are closed, sorry. But she was supposed to have a big one because I knew I'd have this problem. But let me use this. There it is again. Ether. Below ether is fire, or suns. All the suns and the stars that you see. And from those stars come forth everything in the material world, using either gas, liquid or solid forms. Because that's the only thing that atoms do. Atoms are God. That's what God is. God is atum. Atoms. He's not over there, you know. He's not detached and apart from the nature. Outside of it, he's not. It's all of it. That's really not correct to have male there. It should be, it's hermaphrodite. It's neutral. But you see it so often in Plutarch and Plotinus and all the Neoplatonic philosophers of the 2nd century that refer to it as he. It's this problem that we have from the Greek language that has 3 genders and stuff like that. But they don't teach that it is male or female, how we see it. It's the principle of electricity and magnetism. This is the 2 male and female polarities of everything in existence. Everything.
Yeah, it's not sexual.
No. And yet again it is, really. It's a whole, as Walter Russell says, that beautiful everything that goes on that is electromagnetic is God having sex. It's sex. Now, good on you, God.
What you said about the atom before,
yes.
The matter in an atom, or the matter in the universe is not a supercube or something, so it really doesn't matter. Yeah? Is that, you know, it's all space.
It is space, yeah. As Democritus had it 2,500 years ago, and Empedocles and Pythagoras and Plato. Plato said that our solar system, Christians have been telling us, oh, we just discovered 500 years ago that the sun is in the centre of the Milky Way, of the solar system, and it's not the Earth. Well, they haven't read Julian the Emperor of the 4th century, have they? Because he was the apostate. He was the one that tried to bring the world back after, he's the nephew of Constantine the Great. 40 years after Constantine the Great, he tried to bring the world back to Christianity in 360 BC, CE. It's only 40 years after Christianity was made official and they started the bloodletting. My God, the pagans had to run for the hills and they pulled down those temples. They pulled them down. I've got a list, pages long, of all the dates, starting from when Constantine got on the seat there with Christianity. This guy, if they didn't kill him, he was in a war against the Persians. He was fighting Julian. He was in the front, and his Christian soldiers from behind shot him, killed him. In 3 years, he brought the world back to paganism, and he wrote in here that the sun is the centre of the solar system. So they don't read. It's a fib. It's their fictional theatre. They're falsifying history by making us think that we've only known the last 500 years that the sun is the centre of the Milky Way. Pythagoras and Plato said the sun is the burning altar around which all the chariots of the planets dance around. And here's Julian in his beautiful orations to the sun. Everything is to the sun. He wanted to bring us back to the sun knowledge because original Christians were called heliognostics, sun knowers. That's what an original Christian was called, a sun knower, a heliognostic. Because if you know the sun and you know the solar system, you will know the science which will teach you about you. Man, know thyself, and you'll know all its gods and its universe. Here we have Julian. He says, as for the planets, it is manifest that dancing, as it were, round the sun, their motions, you know, I'm emphasising this because how many people like to tell you that? How many priests carry that next to their Bibles when they're in church saying, hey guys, we've always known that the sun is the centre of the Milky Way, of the solar system. We've always known it. And it was only the fools, the literalist Christians, that changed it around and said, no, it's the Earth, because they didn't understand that the order of Saturn, Jupiter and Mars is the order of their orbits. So the one who has 30 years, Saturn, he's the ruler, he's the king. Right? Now back to this science. These are the 5 Platonic solids. There's only 5 shapes. You can sit on a computer from now till the rest of eternity and you can try and find a shape that will touch its edges inside a sphere like the Platonic solids do, which I've showed you. We'll just have a look once more again for the meditative benefits of it. There's the Platonic solids. They are the only shapes that will fit inside a sphere. They are also called Pythagorean solids. And that is what all those atoms are doing. All of these atoms. All of them. They will either carbon, that'll be carbon. Carbon will have 6, will be a cube. And how do I know? What's the atomic number of carbon? 6. 6, 6. 6 electrons, 6 neutrons and 6 protons. The mark of the man, 666. If you flat pack a hex, and we are a carbon creature, you get a cross. The shape of every cathedral and Egyptian temple. You go down to Flinders Street and have a look at St. Paul's. Have a look at St. Patrick's. Have a look at St. Patrick's in the Catholic cathedral. Same shape as this. That's the hex. Chinese kanji. Japanese kanji for earth. Have you seen it? No. That's the Japanese kanji for earth. The cross. Carbon. 666. That's a hex, flat packed. Hex, solid, carbon. It's all science. So as those photons emanate from fire and then become particles and atoms and molecules, molecule, atom, particle, photon, that's how everything works. That's how the world of effects appears. Those beautiful photons dripping down and becoming more gross as they go down, just like a distillery. So when we come down, as Plato said, our bodies made of earth and water, we are 75% water, but the bones and the solid part of our body is what we call earth. For out of dust you came, and out of dust you shall return. That's what it's talking about. These particles, these elements, carbon, a little bit of hydrogen, a little bit of oxygen, a little bit of nitrogen, a bit of other stuff there. You've got trace elements. But these are the main elements. These four turn up everywhere. 4 blood types. 4 limbs. 4 seasons. This is what it's all about, these beautiful 4 polarities. So, you see, the tetrahedron has 4 sides. And it's light, it's the photon. The octahedron, spirit, has 8 sides, it's the particle. Becomes an atom, becomes a molecule. The lowest degree of life is the molecule. This is the highest degree of life, the ether. So you see here the elements, the platonic solids, the state of matter. That's the states, the 4 states of matter. And the physics, the chemistry, that's our body. All organic forms. That's where I'm going to leave off with the science. And now we're going to get into the really, really juicy stuff. And I'm glad I've got this big board. I've always worked with this one. This is going to be great. All right. So that was the boring science. But you did learn quite a bit. Okay? The fundamentals of a lot of this stuff. You learnt it. I would suggest that you go and do some more studies on it too, though, because the more you meditate on this, the more you know yourself. And knowing yourself is where all your power will be, because you will discover that you are God. That's who you are. Inside our heart there is an atom, and that is the centripetal atom that holds all of those other atoms, which is a galaxy in itself, centripetally together. And it's Regulus, it's in the heart chakra, it's the heart chakra, it's the Christ. And that's who we are. This atom is the seed. We are the seed, we are in the middle kingdom. Here is the ether, and here is the molecule, and the mineral, which goes up to the plant kingdom, then the animal kingdom, then the man. Man is in the middle. He's at the equator. And that's what they said, he's in the middle kingdom. And if you make it to this kingdom, and you're an animal, and you look down, you can see animals that are coming through like dogs. Have you seen have you got a pet dog or a cat? How smart they are and how intelligent, and they want to be like us. My dog just wants to be a human. She's amazing, amazing. Because they're looking up, and we are gods to them. And these are gods to these, and these are gods. The mineral is the lowest, the mineral kingdom, the 4 kingdoms. We're in the middle. This is a seed of a star. And the star is up here. The stars, you go through the astral, you go through the astral, then you get to the causal world. From the astral world to the how do the Hindus call it? But anyway, our 7 chakras are in here. Our 7 chakras are in here. Then there are chakras above, and they are. This is hopefully how our soul, when we lose our bodies, our molecules, because that's what it is. Plato said that the earth is the body that we have is called a soma. And the tomb that we go to is the sema. And he said it's the same word. We come from a womb and we go to a tomb. Same word. And that's why we have a tombstone, because it looks like the womb of your mother, memorializing the fact that your spirit now has gone back. and you don't have a bodily form anymore, and there's the womb on the tomb. And he said it's the same word. We come down and we get a baptism of death, a baptism of earth. So as a Christian we get baptized with water, because water is the universal solvent. It cleanses the defilement of the earth. Then, as John the Baptist said, the one coming after me will baptize with spirit and fire. Because we have to be baptized with spirit, because spirit cleanses the water, and this purges everything. This is the sun. We have to go through the sun. We have to go through the moon, Mercury, Venus, Sun, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, in order to get back to the cause. And that's the story of how all of this is going to unfold. Just want you to have a look at something before I draw my graph. Here is an ancient map. About 500 years old. Can you see the equator? You can straight through the middle, and then you can see a sine wave. Can you see the sine wave? Now, if you had your binoculars here today, you would see Aries over here. The little sign of the horns, just like the McDonald's you see down the road. You see the McDonald's? That's not an M for McDonald's. That's the horns of the ram. It's the symbol of Aries. And all of the symbols, BP, Shell Oil, I'll show you in a minute. They are all the sun, and they are all the heroes up above. It's the stars. And as we get to know them, we'll get to know. It will be the beginning of understanding everything, because it all focuses on the knowledge of the 7 planets. Aries, that's the 21st of March. That's when everything begins. That's the start of the year. The Jews begin their year on the 21st of March. Aries, the Passover time. Nisan 14, they celebrate the Passover. I wonder why. Would it be because the sun has just passed over from the southern hemisphere of winter, and it's passed over the equator, and then the Christians run along and celebrate Easter, and the marriage of the Lamb, Aries? Because the Passover always happens in Aries. When the sun passes over out of out of Egypt, the Red Sea, because when the sun goes through September, the scales of Libra, at the equinox, when the sine wave flips over from electricity to magnetism, when it goes through Libra, and we go into the southern hemisphere, the trees that were green from the photosynthesis all of a sudden turn red. And so it's the Israelites going through the Red Sea. And you must come up out of the Red Sea in order to go into the promised land. As you're going to see in the fairy tales and in every storybook ever. It's the story of the son, the hero, and as he climbs the holy mountain of God and reaches the 21st of June, Jerusalem, he rides in on 2 donkeys in procession. Why? Because the donkeys are in the sign of Gemini. There's 2 donkeys. And when the sun comes up in Gemini, Aries, Taurus, Gemini, the sun has come up on 2 donkeys into Jerusalem, summer. And that is the point of summer beginning. These are the summer months. Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and there's Libra. And so that would be the Passover. That's the start of the Jewish sacred year. And guess when the start of the Jewish secular year is? September the 21st. Right? Remember we said before, how can January the 1st mean anything? Well, here's March the 21st, June the 21st, September the 21st, and December 21st. They are the 4 cardinal points. They are the 4 crucial days of the year. And the cross-quarter days are the ones that go in between those. There it is there. 12 sections. That's the sky. And that's the path of the zodiac. And guess what? Rather than Aries being over here, they've got Pisces. Aries is over here. Does anyone know why that would have happened? Yes, because 2,000 years of precessional slippage. We've been in Pisces for 2,000 years. That means on the what simply it means, on the 21st of March every year, look behind the sun, what's the constellation there, and that's the sign we're in for 2,000 years. So this Passover of the sun, the equinoctial crossing on the 21st of March every year, has not been happening in Aries. It's been happening in Pisces for 2,000 years, and we're going into the age of Aquarius. Next you'll see Aquarius over here, and it'll begin in Aquarius. This does not change the science of astrology. I will explain why not later. But I've just pointed that out to you. I wanted you to see that. That begins with Pisces, and the reason for it, because they've made concession for precession. There's the oath, and it's also 12 sections. I wonder why. So you don't notice this when you see these maps. You look at them and you go, oh boy, that's the way they did it. Well, I'm just pointing these things out to you because you're going to see how it all connects in about an hour and a half. Okay, so what we have is a beautiful big circle like this, and we have an equator. I'm doing exactly what I see on those maps, okay? Here, that's the Earth. I'm going to put the Tropic of Cancer up here, right? I'm putting it nice and high. It should be about here. It should be 23.5 degrees north of the equator. You know why, don't you? 23.5 degrees. Tilt of the Earth. You understand the tilt of the Earth? As we go around the Sun, see the tilt of the Earth? The axis is tilted, so it's the Earth is like that, right? And it maintains that tilt as it goes around. So if the tilt's like that, if my head is the Sun and this is the Earth, it will go around like that and maintain that tilt. It'll go right around, and that tilt will always be facing up that way. So if it's tilted that way, it goes around the Sun like that and keeps that tilt. That's how the seasons happen. Simple as that. All right, without going. There's spring, Aries, summer, autumn, winter. Remember, it goes anti-clockwise. We go anti-clockwise around the Sun. So there's the equal days, and that's the shortest and the longest. Obviously, this is January the 1st, around December time, see? Okay? Now, what's this tropic? Capricorn. Good. It is. Beautiful. So you got 47 degrees. Now that sine wave. Let's follow the sine wave. This is the sine wave. This sine wave that happens from March the 21st to March the 21st is the sine wave. This is the fractal of the same sine wave that goes up and down to the neutrino, up to the galaxies and down to the neutrino, the smallest thing we know that exists, much smaller than the particles of an atom, that does this. All of it does this. Electric, magnetic, positive, negative, male, female, good, evil. That's why they get this thing that the female is evil. It's not evil. It's just the opposite of this. But this one gets the designation of evil because of its association with winter and the night. The feminine energy has that association. It's magnetic. That's all it is. It must be there, just like the male energy must be there. They both are there. In this world, Sub-ether, the world of effects.
And evil and,
Not here. Sorry?
and evil and light are just opposites.
Well, exactly. Up here, you get to live. The opposite of live is evil. That's the devil. And the good is the God. Okay? That's the story of Jesus' kingdom and Satan's kingdom. Satan rules down here, Saturn, in Capricorn and Aquarius. He's the ruler of both of those. Jesus is the ruler of, the Sun is the ruler of Leo, because Leo is there. Now watch this. This is the amazing story that comes out of this. This is the story of all the myths, every single one of them. So we have lush green photosynthesis for this part. For this part, the summer part, there's spring, there's summer. Good. Oh, they're great. You can eat, you can grow things, because longer days, shorter nights, longer nights, shorter days. This guy is the bad equinox because he introduces you down and sends you down into hell. That's hell, that's heaven. Summer is heaven, winter is hell. How do I know that? Well, because you need to know your Latin. Winter, in Latin, is inverno. Hell, just take away that V and replace it for a sound that is very, very similar. Inferno. Okay, hell is cold. That's hell. That's Tartarus. That's the pit. That's where Osiris rules. That's where Satan rules. Good planets rule up here. The sun and the moon. Cancer. The moon. Jesus and Mary Magdalene. Ruling in the kingdom of heaven. Abraham and Sarah in the promised land. This is the promised land flowing with milk and honey. The Milky Way runs between Taurus and Gemini. That's the milk. In Cancer there's an asterism called the beehive. That's the honey. So when the sun is in these months from March to September, it is in the promised land, in the land of honey. So when they see Aries coming up in the east, they go, thank God, because the Passover is happening in the sign of the Lamb, and on Nisan the 14, on the full moon, it's the marriage of the moon opposite the sun. The full moon in all her glory, Isis, being impregnated by the sun on the Nisan 14 when the Passover. And they celebrate it and they say, we are going into the promised land, the land flowing with milk and honey, and where you can grow and harvest in Virgo. These signs tell you about the agricultural year. They tell you about the gospel in the sky. They tell you what weather you're going to have below, what season it is. Why do you think Scorpio and Sagittarius and Libra are here? Libra judges the sun. Scorpio is the backbiter, November, winter. Sagittarius inflicts further punishment on the sun because the arrow of the centaur is pointing to December, the 21st, the solstice, the shortest day of the year. The last day of Sagittarius is the 21st of December. The fall. Autumn. The fall. That's why it's the fall, because the sun falls in these months. They know these signs in the northern hemisphere. When they see the sun coming up behind Scorpio, it's the backbiter. He backbites the sun. He waits for him to be judged in the scales. Bang! November. You're dead. Middle day, Halloween. The cross-quarter days. Equinox, solstice. Equinox, solstice. Longest day of the year, shortest day of the year. Equal days. 12 hours of light, 12 hours of night. Well, equinox means just that. Equi, equal, nox is night. So night and day, basically. And there's only 2 of those days. Funny how the ancients knew about those days. How did they know that that day was the day when the sun splits? Did they have watches that, you know, clocks like, bang, that's it. That's it. It's got to be today. Who was checking this stuff? How did they know? This science has come down to us from the golden age of 12,000 years ago when Egypt was teaching true Christianity. Christ is the Son. Jesus is the Son. Amen is the Son. Satan is the Son. And I'll show you that in a minute. Now you see, remember, this also represents the day, and this represents the night. So we put 6 o'clock over here, 12 o'clock over here, 6 o'clock over here, and 12 o'clock midnight over here. Make sense? This is a 24-hour clock. And we're going to bring it around on itself next. And we're going to show you how the wheel works. Now, as I said to you, when the sun goes down here, everything turns red. So these 6 signs here of Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces are the 6 bad months. These are the good months. These correspond to the Jewish menorah. This is the menorah of the Christians. They worship the kingdom of heaven with the Star of David on the top. People say it's the hex, it represents Saturn. It does. David is Saturn. But it's also Thoth, Mercury. Mercury sits here in Gemini. That's why they always put the Star of David. That, in anybody's book, is hermaphrodite. Male facing up and the womb of the woman facing down. That's feminine, that's masculine, that's a hermaphrodite, that's Mercury. That's why they have Star of David up the top there. And that's the Jewish menorah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 that correspond with the 7 planets. The Elohim. The Elohim in Genesis chapter 1 say, let us make man in our image. Why do they make man in our image? Remember the patterns I showed you that they make in the heavens? Remember? Well, all those patterns are Fibonacci patterns. Now my name's Bonacci, so Fibonacci, if you know who that is, that's 800 years ago. Leonardo Bonacci gave us his numbers, which is 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13 and so on, right? 1 plus 1 equals 2. 1 and 2 is 3. 2 and 3 is 5. 3 and 5, 8. 8 and 5, 13. You follow me? Right? They grow at 1.618. That's what you call phi. You know, you've got pi, which is 3.141. Well, this is phi. This is the other transcendental number. There's 2 transcendental numbers. They never zero out. You got this number goes forever, just like pi goes forever. They're not from this dimension. They're transcendental numbers, right?
The golden mean.
That's the golden mean.
The human body geometry is based.
Yes, my belly button. 1.618. Why? Because everything in the solar system is creating those little circles and forms to basically inflict a pattern of 1.618 on this Earth. Therefore, everything has those proportions. There it is. And pinecone, DNA. The DNA, 21 angstroms across the short wave and 34 the long wave. Well, that's just Fibonacci numbers, because 22, 8 and 13 is 21 and the next number is 34. Well, that's what the DNA, I just read the angstroms of the DNA. So the DNA are doing this spiral. This is not a spiral, by the way. It's a helix. It's not 2-dimensional, it's 3-dimensional. It's going around like this sine wave. It's spiral. It's like a torus, like the energy flowing through our bodies. Got this torus field, okay? Leonardo da Vinci knew about it. The Mona Lisa. The Creator knew about it because our eyes, our face, all the positions of the organs and whatnot on the face and everything have Fibonacci harmonics ratios. There's the Milky Way galaxy. The galaxies are doing it. Spiraling out with a Fibonacci number, with a Fibonacci spiral. It's everywhere. As I said, the neutrinos doing it. There's the apple, the pentagram in the apple. There it is there. That's 1, that's 1.618. It's everywhere in nature. Fibonacci. There's the spiral of the Fibonacci spiral. And there's the cross that, remember that cross I showed you? Our furniture is made by Fibonacci. The best furniture. The Renaissance furniture of Italy. All Fibonacci. All the artists were using Fibonacci proportions. Where did they get it from? Pyramids. Pyramids is all phi. It's all phi. All of it. There it is there. 2, 3, 2, 3, 5, 5, 8, 8. Count all the keys. 13. Vitruvian Man. Photographers know where to place their objects with the Fibonacci spiral to get a perfect photo. There is a woman in the ocean flicking her hair back, and they've superimposed the Fibonacci grid over the top of that. And guess what? Perfect Fibonacci. Flick back of the hair, and the spiral fits right over the top of that. Plants are doing it. There's your DNA. Okay. Stock market, yes. You're going to see some interesting stuff about the stock market here, man. Why they crash the stock market always here when Libra hands over to Scorpio. The 19th of October. 2 stock market crashes happened here, and 1 happened 4 days later on the 25th of October. The 3 stock market crashes of history, the biggest ones. 29, 2007 and 87. Right there. Right? Osama bin Laden dead day. May the 1st. May the 1st is when the Illuminati was founded. It's when Hitler was announced to have been killed. Osama bin Laden now on that particular day. We had the royal wedding. We had the beatification of Pope John Paul. And people don't realise that. Why would you beatify the Pope within, is it 3 years he died? That's impossible. It's got to be centuries. Usually the Catholic Church takes hundreds of years to beatify, which is, I think beatification is the next step to sainthood. Is it? Okay. This guy, they rushed it in and quickly tell everybody about Osama bin Laden and have a royal wedding because we're going to beatify him. There's a lot of stuff going on. Now, I haven't begun with that because I'm going to do that later. But see this spiral? This is when the naughty stuff happens. This is when the good stuff happens. This is summer. This is winter. This is day. This is night. All right? 6 in the morning. Now, when you know these 2 wheels, that this represents the day and this represents the year, okay? When you understand that, you only need one more thing and you are a complete astrologer. 8 minutes. Because, as I said, that is a fractal of everything. When you superimpose the man here, notice the head of the man in Aries. There's Aries. Taurus is pointing to here. Gemini is pointing to the arms. When you put the man there, and the man in the sky is Adam. Adam Kadmon in Jewish Kabbalah. Adam Kadmon is this man here, Aries, the arms, the chest, the heart, the belly. Virgo is the belly. That's why you got any Virgos here. You probably noticed they have a nice little pot belly. My father's a Virgo and he's got his pot belly. He's always had this belly. And we'd always laugh at him. Well, it turns out, well, he's a Virgo. You're a muscly Virgo. But no, that's it. Arians have got prominent heads. Hence my buffhead. but they do. Taurians have got thick necks. I've picked Taurians by their neck. In fact, once I couldn't, I didn't guess this Taurian, and he said, I'm the one with the thick neck. And I said, oh, okay, that's Taurus. Now, how did he know to say that? He doesn't know this. He didn't know this, I know that. But he said, we have the thick necks. You see how things are getting around? Expressions?
I'm a Sagittarius, not got thunder thighs, so...
Yes. Have a look at your Sagittarian friends. They've got the males, they've got these big thighs. Have a look at Geminis, their long arms, or the way they move their arms. It's amazing. Their arms are like air. Have a look at the Leos that get around like, and the Cancerians, because there's summer. It's hot. No, this is how it works. Arians are the babies of the zodiac. Why are they the babies? Well, the sun is a baby here. He's a little boy. And he's climbing because he has to climb the mountain to get to his enthronement. And the enthronement is always here on the summer solstice because that's when the sun is the biggest. Just like his bride, the bride, Mary Magdalene. New moon, full moon. That's the glory of the moon, that's the bleeding of the moon. In the menstruation cycle, that's where the bleeding happens. New moon. That's your cycle, ladies. It takes 14 days for the egg to mature, and if it's fertilized at this point, you'll have a son or child. 270 days later. Otherwise, 14 days later, it'll bleed. That's the new moon. You can't see it because it's in between you and the sun, so you can't see the new moon, but you can see that one because that is always opposite the sun, the full moon, always. When the sun is setting in the west, then you'll see the full moon coming up in the east. They have to be. So, the sun's enthronement is here. Ra. Horus, Ra, Set. Wow, interesting. The war of Horus and Set. Cain and Abel. Jacob and Esau. All the twins in the Bible. Jesus and Satan. Satan rules Capricorn. Satan kills Jesus because Jesus, this is cardinal fire, this is fixed fire where the sun lives, the sun rules Leo, and this is mutable fire, Sagittarius. So the fire cycle, of which there is none in this quadrant here, is killed by Saturn. He is the killer on the 21st of December, which is Saint Tammuz Day, and Tammuz is Osiris, and Osiris is Saturn, the brother of Jesus, the son, who kills him. See how it works? It's amazing. It's scary to think that they've literalized this story. It's pure poetry of the heavens. So, you see we have March the 21st here, we have June the 21st, Prince William's birthday, December the 21st and September the 21st. Everything starts here. Everything. Remember, it's the head. It's where the fractal begins. It all starts with cardinal fire, because cardinal fire is the first part of the fire. Cardinal is the beginning signs. They are the door openers. Cardo in Latin means hinge. When the sun passes those days, it crosses over those days, or passes over. That's why there are 4 crucifixions in the Bible: Matthew, Mark, Luke and John. Because they are crossifixions. Crossovers. The sun is crossing over. It's being crucified on the cross of matter. What's that the symbol of? Earth. The symbol of the earth? Oh, okay. Do you think they knew something? It's this science. It all goes back to the science. That's the symbol for the sun. Okay? Target. Just you watch how many symbols of those Illuminati corporations have to do with the sun. I'll show you, that's going to scare you. It's scary. It really is scary what they're doing subliminally. What I've done here is I've basically made that bigger, that graph that we had in the first one, right? There's the Tropic of Cancer, and there's the Tropic of Capricorn, okay? And there's the equator, really. You can just extend it. You understand what I've done? So there's your summer, and there's your winter, your good and your evil. Remember, we had hell down here, inverno. Okay? Now, first thing I want to bring to your attention here, I'm going to wrap 7 wheels around here. I'm going to wrap the body of the man. The head is always here. And then the Pisces touch the back of the head, immutable, water, thick cardinal fire. This is the starting line. And I'll show you why. Now, interesting, fire in the head, water in the feet. We are a magnet. We are a magnet. We're magnetic. And obviously, the fire must connect to the air, the fire in the head of Aries, to the air above the head, as the philosophers say, and the water in Pisces is always connecting to the earth. That's the magnetic polarization, okay? That's how you've got to see. So I'm going to wrap the body around here, and I'm going to show you how all the stars, Taurus has always got its 3 other constellations. Orion is in here. Orion, the famous Orion, the Lamb of God that fights with the dragon. There's a red star in Scorpion, that's the dragon. Every opposition, that's Herod and John the Baptist, that's the Lamb, and that's the fiery dragon. The 4 fixed points. Check these oppositions. There's a reason they're there. Alright? There's a reason why Libra is the opposite of Aries. They both have to do with equinoxes, and you'll see why. There's a reason why Cancer has a unicorn in it, opposite to the Capricorn. The corns that are there, the unicorn, which is also the Cancer, the crab, and the scarab, the beetle, is also here. Just like here we have the eagle and the serpent and the scorpion, here we have 3 animals also in these 2 signs. One of them is the unicorn opposite the Capricorn, because these are the corns, the solstices. Right? Now, Orion is here. What you're going to notice as we go through the body is all those stars correspond with the stars in your body. So it's all the same thing.
Are they deacons?
No, they're not the deacons, but everyone has, for instance, in Gemini, you've got Canis Minor and Canis Major belong to this sector. Here in Aries, I think you've got Perseus is in here. Perseus is one of the stars, but there's the 36 outer constellations, right, along with the constellations of the zodiac. There was 36 of them, so you need to know those ones too. You don't need to know them, but as you learn, you realise Orion is in there. It's important to know that Orion is in, and you'll see why later, okay? But I'm going to wrap the body around here. In a minute, we're going to do the agricultural year, and we're going to see if those signs, we're going to pay attention and see if any of those signs happen to correspond with the planets, with the seasons below. I wonder why the bull is there in April. Let's see if we can work this out. I'm going to wrap 7 of these wheels around this, and you will see the tarot is here. The tarot is the 12 cards. There's 22 cards in the tarot, and the 10 bodies, including the Earth, Uranus, and Neptune. This is what the tarot is based on, guys. Kabbalah is in here. The Hindu system is in here. The Mayan system is in here. Everything is in here, right? The tarot, which comes from the Torah, which means the wheel. This is the Torah. This is everything. It's Aphrodite's belt. It's King Arthur and the Round Table. There's just 12 knights. That'd be Lancelot. Or the guy with the spear. Sagittarius would be Lancelot. This is the Mazzaroth of the Bible. This is Jesus going through the circuit of Galilee, because when you look in your Strong's Concordance and you check Galilee, it tells you it's the circuit of the Mazzaroth, the circuit of the zodiac. So it's telling you. It's there. They can't hide it, and it's getting exposed more and more by the day. Anyway, the tarot, those 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the moon, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, make 22 cards. That's what the tarot is based on. Everything is based on the heroes of our solar system. Everything. And the 12 helpers. Let's have a look at how that happens. Right, what I've got is, I've got the astronomer to Caesar, the astronomer to Napoleon Bonaparte, Bonnet, 200 years ago. And this is the agricultural year, how they saw it, and they've always seen it like this. Aries, the wool of the lamb is the springtime, the blossom of the trees. Taurus is the bull that tells you to take your bull out and put a plough behind it and plough now and plant now in the fixed earth. Because the Son, Jesus, is going to turn water into wine. This is the wine season. Ask any Greek or Italian. September. Wine season, Virgo's the bread. The bread and the wine, the symbols of Christianity. The bread and the fish, which is the 2,000 years which we have come from. This is the last 2,000 years of history. We are now entering the age of Aquarius. We are right here at the threshold of the age of Aquarius. Before that, here's Rome, ancient Rome. Before that was the age of Aries. Mars rules Aries. Jupiter's been ruling Pisces. Jupiter has been ruling over mutable water, and we've been getting baptized in water for 2,000 years because this is the baptism that we are having. The race has been baptized in water for 2,000 years. Jupiterian, Piscean, mutable water. We are going into spirit next. We're jumping up from water to spirit in Aquarius. Okay? Now keep that in mind later because that's another one of the wheels that I'm going to do. Gemini, the twins. Twin sheep, twin goats. Look around, it's spring. It's reproduction. This is the symbol of reproduction. These symbols symbolize the springtime. The golden age, silver, bronze, iron. Cancer, the backward moving, the sideways moving animal. Right, when the sun reaches June the 21st, that solstice, that golden day, the longest day of the year. When it reaches, it is enthroned in its kingdom. It's Ra. Remember the moon, new moon, and she climbs. And she comes to quarter. The sun, we celebrate the Passover of the Lamb here. The Israelites who have come out of the Red Sea, because this is red, remember? Everything is red here. And if you remember our little friend here, and you remember that the head of the man is over there in Aries, and you go down like this with the chakra system, you'll find that Scorpio, the red, you see that orange? That's Scorpio here, or thereabouts, probably there. It starts turning orange here and red. There's a reason for it. Up there is as below. Our Father in heavens, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done here on earth as it is in heaven. What does that mean? Well, it means as above, so below. And it is. We are walking, our 12 tribes of Israel, Aries, all the way down to Pisces. And by the way, that's the Jewish tribe, because that's the lion, Leo, of the tribe of Judah. That's Leo. Now, as we are walking through this world, we are the 12 tribes of Israel. And we are walking through the Red Sea, which is our blood. And scientists know that in a laboratory, there is no difference between our blood and seawater, chemically. That's a fact. Well, that's the Red Sea and the 12 Israelites. They are in your body, the 12 tribes of Israel, and they are in this room. I'm an Aryan. I'm of one of the tribes. I am cardinal fire. That's how my character is. The Son has given me those attributes because I was born here on the 24th of March, just after the Passover. And so I get cardinal fire. I get a male, this is male, this is female, this is male. I get an electric polarity, which means all you people who have these signs, male signs of fire and air, fire and air, fire and air, all those signs are male. If any of you females there are in those signs, you are electrically polarized. You're not magnetically polarized, which means you'll be less receptive to other people's ideas. Whereas the magnetic people, like your Cancers and your Scorpios, they easily absorb other people's ideas because they're magnetic and their polarization is to receive. So knowing that, how easy it would be if we knew that about our children at kindergarten, we would know, we'll put all the electrics over there and all the magnetics over there and teach them differently. But they don't want to do that, do they? They just want to tell them how to learn how to buy stuff and get a job. Boy, that's a noble concept. And that's all they teach children. Consume. Let's create a consumer society, shall we? And just all we do is just consume things. That's what we've got. It's sick. It's really sick.
Very, very.
We have to turn our backs on it.
You even have to use credit to use
Yes. So we go through this and we see that the crab is there because the crab is a sideways walking creature and it must descend. The goat likes to climb mountains. That's why the goat's there. Now, I'm not making this up. I'm going to read this from various sources. Hopefully I have the time. So I'd love to be able to read this from the books where I got all this. Because none of this is my opinion. None of this is any of my ideas. You have to read a lot. But, so hopefully I can read that because you'll love it. You'll love it. Leo, these are the dog days. Sirius comes up behind the sun around July and you have those 2 or 3 weeks called the dog days. This is mid-summer here, August the 1st. Mid-summer, cross-quarter days. Pay attention to those cross-quarter days because they go exactly in the middle of these equinoxes and solstices, exactly in the middle, and they are the midpoints. That's midsummer, mid-fall, midwinter, mid-spring. That's the start of spring, mid-spring.
The fact that we're in the southern hemisphere and it's totally outside making a difference.
Good question. The point is, people, no, it doesn't change this at all because the pulse, remember that sine wave that goes through your body? I showed you the serpent going through Libra, the kidneys, and then at the feet, magnetic feet. That's going through you every hour, every minute, every microsecond, and every year of your life in fractals. It's always happening. Well, it's happening in our solar system, and it starts at March the 21st. For the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. Regardless, it's the position when Aries happens here. That's March the 21st, the spring equinox. That's the solstice. It goes anti-clockwise. Remember, our Earth. It maintains that tilt and gives us the 4 seasons. These are the cardinal points of the 4 seasons, but in the middle of them is the middle of the season. So that's why you see fixed fire here. Of course you're going to have fixed fire over here. You can't have fixed fire over there, it's winter. You see how it's based on science? The sun rules Leo. He's the boy of hot. Opposite him is Saturn's kingdom, Aquarius, the boy of cold. Satan, Jesus. He rules the underworld. He is Neptune, Saturn. He is Osiris, the god of the underworld. Horus is the guy of the horizon. Horus is the guy of the horizon. Horus. Ra is up here because that's when the sun radiates the most. The rays of the sun are so powerful in summer. This is when Hercules mounts his throne, when Achilles comes back to get his throne. This is when Jesus enters Jerusalem on the two donkeys, Asinellus Borealis and Asinellus Australis. The two twin donkeys. That's why you read the Gospels and you hear about Jesus riding into Jerusalem on two donkeys. How do you do that? Wait, hang on, wait. Slow down. Because look, as the sun strolls in, this is a procession. This is Jesus, and they've got the palms in their hands, Palm Sunday, and all these, because the sun is coming to be enthroned. But then the sun must also be betrayed. And he does get betrayed by the three betrayers. There's no fire in this quadrant room. Well, that's even worse. This really betrayal of the sun. Why? Because in astrology, every planet has a ruling house, a detriment, a house of detriment. That's the ruling house of the sun. This is the house of its detriment. Down here the sun suffers. It's winter. It's all based on nature. And this is astrology, people. It's based on pure nature. This will help you understand astrology. It also has its fall and exaltation. Well, now that we know about this sine wave, now that we know this sine wave, and we know what the sine wave is, the sine wave is basically, it's everywhere. It's in the yin and yang symbol. It's in the figure 8. It's in the letter S. It's the swastika. It's the cross. It's all the religious symbols. All of them.
But also eternity?
Yes. 8. The number of eternity. Because there's no, where do you start? Where do you start? Right? It comes from this. And when you understand this, and you realise that the sine wave is doing this, you will understand why the planets have all these things. If the sun rules here and its detriment is here, where would the sun's exaltation and fall be? So we've got established its ruling house, and we've established its house of detriment, because it makes sense, doesn't it? Here is midwinter, right? Where would it exalt? Does anyone know from their studying astrology? Just from your studying astrology, which is the sign of the exaltation of the sun? It's going up, you're right. Aries, thank you. This is the exaltation. This is the fall of the sun, Libra. Now, what do we know about Satan, his evil twin brother, who teaches us to listen to the church of listening instead of the church of seeing? Well, a twin brother over here, this is his ruling house, Aquarius. This is the detriment of Leo. This is the exaltation, we're talking about Saturn, sorry. This is the ruling house of Saturn, Satan, Jesus' brother, his twin brother. This is the detriment of Saturn. This is the exaltation of Saturn. This is the fall. You see, it is science that there is an opposition in nature. It's pure science. He's the father of electricity. He is the father and the ruler and the god of magnetism. Volney. Thus the Ethiopian of Thebes named stars of inundation or Aquarius, those stars under which the Nile began to overflow. Stars of the ox or the bull, those under which they began to plough. Well, I just told you that. You can see the season, and you can see the stars are there as a sign. And guess what Genesis chapter 1 verse 12 says? And I have placed the luminaries and the stars and the sun in the sky to serve as signs and for seasons for signs and for seasons. And then in Job, God says, can you tell forth the Mazzaroth? Do you know how to tell forth the Mazzaroth? Can you tell me? Do you know what it means when the sun is in Taurus? Because if you don't, you're a fool. Well, back then, anyway. I mean, I know we've lost this now. And it's sad. But I mean, we're all hungering to learn this. I'm hungering to learn it every day. But it's our true science. As above, so below. You see the ball, you go to plough. And it's agriculturally, this is set in stone. Biologically, it's set in stone. Annually, when I show you through the Gospels, I'm going to point out about 20 or 30 scriptures here, and I'm going to blow your mind with how they correspond with all these Halloween and, you know, the Passover, Easter, and all of these religious festivals. Blow your mind. That's absolutely stuff that will blow your mind. And people go to church to get, just believe in Jesus, brothers. Yes. Why? Well, why would you believe something when you can know it? I mean, in order to speak English, how much belief do you need in it? None, because you know it. So in order to speak a language, you need to know it. This is a language. And they're not even teaching that. They are the blind leading the blind. And that's why they say, you must be like sheep, brothers. Why would they ask you to be sheep-like? Well, you ask a Christian and it says, because sheep are humble and they follow the shepherd. But the priest knows why. Because he wants to fleece you. And he wants to pull the wool over your eyes. And lead you like a lamb to the slaughter, like you said. That's why. They are the masters, but they're doing their job. They're evil because they serve the magnetic energy of Saturn, the black sun. This is the black sun. You've heard about the black sun, haven't you? It's Saturn. And this is the sun. Jesus, Lucifer, the deceiver.
Why have you got Saturn instead of Uranus ruling the clear?
Uranus also is here, and Pluto and Neptune, but they are in a different octave. This is the first octave of planets, and this is how it works. Ruling house of the sun, ruling house of the moon. And then in descending order you have Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and then Saturn at the outer, the cold. That's the hot. He gives the most heat and love and light and life. Notice I said those three L's because he is Elios, and he is the Lord. Believe you me, you should place the E before the L if you want to start understanding the Bible, and you will see that he gives us love, life, and light. That's who it is. The feathered serpent. There it is on the Jehovah's Witness Assembly Hall in New Jersey. The Egyptian sun disk. El, the sun. Elios. They're telling you the name. Look at the Christians. Ooh, living hope, Jesus. And what do they put there? Jesus. That's Jesus. It's a creature. The sun is a creature. And he is our blessed Saviour. Because when we enter into its consciousness, which is heart chakra and above consciousness, we're saved. You don't believe in the fiction anymore. There's no priest that can say, how about coming to my church and I'll teach you about God. The deceivers. And they won't teach you about the truth. They put it in your face. That is yes. Yes. Our positive Saviour, the Son. Because you must come to the Son to be saved. You cannot get to the Father unless you are saved by the Son. Because it's that baptism in the pineal gland of fire, and hence the fire above the head of the Christians at Pentecost, cross quarter day. This is when Pentecost happens, when in the book of Acts, they get a baptism of fire and they're speaking in tongues. That's the baptism of your pineal gland just gone. It's just exploded and you're in the Christ consciousness and saved. That's what salvation is. Now, back to our little friend Volney. And those under which the animal driven from the desert by thirst appeared on the banks of the Nile, stars of the sheaf, or of the harvest virgin, those of the reaping season. The stars of the lamb, stars of the two kids, those under which these precious animals were brought forth, and thus was resolved the first part of the difficulty. In the same manner he named the stars of the crab, those where the sun, having arrived at the tropic, retreated by a slow retrograde motion like the crab or Cancer. He named the stars of the wild goat or Capricorn, those where the sun, having reached the highest point in the annuary tract, rests at the summit of the hoary gnomon and imitates the goat, who delights to climb the summit of the rocks. The goat has the job to climb up. He named the stars of the balance or Libra, those where the days and nights, being equal, seemed in equilibrium like that instrument. The stars of the Scorpion, those where the certain periodical winds bring vapours burning like the venom of the scorpion. Now, I've got a few other sources, but I've done them in other presentations, and I don't want to repeat information. I like to bring new information out all the time, but I can go on and I can read many of these stories where Aries is the spring, the blossom, plough, generation, sliding down of the sun, midsummer, there is the sun, Virgo, holding the sheath of grain in her hands, and the virgins go out to pick the harvest, the bread season. Libra, why is there always an association with the winepress and vengeance? In the Bible it says, and I shall press them in the winepress of my anger. Well, it's the sun in his burning anger, and he turns those grapes into wine, and they are pressed every year. And that's why in one of the Gospels, after the crucifixion, the last thing Jesus says, it is finished. Here he says, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. Eli, Eli, why have you forsaken me? Because it's the coldest, shortest day of the year. Here he says, God, why do you struggle against me? And then God, every gospel says something different. In fact, Porphyry busted the Christians through 1700 years ago. He busted them. They burned all of Porphyry's books because he was teaching that you have to be vegetarian to get to God. He was, because, and of course, that's going to disturb a lot of these meat industries that are run by the corporations, and telling you that you've got to get iron and protein from your meat, which your body can't do. Simply can't do it. Simple as that, of course. Yeah, and these guys, Porphyry, Plutarch, Pythagoras, Einstein, Leonardo da Vinci, Plato, who else was a vegetarian? And who else do they poo-poo and tell you, oh, they're from the devil if you go there? It's like I was saying before, you don't need to believe in English to communicate in English. You need to know it. And that's the reason why with astrology, people that poo-poo it, it's a language. If you don't know it, you don't have to believe in it. So hence, why would they? The question is futile. Do you believe in astrology? This guy busted them. He says, and you ought to read the Christians as the Romans saw them. Great book. Celsus, 100 years before Porphyry, they burned his books. These are the fragmentary remains. We get these remains from this one, from Origen, the church father, and these fragmentary remains from other scraps on Porphyry. Thank God we've got these. Thank God we've got Julian's book, the emperor. Remember I told you about him 40 years after Constantine? against the Galileans. He calls them, he says, I am now going to expose their fiction to you. That's how he opens his words. Opening words. Julian, poor man, what he tried to do when he saw that Christian onslaught. The time has come, this is the opening words, for me to say for the benefit of all how I discovered beyond any doubt that the stories of the Galileans are the inventions of deceivers and tricksters. For these men seduce people into thinking that their gruesome story is the truth by appealing to the part of the soul that loves what is simple and childish. It's the stupid mind of the lower. The Octavius of Marcus Minucius, Felix, Celsus, Julian against the Galileans. I beg you to read these. These guys were busted back then. And I'm busting them now. But he said, your Gospels, why does the Son say something different every Gospel? Why does he say it is finished here? Well, because it's the wine season. Just previous to him saying that, they gave him vinegar. So the Son was given vinegar at this time, because when you squeeze those grapes and squeeze them and squeeze them and squeeze them and squeeze them and squeeze them, eventually you're going to sip that wine and it's vinegar. And in Egypt, when that moment came here on Judgment Day, hello, the Jews call this Judgment Day, judgment, the wine, he would taste that, ooh, and he would stand at the temple and he would raise his glass and say, it is finished. It's finished. The wine's finished. Let's start again. Thank you, Son, for the bread and the wine. Jesus, he feeds the masses and they celebrate the bread and the wine. That's what it means. It is finished. Why have you forsaken me? Why do you struggle against me? Anyway, it's in here. I can read that to you later. I'm not going to look for that because I want to sort of plough through this before we have to wind it up there. Now, so we see here that the story goes like this. The hero always begins his path here on the 25th of December. Do you know why the 25th of December?
Because the sun moves forward spring.
Yes. When the sun reaches this point, for 4 days, there's a period where the sun does not move on the horizon. The sun is doing this. On the horizon, there's 47 degrees on the horizon. So it's going summer, autumn, winter, spring. Summer, autumn, winter, spring. So you see you've got summer over here and winter over here. These points are the solstices. Now, when the sun reaches there, and you can watch this on the horizon, you can see the sun's cruising along here. The sun is walking on water. Because when you see the sun come up and setting, it's setting, you know, it sets over here at summer and then climbs back in winter 6 months later. It's beautiful. And you can see it and it stops for 3 days. That's from the 21st to the 25th. That's why the 25th of December is the birthday of the Jesus, Jesus, the sun. It's the sun. It's the day of the unconquered sun. Because even though Satan kills him and Sagittarius is spearing him, there's Sagittarius's arrow, and he is killed and pierced on the heel, he is still the unconquered sun. You cannot conquer him. And there is the hero dying with there's Hercules. He has the spear, the dagger in his Achilles' heel. There he is there. See the arrow? The hero, the sun, always dies in the heel. Hell, inferno. That's the heel. Hell and the heel. And all the L words. Israel. Elder in the congregation. Chapel. Cathedral. Evangel. The elite. That's the elder. It's all elitist. It's all male patriarchy and hierarchy. Ruling people by seducing them into powers, positions of authority. Authority is a no-no word in this universe.
Almost, well, isn't it?
Sorry?
The 8 can also do the 6. The symbol of the number 6.
Number 5.
Oh, it's number 5.
Yes, I'll show you that later.
Oh, okay.
It's the 5th letter, it's the E, and it's the 5th element. Right? It's the ethereal or quintessential. See, what does quintessential mean? The 5th essence. Well, that's it. Ethereal. Ether, ethereal is quintessential. It's the 5th ether. It's the one that all the philosophers are looking for. It's the manna. It's the sweet honey from the gods. It's the nectar. Ether. When you get baptized with this, you're rocking and rolling. You really, really are. That's what this guy calls the Saviour has come to visit. Listen to the Saviour. And he talks at length about meat and how bad it is for humans. It's the molecule. You're eating the animal. Your brothers, Plutarch, said, how did we come into a world that eats its brothers that are incarnating like we and will be of our race one day, humans? And we turn around and we slit their throats. And they called it the tyranny of the senses because there's so much pleasure in eating flesh.
And we're gods to them.
Sorry?
And we're gods to them.
Well, and we are their gods. It's like the angels, which we're going to be next, are our gods.
So would that ether also be like the capstone to the pyramid?
Yes, it is. Yes. Now, so he always, even though he's defeated by Saturn, the god of hearing, and why would you hear? Why would he be the god of hearing? Remember we established that Saturn is hearing, the rings of Saturn? Well, have a look where he is, in the dark. Because remember, we've got 6 o'clock over here, 12 o'clock over here, 6 and 12. This is a 24-hour clock. Sunrise, sunset, midday, midnight, equal, equinoxes, equinox, solstice, solstice, longest and shortest day. From the northern hemisphere, of course. It's not southern. All this science is from the northern hemisphere. So please transport yourselves there, because that's where 90% of civilization has been anyway, really, when you think of it. So it's focused on there, but it's not focused on that. It's not northern hemisphere centered. It has to do with this day. This is the beginning of everything. How do I know? All right. Well, we've put the head there. The head is the head. It's funny, isn't it? We have these expressions like hot-headed and cold feet. Oh, he's got cold feet. Oh, he's hot-headed. Well, feet are cold. This is cold. That's the coldest part of the day. Just before sunrise is the coldest part of the day. Cold feet. Hot head. Well, the body starts there. This used to be called primus. Primus, secundus, tertius, quartus, quintus, sextus, sept. September's the 7th month. It's not the 9th month. Because it all starts here. This is the start of the Jewish year. Right ascension. Does anyone know what right ascension is? Please, astronomers. RA is the celestial equivalent of longitude. See these lines? Where do we get our longitude from? Where does it start? We know that latitude starts from the equator, so that's 15 degrees north of the equator, that's 30 degrees north of the equator, 35, right? It's easy to tell because you've got an equator. It's right there, splitting. But which line splits north-south?
Greenwich.
Greenwich. That is Greenwich in the sky at 0 degrees Aries. It used to be the pyramid. It used to be Paris. It's only recent that it's gone to Greenwich, but it doesn't matter. As long as we agree to where it is and we've established it, it's there. Right ascension is here. Interesting. So when you say, oh, have a look with your telescope, 30 degrees right ascension. You're looking there. Right? They don't use degrees, they use hours and minutes anyway, but it doesn't matter. So you've got right ascension takes care of the longitude, and declination takes care of the latitude. And it starts there. Over here begins the month April. Does anyone know what apri means in Latin? Any Italians? No? Aprire. Aprire. You open the door. It means open. Why would that mean open? Because here is where the opening is to the kingdom of Ra, Raymond, the radiator, the regal one. That's how you say king in Italian. That's how you say king in Egyptian. Roma, Ra and Om. Om. Om is the sun. Paris. For Isis. What do you see in the heart of Paris on the little island, the cathedral to Notre Dame, to Our Lady? London. El, On, Don. That's 3 names for the sun. Just like Israel, Isis, Ra, and Elohim. Abraham, Sarah, who come from Brahma and Saraswati. I mean, aren't people thinking, hang on a minute, we've got Brahma and Sarah Swati, and you just go Abraham and Sarah. It's all there. It's all the one religion that was handed down to us in a very, very difficult and very highly veiled system, so that these pearls shall not be thrown to swine, because that's what they were doing. It's not to keep people stupid, but it was originally done to keep people honest. If you're a fool and you want to come into the mystery school and learn all these wonderful secrets and abuse the power, because you can get a lot of power from this. When you know which is your ruling sign, I know that mine is the sun, because my ascendant is Leo.
And if your ascendant rules the chart?
You see? How many people who know astrology don't know that? We should know that. Yes, it's the ascendant. That's why it's so important to know when you were born, the minute and the second. And they've stopped us doing that in the hospitals. It's just, get that baby out, slap him, inject him with some immunisations, and quickly, we need a birth certificate signed. We need to inform quickly, get him in the system, come on, hurry up. And they get a spot fee of $2,000 for doing that. Did you know that? Yes. Because they want you in the system straight away. They don't want you to know this information. You've got to know the time you were born, the time of your birth. Look, there's only about a 2-hour window. You have to work within a 2-hour window because these signs, they go through, the sun goes through that. Remember, this is 6 o'clock. So if you're born, let's say like me, 24th of March, and you're born, let's say at 7 o'clock in the morning, you'll be born here. Because Aries rules every day from here to here, 6 to 8. So you've got a 2-hour window to work out where your ascendant is, so you know your ruling sign. And you're supposed to be devoted to that God. These are the gods that you're supposed to be devoted to, because once you devote yourself to these gods who are yours, mine is the sun, and my numerology is 1, so it's the sun. Has to be. When you know and you devote yourself to these gods and this science, the holy science, and you become like the true Christians, the Helio-Gnostics, the knowers of the sun, then you will say goodbye to them one day, because you will be of a higher order than these. because that's where we came from. We come from a way higher order than any of these pretenders. This is Jehovah, Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh, of the Jews. Don't try and tell Christians that, because they don't want to know it, because they're not interested in the truth, they're interested in their fiction. Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh is fire, air, earth and water. That's why they call him the creator. You have created all things, because it is the created. This is the effect of the cause. This is the created creator, the demiurge. And they are planetary bodies. That's all they are, just atoms. Because we are living in the great God. And they are the bones of the God. Those stars we see are the atoms of the God. And we are in the middle kingdom. The man is here. The mineral, the plant, the animal, the man is in the middle kingdom. And that star that I told you before, Regulus in the heart, the heart chakra, that is your Christ. That's why you always see Christ with his heart exposed. What's he doing with his heart on his chest? It's telling you that that's where the Christ is, in the heart. And we are the seed of stars. I'm looking at a seed of a star. That's a star. That's a star. You are a star. You are a star. You are a star. And I mean a star. You will be like Michael, our archangel. That's Michael. That's Gabriel. That's Gabriel. That's Raphael. That's Samael. Ariel. And well, that's Michael. Anyway. And that's what we are. And that's why we call our children youngsters. And we give them little stars when they... A gold star. Be as good as gold. Gold? Because it's the sun. That's why we have gold coins, silver coins and bronze coins. Gold, silver, bronze, hermaphrodite, tin and copper. I usually have my little Incan eagle here. Sorry, and it's made of bronze. And I have that there to do the coming in the middle.
So that's also the Holy Trinity as well?
Yes, the Father, the Ether, in Kabbalah, Kether. Kether is up here, right? So that's the Father. And then you point to the heart, the Sun, that's the fire. And then you do the shoulders, that's Gemini. The air, Spirit. Now, see, it's all there. I'm just pointing it to you. You already know all of this. You're just remembering it now. And Plato said we are here to experience anamnesis, the remembering, the reconstituting of what we all know. You are all high priests and you are all exquisite knowers of this esoteric truth. You are just remembering it. And I'm just helping you along the way and just pointing to you and showing you where everything is. It's there. Like a jeweler would put a clock together. You wouldn't know how to, would you? You'd see those little little springs and little cogs and little bits of jewels, and they make a watch out of it, and you can tell your time. And you've seen those little ladies' clocks? Handmade? Who makes those cogs? I want to pat him on the back. Who's making all the beautiful computers that we do? It's so powerful. We are powerful.
Machines, I think.
We're really powerful. And we are gods. And instead of telling our little children in school, we're going to call you youngsters, children, because you are young stars and you are the seeds of a star. How about that? Kindergarten teacher. Do you think we're going to get any of that? No, because you send them to a state school to be brainwashed. And this is the knowledge they're running from. They're running from this. Try and tell a priest about all this, about Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh.
This wasn't... The Catholic Church did not sort of... this was not used since well before the Catholic Church.
Can I get a water, please, if you don't mind? Sorry. Yeah, I'm really getting dry. I've finished all my water.
Can I just go back?
You've got 8 minutes left, 7 minutes left.
No worries.
With your ascending sign, my sister who studied, she said you could see your ascending sign in your body shape.
Yes. Yes.
Right? And
Yes.
you mentioned numerology, so is it tied with numerology at all?
Yes. Yes, it is. You'll find that 90% of the time they harmonise with your numerology. Absolutely. I'm looking for my fairy tales book because I've remembered that I was told you that I was going to wrap 7 wonderful circles around here. From now on, when you go out there and you see Aries and Taurus and everything, you're going to understand what they mean. And you're going to see the story of the hero, how these signs tell you that he becomes a hero, like the moon in her glory at full moon. And all the planets, they all have their ruling house, their detriment, their fall and their exaltation. And it's all scientific. This is science. Cardinal fire. Well, everything is... See this cardinal, fixed and mutable. What does that mean? Well, cardinal is the beginning, that's the middle, and that's the end energy, to put it simply. Just imagine a fire hose. Creator, preserver, destroyer. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Growth, birth, growth, decay. G-O-D. What's G-O-D? God. Would that be generation, operation and degeneration or dissolution? Yes, it would.
Or destruction.
Or destruction. Imagine a fire hose, right? It's very powerful water at the start. Very powerful. And that's what the cardinal signs are. Very powerful people. They move in a straight line, mate. Believe me, you want to see when I'm going somewhere. I don't like anyone in my way. And it's my nature. It's my God. Aries is there. Mars is doing things to me. He's making me martial. Making me martial. And you find that Arians are good fighters. Like Steven Seagal, Jackie Chan. Great Arians. People like that. Electric people. Eddie Murphy. Just, woof, a lot of electricity. Because it's cardinal fire. It's at the bottom. It's at the birth part. It's not at the growth or the decay. The decay will be mutable, mutating. These signs have always got two twins, 2 fish, man, horse, and Virgo is Mercury, which is the coming together of man and woman. These are the fixed ones. They tell another story. They tell the fixed qualities of the person. These people are fixed, very fixed. That's why these people have got the big necks. Earthy, Taurian, solid, like a bull. Oh, you beauty. Thanks, mate.
I was going to ask, the constellations, we go through the ages the other way.
Yes, in procession.
Why is Aquarius related to the cold Saturn? Golden age.
Yeah, good point. But that's a bit difficult. But it has to do with the spiral, right? Every 24,000 years, we don't go around and go back to the same point in evolution. We've gone up the spiral, right? And precession goes backward, but the day and the sine wave goes forward. Because we are going clockwise around Sirius. That's why. If we get a pole shift in next year, which is quite possible going to happen as we go through the galactic plane, because that's what happens, you do, is a reversal of polarity, right? If that happens, then this science has to be readjusted, recalibrated. And it has been recalibrated. This is the science of now and of the last, say, 30 or 40,000 years. And it was given to us by we ourselves. When we were gods, then we fell to demigods, then we fell to heroes, and then we fell to the human consciousness. And we are about to be downloaded with a massive load of consciousness soon. Are you finding that you're starting to work things out more and see things and see the massive gap between you and the consumer out there? The guy that's going to the footy and Collingwood's going to beat Carlton, you know, and he's at the pub and you see them, you walk past the pub and you see them, they're all drinking, they're sitting out smoking outside there and they're all eating and drinking and not taking any note until the flood came and swept them all away. That's what it's talking about. So Christians are right when they read the holy science and the prophecies and the eschatology that is in there. There's eschatology in the Bible, the science of the end. And we're living in the end time, the time of the harvest. Virgo. See, Pisces. It's been the age of Pisces for 2,000 years, but look opposite. It's also been Virgo. Now we are going to Aquarius, and guess who? The heart chakra. We're going from there to there, courtesy of the Son, Christ Jesus. This is the Christ chakra, and this is the baptism. And this is when Jesus says, I'll be knocking on your door. If you open the door, we shall have an evening meal. That's the Saviour that Sri Yukteswar is talking about in Holy Science. Treat him well when he visits, because he will teach you all things via the labyrinth, the holy science, the temple of David, the tabernacle of Moses in the wilderness. This is everything. King Arthur's Round Table. It's all the myths and all the fairy tales. Okay, so with cardinal, that's at the start of the hose. Then you can imagine that beautiful curve of the hose, that beautiful form. You can imagine that being fixed. And then mutable is all these drops. It fragments, disappears. And what about a little baby? Cardinal, a mature man standing up erect, fixed, and then a little old man on his three, mutable. Right? There's many ways you can look at it, but it's God. It's the start, the middle, and the end, and everything does it. So everything comes, and this is the Holy Trinity, by the way. This is the Trinity. It's the triplicity. Fire, fire, and fire triplicity. Water, water, and water. I've colour-coded that, aren't I? Clever. See? Blue water, blue water, blue water. Woo. So good. And so they are the triplicity. And guess what? They all have their turn. Water has its turn to be cardinal, to be fixed, to be mutable. Right? Do you see that? And notice where fire dwells. Fire dwells here, cardinal fire, 6 a.m, sunrise. Hello? It has to be there. Because that's the sun coming up as a little boy, man, old man, dead. That's how they said it. Plutarch, all the philosophers. The up cycle, the down cycle. And then here you've got the doors to the kingdom of heaven and the door to the kingdom of hell. The two trees in the Garden of Eden. The tree of life, because the cycle is everlasting, and longer days, shorter nights. The tree to the knowledge of good and evil. Good and evil. Once you eat from this tree, on the day you eat from it, you shall positively die. And then God had to make skins for Adam and Eve, because they're going down into winter, outside of the Garden of Eden. The land flowing with milk. Milky Way galaxy. Interesting. Between Scorpio and Sagittarius. Would they be pointing at something? Yes. If you find Scorpio the most magnificent constellation in the stars, bar none, it looks like a scorpion. It actually does look like a scorpion, like that. And its tail, and this Sagittarius' arrow, that's the centre of the Milky Way galaxy, right there. November the 22nd, May the 22nd. We're coming to that in 7 days. The crossing. That's when, those are the most powerful days. That's when you kill JFK on the 22nd of November. If you want to kill the big rooster, as the French assassins who killed him said. Did you see the documentary? Where those French assassins came out and said, we did it. It's on YouTube. Check it out. Who killed JFK? When they got the letter, when they got the job, and they said, all right, they said to the CIA guy, well, of course, run by George Bush, killers, murderers, they killed John Lennon. When he said, he asked the question, who's the job? They said, le grand coq, the big rooster, the big boy, the biggest. That means JFK. Nice job. That's when you do it. Now, fairy tales. And you're going to see that there's days here that are designated for certain things. You want to start a war? You do it on the 20th. That's when they invaded Libya. On the eve of the equinox, before you go into Aries, Mars, to be marshal to fight your wars. That's when George Bush started his war in Iraq in 2003, on March the 20th, same day. And then they finished it conveniently on May Day. Osama bin Laden's dead, Hitler's dead. Let's start the Illuminati Day. 6 weeks. They famously call it the 6-week war, rubbing it in our noses, telling us that we have a sacrifice. This is the month of that sacrifice. You fight people and kill people because they're killers. They are killers. You want to see the... it's all run by the Vatican and the Zionist Jews. if you want to know who's... It's the Mother Church and the Father Church. Church of Satan and the Church of Jesus, the Jewish Church and the Christian Church. That's what they are, and it's run by the Jews. You need to listen to Rabbi Finkelstein on the documentary, The Lying Jews, and you'll see how they're rubbing it in your face. The Goyim are so freaking stupid. They'll buy any of their poisons. Even the kids, when you go to Shell shop and you see all those chocolates for children with all that aspartame in there, and you look at, Mummy, I want this chocolate. They demand it. And we give it to them. Oh yes, and the Jews, according to Finkelstein, and the Catholics, they're criminal cartels. That's what they are, doing business with us, and we are enjoying the sodomy. Because they've been sodomizing us for a long time. Fairy tales. Orpheus, Eurydice, Eros and Psyche, Jason and the Golden Fleece, the labours of Hercules, Sigurd and Brynhild, Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. There too, in forms which can be traced with ease, we have the stories of the fairyland, the germs of the 1001 tales of the Arabian Nights, and the narratives of giants and dwarfs and enchanters, of men and maidens transformed by magic arts into beasts and birds, of riches hidden in the caves and bowels of the earth, and guarded by trolls and gnomes, of blessed lands where all is bright and sunny, and where there is neither work nor cave. Whatever indeed is strange or fanciful, or takes us straight from our grey, hard-working world into the sweet and peaceful country of once upon a time, can be found in these ancient Hindu books. So he traces them back to Hindu sources. The Aryan race has to be, because we are Aryans, and it has to do with this. We are now Pisceans, the ones incarnating now. We are the Piscean race. That's our base core race. Yeah, Manly P. Hall teaches that. If you listen to his Astrotheology's audio files on the internet, you can download them. They are the best thing for learning everything I'm telling you here now. You can listen to it in your car and your iPod. Manly P. Hall, the greatest occultist of the 20th century. And he's got a lot of YouTube videos. Get into Manly P. Hall and get, man, the wisdom that oozes from Manly P. Hall. So all the heroes, it's all the sun. And they all mean the same things. That is, the relation between the sun and the earth, the succession of day and night, of winter and summer, of storm and calm, of cloud and tempest, and golden sunshine, and bright blue sky. And this is the source from which we get our fairy stories. For underneath all of them, there are the same fanciful meanings, only changed and altered in the way of putting them by the lapse of ages of time, by the circumstances of different countries, and by the fancy of those who kept the wonderful tales alive without knowing what they meant. Why do we tell our people about Cinderella? Cinderella is the story of the sun and the dawn, obscured by the envious clouds, her sister, and by her stepmother, the night. So she is Aurora the dawn, and the fairy prince is the morning sun, ever pursuing her to claim her for his bride. And as his bride, the dawn, it's beautiful when you see the sun come up out of the dawn. And why is it beautiful? Because the Virgo is at the other end. The sun is always born of a virgin. And when the sun comes up out of the blue sea of Pisces in the morning, that's water, and that's fire. So the fire, we already said, yes means fire, means the sun. In Hebrew, yes means fire, or the sun. That's that word, which we say, yes. And we shut our eyes when we pray to the Lord. Why? Yes. It's the light of the world. Look, they shall see me in the clouds. And when he comes up out of the water, every day, born of a virgin, he comes up out of the Mare, Maria, Jesus' mother, Mary. That's Mary. Maritime, marine, water, And if you get the alphabet and you put A over here, and you go B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, 13th letter, middle, A, air, spirit, M, matter, marine, and N, next door, they are the waves, the glyph in Egyptian for water, and that's Aquarius, the water bearer. And Mem, the Hebrew letter Mem, in the middle means water, and Nun means fish. In Italian, we have nuotare, to swim. It's all water. And then you go around and you see how the alphabet. Now, to learn all this, you need to read, if you're interested in that subject, Alvin Boyd Kuhn, like Manly P. Hall, another great occultist who teaches this, how the alphabet is here, and he's exposed this to the world. And also the numbers are in there. The numbers, which I'll go into later, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The numbers from 1 to 9 are here.
You're going to run out of later.
Huh?
You're going to run
Oh yeah, big time. Little Red Riding Hood gets devoured by the wolf and then comes out alive at the other side. The hunter, the darkness, the wolf. To learn how every myth and fairy tale, I would suggest you read these books. These are the best from the 1800s. You've got Myths and Myth Makers by John Fiske, and fairy tales, their origin and meaning. When Perseus kills Medusa, Perseus is the sun and Medusa is the starlit night. The stars, they run away when the sun comes to town. You can't see the stars behind the sun. It takes up all the light. Sorry, I'm the hero of the show. That's why Christians act the way they do, the artificial Christians, who believe in the historical Christ, which is the biggest lie ever told. And that lie needs to be exposed by someone who knows. Like, how about someone from the Piso family? The Piso family have had someone on the throne of Rome for the last 2,000 years. Someone of that family should know what they've done to us with the historical lie of Jesus Christ, and whoopsie-doo, we have Roman Piso who did his family tree history and everything and went way back to Arius Piso. Arius Calpurnius Piso, the guy who was behind Titus. Titus was the general who went to Jerusalem and destroyed the temple. Remember, Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 CE. This was the power behind that move. Get rid of those Jews and establish a world empire. And they'd done that with Augustus 40 years, 80 years prior to that. When Julius Caesar, and by the way, JC in Julius Caesar corresponds to Jesus Christ. That is the Messiah. Anyway, this guy has exposed that when you read this, you'll be disgusted at how they did it. And all the sexual innuendo in the Bible and all the stuff that they put in there to basically, they've mutilated the Bible, but it's still a document in which you can find this truth. It's still there. It's just you have to look for it. But these people tampered with it and made the Christ story a literal story. They placed it in time. And that has been the greatest evil. And how much killing have they done ever since? Christopher Columbus, this country. Remember what they did to the blacks in this country, the Christians? They came here, it was Christ. I'm telling you, they came with their crosses. No, not all of them.
Some of them were deeply loving, compassionate.
Absolutely.
Sacrificed their lives to
Yes. Yes.
This is why I think to polarize is not a
No, it's not. It's not. I'm not doing that. Do you understand? I'm not trying to do that. Is that, or am I? You think I should be a little bit more clear about that? Because I'm not. I'm not trying to do that at all. But the reason why I say this is that I know the history, and I've done seminars on this. How the Vatican owns the title to the whole planet, all the souls therein, via the claim of right that they made through their papal bulls. And one of those papal bulls was written up in 1471, 11 years before Columbus set sail. And when Columbus came back, he signed contracts with the King of Portugal called the Treaty of Tesadillos, in which the Vatican, Alexander, the Borgia Pope at the Vatican, blessed and accepted as the title for all the Americas. And that is how they've treated us. They do own the world by virtue of that. And Franco Collins is the guy in Australia, that's the guy who's going to challenge them. Because that claim of right hasn't been challenged. They put on that papal bull that they own the world and all the souls therein, and that's why our birth certificates are tied to that. And that's why they conquered these lands. That's why they had to come here and take this land, because it's a business, it's a corporation. Those trusts are corporations, and they make money on them. And they've enslaved us by doing that. And they're running a business. All of this is a business. It's all a business. The Americas, everything. It's all business. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is the Christian power, because the religion that they use, the deceivers in theology, is predominantly Christian. The fictional Christian, because I'm teaching you true Christianity here. Christ is the Son. So when I say that, that's what I'm saying. He's not the only guy who's exposed that. So has this guy about Arius Copernicus. Okay? So, and they've exposed, and let me tell you, if you read this book and you realise who's behind all the injury in the world, the banksters, right? But he's got a chapter in here, and it's called Monotheism, Money, Militarism, and Monarchy. That's the cabals that have joined in order to enslave us. But monotheism, please believe me, is our enemy. It's our enemy, monotheism. And the Christians, those empire builders, those corporations and imperialists, did all their murders with the blessing of the Vatican. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that, to polarise us and to hate what's happened, but it's a business. And they cannot do it unless they have their priestcraft, i.e. the cardinals, blessing them. They can't do it unless there's a papal bull in the vault in the Vatican and to act on it. They can't do it. Like they can't hoodwink you when you go to court. When you go to court, everything about court is ecclesiastical. You're going to confess. It's the sacrament of penance. They've monetised money, sin. They've monetised sin. You're going into court to confess. It's a hearing. There's the clerk, the cleric. There's the scrivener notary. Scrivener means a writer of indulgences. All those writs, all those fines and summonses comes from a scrivener. Scrivener, vene, scribe means to write, and vene is an indulgence. They're telling you. They give you an attorney who turns you over. They give you a prosecutor, prosecutus, representing one's own flesh, cutus, skin. So he goes and represents, he goes with a summons and he says, Your Honour, I've got this charge against this guy who's the beneficiary of the Sestri KV trust, by the way. You're the beneficiary of that trust. Remember that when you go into court. And don't change roles with the judge, because this is how they're hoodwinking you, and they need the blessing of Saturn. They need the blessing, the Latin in the courts, because it's the Church of Saturn, the Grim Reaper. That's why they wear black. It's all ecclesiastical. You're going there to confess, and we are paying money to the Vatican. And it's run by the Zionist Jews. Simple as that, through the private guilds. How they do that? Okay, I wasn't going to get into this because this is another presentation altogether. But, oh, look at that. There's your local sheriff with a cross on his thing. That is an officer of the Inquisition, people. When you learn what Franco Collins is teaching, you'll see that's an officer of the Inquisition. That's the 3 crowns of the Pope, the tiara, the trirenium. They are the three Sestui KV accounts that hold your soul. They are the kings of your soul. That takes away your personal property through your birth certificate. That takes away your real estate. This takes away your soul. And that's Pope Boniface in 1302 that established that papal bull. So when they go a-conquering, and the Temple Bar, that's in the City of London, that's the people who run the courts, who run that fictional court by the false empire.
Does the word magistrate come from the word magic?
Yes, magic, because they are doing their magic on you, and they do a trick of it. There's the tiara. There's the Pope's wearing it. That's 666, because the trusts are called Sestui KV. Sestui is 6. That's the king, the mark of the beast. The beast are you and I, the fools who have signed up to the system. And that's what they're doing. They're rubbing it in your face. That's why I say that I know what Christians did. I'm talking about the imperialist corporate Christians. That's Christopher Columbus landing. Within a year, they wrote back to Spain saying, this man, on this island there were 3 million inhabitants, there are only 200 left. Your soldiers have butchered everyone. They just butchered and butchered and butchered and butchered and butchered. Right? Sure, there were pilgrims that went, that were running away. There were Hermeticists that were running away to America, and there were good people. It's full of good people. There are more good than bad. But it's the corporations that are bad, and it's corporations that use Christianity to spellbind us. They can't do it legally without the blessing. That is the Pope in 1862. Pope right there, blessing all these, the army of the Italians. It's scary when you think about it, but we have to bust this system. I mean, it needs to be busted. It needs to be either ignored or dealt with. And I think that if anyone was interested in really studying that aspect of our history, I've got some websites that will be very, very handy to go to. That's Franco Collins. And they all connect to my website called universaltruthschool.com. Universaltruthschool.com. And these are all Franco Collins, and this here teaches here where you can create an ecclesiastical deed poll and you can collapse those trusts.
So how do you really tell that something is completely trustworthy? I mean, what sort of questions can you ask to get to the root of it so that you know it is true?
Well, I actually have a DVD of the seminar I did exposing this, if you can. If you would like to know this. I've got a DVD, Rome filmed it, I did it at the Nexus Forum meeting. Yes? Well, you don't have to write these because they are all connected to my Universal Truth School. You see the links on my Universal Truth School website. All of these Franco Collins ones, but there's great reading in here. There's great stuff in there. Have a look at that. That is a painting by Giorgio Vasari in 1572, Pope Gregory's army, navy, 200 ships in the Bay of Naples, going to Turkey with the Inquisition, with the crusade against Turkey. 200 ships in the Bay of Naples. That's only a portion of the Navy. That was only a portion of it, 200 ships. That has morphed into the US Navy. It's been morphing and morphing and morphing, and it's a corporation. They're just corporations. But they're getting sued and they're going to come down. The corporations will all be a thing of the past in the next few years. Believe me, I know this. It's going to happen.
What is your understanding of the Antichrist?
Okay, the Antichrist is in fact Christianity. It's the people saying, Lord, Lord, did we not perform many miracles in your name, and did we not expel demons, and did we not cast demons out and do powerful miracles in your name? Of which he replies, get away from me, workers of lawlessness, I've never known you. It's Christianity. Because what they're doing is they've counterfeited this true science. These are the 12 apostles. This is Christ. Why is he the Lamb of God? Why is he the fisherman of men? Why is he the Son of Man, the scapegoat of Israel? Why is he a virgin, born of a virgin, the bread of life? Why is he the Messiah of the tribe of Judah, the Lion of Israel? Because the lion rules in summer. When the sun goes through that sign with Sirius in the back and there's the dog days, that's Jesus of the Lion of the tribe of Judah. That's Jesus the twin. Have you seen any information about Jesus being a twin? No. See, you have. Yes. Yes, you have. And I'm glad you have, because it saves me having to show pictures like this, because I bring them along because I'm trying to... There's the 5th century mosaic in the imperial palace at Constantinople, and it is Joseph with Jesus and Geminus, meaning literally the twin. The concept is old. Jesus is the good beetle. How many church fathers called him the good beetle? The lion, the bread, the just one. Be wise as serpents, and yet cautious as doves. I came not to bring peace, but to bring division in the world, and a sword. He carries the sword, and that's the division that he brings. December the 25th is the birthday of the Son. John the Baptist is 6 months older than Jesus. Remember Elizabeth and Mary? Mary trudges off to see her cousin. And then John the Baptist, woo, he's 6 months old in the belly, and he just jumps because Mary has the Son of God in her womb. Well, if he's 6 months older, he would have his birthday over here on June the 24th, St. John's Day. And is there a scripture in the Bible that says, he shall go on increasing, and I will go on decreasing? It's all there. When Jesus has died and resurrected, he goes to the beach, and he's going to wait around for 40 days. 40 days and 40 nights. 40 days and 40 nights. From here to here is 40 days and 40 nights, roughly. From here to here is 40 days and 40 nights, roughly. They call it the 40 days and 40 nights. This is the wilderness, when Jesus goes into the wilderness. He gets baptized by January, Aquarius the water bearer, the wet month. At the age of 30 degrees. January the Baptist, John the Baptist. So, when you see all these days, and why did he say, he shall go on increasing and I will go on decreasing? Well, it's all there. When Jesus was walking on the beach after he was resurrected, he looks out in the Sea of Galilee and he sees his apostles and he says, "Oi, did you catch any fish?" "No." "Put your net on the other side of the boat." Pulls it up, they pull the net up. "Catch any fish?" "Yes, the nets are bursting, bring them to shore." And he's got a little fish on the beach, and he's cooking this fish, and he's got some bread, and he's going to feed his disciples and tell them what to do before he ascends to the heavens. This happens here. This story. I'll explain that. It's all here. All the stories, Little Red Riding Hood, anyone, name it. You name it, and I'll interpret it with this. Or it will interpret it with this. Anyway, they said, the nets are bursting. All of a sudden, they counted the fish. How many fish did they find? Does anyone know this story? It's amazing. And yet Christians read this and they go, Christians, I'm not attacking Christians. Please understand. I've already established that. I'm attacking the way they interpret this beautiful wisdom. That's all I'm doing. Okay? There was 153 fish. Ooh. Oh, wonder what's so interesting about 153. Well, Pythagoras knew what 153 was. So did Empedocles, his disciple. That's how many fish they caught. That's the number of the Veshica. That's the number of the fish. 2 circles sharing a common radius. Circle 1, dot. Circle 2, and you have a fish swimming there. The measurement from there to there is 153. It's the measurement of the fish. 153 as opposed to 265. That's 265, 153. It's the number of the fish. Empedocles knew it. All the sacred geometry teachers and the teachers of this holy science, physics, knew it. And so there it is embedded in the gospel. Why would those 153, I mean, here's a gospel that's supposed to be teaching you how to ascend to the heavens and give you the science of salvation, and these 153 fish get in there and, hey, I want to get in the gospel, I want to be holy, I want to be numbered in the Bible. It makes no sense, really, does it, to count the fish? But it shows you that they're hiding it in there, and the Piso man brings that out. He brings out how they borrowed from Plato and how they borrowed from Hermes and put it in there. How many sacred days? Here, on the 6th of August, in the Bible, is when the sun is transfigured. It's the middle of summer. That's the transfiguration. On the 15th of August, you have the Ascension of Mary. Wind up, 5 minutes. And you have the Ascension of Mary. And then you have the Nativity of Mary in September, on September the 8th. Well, the Ascension is when the sun goes into Virgo and takes all her stars away. She's ascended. And then when the sun climbs another 30 degrees and comes out of the Virgin, then she's reborn again. The Nativity of the Virgin. 25th of March, that's when Gabriel says to Mary, you shall conceive. 25th of March, count 9 months, and the sun is born. That's the birthday of the sun, the 25th of December. Exactly 9 months. And Pentecost, around about May Day, that 49 days, remember, that's when, in the womb, here's conception, that's when the embryo becomes a fetus, and then 5 months later, the baby drops. Virgo, the belly, the baby drops, 3 months later it is born. This is the cycle of the birth of man. And it starts here on the 25th of March, and that's why they always celebrate the Passover of the lamb, and they eat the lamb, the Jews. The 3 most important Jewish festivals of the pilgrimage were here, here, and here. Equinoctial. Christmas is here. And there are literally, just go around, have a look at St. Paul's baptism, the 25th of January. Find out why St. Paul was converted over here. Find out what it means when Jesus is born in a manger and there were shepherds and flocks outside. Well, that's because when Jesus is born on the 25th in Capricorn there are 2 constellations. One's called Al-Firq in Arabic, and it means the flock. And one's called Eray, and it means the shepherd. That's the shepherd outdoors. And he's born in a cave. Well, that's the cave. Capricorn is a cave. It's where Golgotha is, the place of skulls, Saturn being the ruler. All right. Anyway, there are a couple of wheels I think we've missed, but nonetheless, if you are to remember that this is the 24-hour day and the year and the points, the beginning points, we already discussed, this is the start. It was called Primus. It's right ascension. It's the start of the sine wave, and it produces this beautiful effect. And when you look at it, it corresponds to physics. Cardinal fire, fixed fire, of course, it's the warmest part of the day, 2 to 4, and it's the warmest part of the year, midsummer, so of course it's fixed, and then of course it mutates here on the 21st of December. Of course that's mutable fire. Fire cannot enter into this quadrant because it's done its triplicity in the kingdom of Jesus, opposed to Satan's. And these are the 2 churches, the 2 brothers, and they fight with each other. Here, remember I showed you Orion was in here, in Taurus. Orion is killing the bull. He's slaying the bull. This is where our brain is, the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere. It's Cain killing Abel. Abel is the bull Cain is Orion, the hero. Cain kills Abel, in that the day kills the night, like Horus kills Set, but also it's talking about the right brain, the left brain, who is the tyrant, the male side, killing the right brain. It's there in the stars. When you see Orion killing the bull, you know what it means. Because that's what the occultists knew, and they taught that. They taught the inner story of what's going on here. I wish I had more time to do that and show you how the stars, how all these stars, is a beautiful story to tell, and it's in your body, it's magic. And when you look up and you see, oh, there's my heart, there's my head, all in the skies. Probably wrap up with a question then, and for the film, and then if anyone wants to stay back, I can go on. Are we allowed to do that, George?
I won't hear questions, so unless you...
Repeat them?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, like the question was.
The books you were showing here, you have them listed on the website?
Yes, I have a video now. If you're interested in all this, I have some products that I'm selling. Now that's $10. That's the book I was showing you before about the astrological body types. I'm selling that on my website anyway, but I've got a few of them here, 3 or 4, and they're $10 each. I have $20 DVDs, and this has 2 hours and 40 minutes of this with much different facts. Much different facts, and I do go into stuff like I show how before I was telling you about all the symbols that they're using. That's the sun, that's Aries, that's the sun, that's the sun. All of these cars, they're all the sun. That's the winged disc, Viracocha. It's all the sun. Holden, there's Leo on the sun. Of course you're going to use the sun. There's Leo, there's the sun, the CIA. Lucent, Lucy in the sky with diamonds, the eye of the sun, Time Warner. There's the Elvis Presley's sun label. There's Elvis Presley, the King Ra, standing on the sun. Of course, you're not going to have some doofus symbol. All these corporations are going to have the sun. There's the black sun. Remember Saturn? 2 suns and the Vesica Pisces in the middle. The sun, 72 leaves. Very important, number 72. The sun, Time Warner, the sun, life winking at you, the sun, the newspaper, the sun, Vodafone, 666, borrowed from the Ku Klux Klan, and they're telling you in the face and they're laughing at you, buy our products please, Hyatt, the sun, the pyramid, the sun, disc over, the sun, the stars, the sun, Cancer, which is the sun, the unicorn, Cancer, and the moon. And the moon is always white, the bride, and the sun is golden. Aquarius, the water. Volvo, male and female. Vulva, just put an A on the end of that. There's Mars having sex with Venus's orbit. Mars is very elliptical. Venus is softer, and that's the sun. Toyota, there's the sun. Mazda and Nissan all mean March, because the sun is passing over the equator. Nisan, the month of strength. McDonald's used the Aries symbol. Nike, the rings of Neptune, Saturn. Remember the E, ether. They always do something with the E. They always make it look, you know, oh, let's shove the E in your face, but you don't know what's going on, do you? It's ether. Or it's the 5th essence, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or the 5th letter of the alphabet. 5, they're telling you about L. 5. See the 5? Because it's the 5th essence, the quintessence. Double X, Walmart, that's the sun. The Union Jack, Jack means the sun. Sun. That's the sun. The 4 stars. What are the 4 stars? Who can guess which of the 4 stars?
Aldebaran and basic
Aldebaran, Regulus, Antares, Fomalhaut. Now, just one more thing, and then I'll leave that. The Korean flag, spirit and matter. Remember the A and the M, that's fire, that's water. Water, mem, marine, earth, fire, air and water. The four polarities. It's all science. All of these symbols are science. We've forgotten the meaning. They're all science. There's the man, Aries on the head, Pisces at the feet. There is a scene, a Christian scene, of Mary being announced that she will be a virgin. She's a virgin. She will conceive. It's in Egypt, in Luxor, in the temple of Luxor. And the three wise men coming to do obeisance to the cloud. It was covered in stucco for thousands of years. They've just recently uncovered it in the last century. And there it is. There's the nativity scene of Christ. There's Leonardo da Vinci, the Last Supper. There's Jesus with his 4 seasons of 3 clusters. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. There's Dionysus with his 12 helpers. There's Horus coming up from the horizon. Horus has risen. The horizon. There's the 12. Everywhere you see the 12. There's always 12. And they say, these deniers that watch Zeitgeist and try to debunk Zeitgeist on the internet, I laugh at these fools. When I see them, I think, you don't know half the science, that you're just muddying it with your stupidity. They're trying to dethrone or debunk Zeitgeist, who's talking about all of this. And they said there that Mithras had 12 helpers. Well, the guy said plain clear, says, nowhere in history have we ever found any evidence of Mithras having 12 helpers. There it is. Is that the one? No, that's Horus. I probably don't have the one of Mithras, but have a look at the guy who debunks the debunker, and he's got the picture there. You can get it on Google. Just go in Google Images, Mithras and his 12 disciples, and it'll pop up. And this guy debunking Zeitgeist, and he says there's no evidence in the world. Thank you. Warm welcome, and thanks for turning up. Excellent. Very nice. What I want to do is I want to achieve 3 things today and hopefully transmit as much knowledge to you as possible, so there's no confusion. I want to talk about the galactic alignment, what exactly that is. I want to also go through a story, the most amazing story that has ever been told. That there is the sun and all of the constellations of the heavens. All of them. That's the ecliptic. You see this sine wave? That's the journey that the sun makes backwards through the 12 signs of the zodiac. And as it goes backwards, comes to the age of Pisces where we are. Pisces is over here, Aries, Taurus. But the sun, that's the ecliptic. In other words, that's the passage of the sun, and this is the galactic equator. Okay? So this story that the sun journeys and takes every day, he does all of that. So our roof in the heavens every day goes around once, that away. Every year it goes once, that away. But every 25,920 years, being the official figure for precession of the equinoxes, it goes backward. So we derive from this 3 cycles that are fundamental to the storytelling of the gospel. This is the one and only gospel that exists. The Vedas come from here. This is the Vedas. There are 4 Vedas, are there not? 1, 2, 3, 4. It's the 4 seasons. There are 4 Gospels, are there not? There are 4, but there are 1. There's 1. And so we're going to learn about this. And as we go through the 12 signs of the zodiac, I'm going to show you that there are also in the deacons, which mean these are 30-degree slots, by the way. And in those there are decans, which mean 10-degree slots. Right? So there are 36 of them. Well, there are 36 extra zodiacal signs. And together with the 12 signs of the zodiac, they make up the 48 that the great astrologer of the the 2nd century Ptolemy recorded as 48 constellations in the sky. So when you look up, there are 48 very prominent and important constellations which make part of this storytelling. So not just the 12 of the ecliptic, but the 3 that are attached to every one. For instance, Aries has Cassiopeia, Cetus and Perseus in it. So that's where you find Perseus, the slayer of Medusa. That's where he dwells in the story. And Jason and his 12 voyages and the Argonauts, they begin in Aries because they're looking for the golden fleece. And Hercules begins his story in Leo because he has to slay the Numidian lion. Hercules is the sun. And Herod kills John the Baptist. That's Aquarius. Because what happens when the sun goes down, sorry about moving so far away. What happens when the sun goes down in August, and I'll show you this later. There is Aquarius there, John the Baptist. And when Leo comes up, rises, John the Baptist gets beheaded. Alright? So we're going to learn that every single story in the Gospels, in the Vedas, in the Trojan Wars, all of them come from this. There's your book. And we're going to learn about this book. I'm going to show you some parts of the Gospel here. And what I want to focus is around the constellation of Taurus, because there's Orion there. And Orion is doing something very important. He is guarding the tree of knowledge of life. And then I'm going to go to Scorpio, and there's a big story to tell there. Because Scorpio sits directly under the scales of Libra. And he waits every year, Scorpio. He's waiting every year under the scales of Libra, and when the sun goes through, where do we put this? There's the ram. Whoops, over there. When the sun goes through the Libra, there is Scorpio waiting in the winter. And there's a big story to tell here. This has to do with the tree of knowledge of good and evil. This has to do with the tree of knowledge of life in the Garden of Eden. And that's why I'm going to go to Taurus. Alright? So it's going to be really fun. It's going to be fun to expose the Bible for what it really is. Not to shred it to bits and do what Voltaire did and some of those philosophers that made it appear to be useless to mankind. It's not useless. It's got some good stuff in it. But it's not to be taken literal. It's just storytelling. And because when one knows all the stars of the ecliptic, and one knows that when they see Aries, they know it's spring, and Taurus is telling you to get your bull out and plough, and when they see and read the stars, like the Bible says in Job 38, the Lord says unto Job, he says, can you tell forth the Mazzaroth? Do you know how to tell the seasons? And can you read the signs of the zodiac? The Mazzaroth is the zodiac. And that's what Job was implored to do. Because one who does that will be very, very wise. And he'll be able to tell and make prophecies based on this, because it's cyclical. And all prophecies are in these cycles.
Nostradamus from that.
Oh, for sure. And we're going to see a bit of that later. Yes, Nostradamus. Now, by the way, I gave you a figure of 48 constellations. Well, there are 88 now in modern times. There's been a few contributors to those in the recent couple of thousand years since Ptolemy. But I want to concentrate on the 48 because that's where the Gospels are focused. And the last thing I want to do, so that's two things I'm going to do. The galactic crossing or alignment, that's better. I'm going to do the storytelling, with the 12 signs of the zodiac, and then I want to show you how astrology is born of this science, so that you really, really will have some really good skills, and you'll be able to say, oh, he's a Capricorn, I can tell the way he's walking. And you will. You will. I'm doing it. So let's get into it, shall we?
Yes.
All right. The galactic alignment. Now, and there's a good book by, I haven't even read it, but I've heard all of the interviews by John Major Jenkins. Yeah, he's got a book on the galactic alignment. Now, a lot of people are talking about a planetary alignment. Well, there ain't none. Ain't any. There aren't any. There will not be one. Correct myself as I go. That is, I'll put it up that way because the ascendant's on the right position. Sorry I didn't have time to make any proper visuals that you can really see clearly. That is 2012. The 21st of December 2012, you will notice there are no planets aligning. Not a one. Well, there are. There's the Moon and Uranus in Aries. But that's it. So if it's not a planetary alignment, as a lot of people are erroneously suggesting, what is it? Well, it's a galactic alignment, okay? I'm going to draw a graph, and what I'm going to base it on is the terrestrial version of this sine wave that's happening in the skies. There is an old map, and as you can see, the equator is there, and you see the passage of the sun through the 12 seasons. All right, 4 seasons. They're really 12. But, or you can say 2, summer and winter. And as you see, the sun will climb up above the equator 23.5 degrees to reach the Tropic of Cancer. Then it climbs back through over here in Libra again, goes through Scorpio, goes down to its death in winter on the 21st of December at the solstice and dies there. To be reborn on the 25th of December 3 days later and climb back the holy mountain of God in the sign of Capricorn, the goat climber who wishes to climb the mountains. Okay? So I'm going to base this, I'm going to draw this up now, and I'm going to show you where the galactic equator is. Now, George, did I send you those links where we can put up the...
Yeah, I can do that.
Do you think we could do that in around about 5 minutes? I've just thought I'd give you some time.
Right.
That's fine. Yes, that's good. We'll do that. Well, I'm going to go through that. Now, first I'll do this. So there's the Earth. It's round, isn't it? Last time I checked.
I'm not sure about that.
Yes. Well, it's flat. From this angle, it's flat. So the Earth's flat. There's the equator.
Proof. Right there.
Hey?
Proof.
Yes. And that there is the Tropic of Cancer. Here goes the Tropic of Capricorn. And there's our little sine wave. That's the sun's journey. Obviously, I've stretched this out a bit. It's supposed to be 47 degrees. Okay, because of the Earth's tilt. 23.5 degrees. I'm writing this up because later these points will come back.
Have you got black?
I have. Am I going slow enough? I don't want to go too slow and I don't want to go too fast because I don't want to lose anybody. So there's the Tropic of Cancer. And on June the 21st, which is coming up now, by the way, look for a couple of things in this month. We're having 3 lunar eclipses, one on the 15th of June, next week. Very, very important. On that very day, Saturn commences to go, Saturn's been in retrograde. I've been watching it. It's physically in Virgo. They say it's in Libra because there's a 30-degree displacement of the zodiac, which I shall explain. But it's physically in Virgo, and I've watched it. And it's been going backwards, retrograding, and now it's going to start going forward. And that will happen right on cue with the eclipse. This is very profound. After the June the 25th June the 15th this year, just a couple of weeks away, big changes. Because when Saturn decides he's going to start going forward, there's a lot of stuff that happens on the Earth.
So retrograde simply means to go.
It means he's going backwards, or he appears to go, instead of, obviously the Sun, if the Sun did this, and then went like that, during the day, we'd go, hey, the Sun going retrograde, the planets are doing it. Why? I'll just explain, let me just divert a little bit to explain how simple it is to understand retrograde, because...
Backwards, I mean.
Yeah, retrograde means going backwards. So the Sun, the Moon, everything goes one way. It goes east-west. But we've noticed that the 5 planets from time to time do this. Right? And Ptolemy explained that as circles. He said, what they're doing, the planets, is they're going like this. And that's the retrograde, that little bit that we notice from here. We
The
know.
Earth does that too, doesn't it?
No. No. Just those 5 visible
I thought
planets.
that was because of the wobble of the Earth, it does that.
That's precession. That the wobble causes, well, it doesn't cause precession, but it's in there. I'll explain that one too, okay? Now, what is going on with retrograde is this. It's quite simple. If that is the Sun, all of our planets are in elliptic orbits. So let's say there's Mars. Mars is very elliptic, and Venus is not so. Venus is a little bit more softer, right? Now, and we're sort of, let's say we're going around here too, around the Sun. Well we are. And we'd be in between both of those, wouldn't we? So let's say ours is a little bit more round. Let's make it a bit round, okay? Now, so we're cruising around this way. We're going around here. And as we go around here, as Mars goes through this part of the trajectory, he will appear to be going so fast. But when Mars gets over to here, right, and it'll almost, as we go around here, it'll almost seem like he's stopping as he's going that way, because we're here and it looks like he's stopping, right? It's like the runners around the track, right, at the Olympics. They, the track's like that, but you see, there's the tracks. This guy starts over here, this guy starts over here, this guy over here, and this guy over here. None of them have been ripped off. None of them have been handicapped. It's just that they've got to go around the curve, right? So that's what retrograde is. It's quite simple, but you can study that. Just go on Google and put in retrograde. But the thing is, when Saturn goes backwards, he withholds all his positive things. He hasn't got many positive things, but the positive things that Saturn gives us are really, really, really positive. But he gives us a lot of negative, because the astrologers say he's probably 50% of all the sicknesses and ills on the Earth. And together with Mars, 90%. They are the malefics. The benefics being Jupiter and Venus, of course. Now, so when this is the solstice, this is the longest day of the year in the northern hemisphere. Over here we have the winter solstice, December the 21st. Here we have September the 21st. Here we have March 21st. Now if you know about the equinoxes and solstices, you will already have picked up that I've made a mistake with September the 21st. It's the 23rd. But I'm keeping it simple, because usually the handover day from one sign to the next is the 21st, the eve of the 21st, the 22nd. Okay? But it doesn't matter. That's good enough. Okay? Now, so what we need to do then, so this is obviously the Tropic of Cancer, so this must be, this delta 30-degree slice of the cake is Cancer. Here we have Leo. Here we have the Virgin. Let's go down this way. I'll go down this way first. Libra. Scorpio, Sag, Capricorn, Aquarius and Pisces. So I want to just fill that up here. Libra, Scorpio, Sag. This is very uneven, but I'll do this later and we'll make it much better because I've got a lot of information to put in here. Aries, of course, Taurus and Gemini, which is the sign we're in right now. So, as the sun goes around, it crosses the Milky Way twice, right here. That's where the Milky Way crosses. Between Taurus and Gemini, and Sagittarius and Scorpio. Sagittarius's arrow and Scorpio's tail are pointing to the centre of the Milky Way galaxy. I'm going to show you those pictures right now. As I said, there's Sagittarius and there's Scorpio, and they're actually pointing. Oh, that arrow's convenient, isn't it? They're pointing to the centre of the Milky Way galaxy, and there's the ecliptic. See how the ecliptic runs through the zodiac signs? That's the sun's path, but this is the galactic plane. Okay? Now, just take a notice, there's Lupus, the constellation Lupus. Here's Scorpio. This is Ophiuchus, the 13th sign of the zodiac. I'm going to show you what that means later. Sagittarius, Capricorn's down here. Over here you see Centaur. Yeah, you'll notice the Centaur. This is also a Centaur, isn't it? Sagittarius? Right. Half man, half horse. There's one over there too. He's got a spear and he's killing Lupus. But if Lupus the wolf was not there, it would be going straight through Scorpio. And that's what Sagittarius is trying to do. He's trying to kill Scorpio. And Ophiuchus is standing on Scorpio's head. In fulfillment of the prophecy in the Bible, you shall be bruised on the heel, and you shall bruise him on the head. Because Ophiuchus means serpent holder, and he's actually holding a serpent. So I'm going to show you that in a minute. And this
how does the heel thing work?
Ophiuchus, which you don't see very well on this because this is what you call a star finder, isn't it? It's just an application on the internet. So it's not really pointing out very well and naming them because there he is. The name's up there. But Ophiuchus is the 13th sign. He's in there between Sagittarius and Scorpio, the famous 13th sign that we're talking about. He's a mysterious character because the Babylonians never put him in there. It was the Greeks and the Romans that put their hero in there. And he's standing on the serpent, about to kill it. And of course Sagittarius wants to kill it too, because in here is the centre of the Milky Way galaxy. And I'll give you the application, the computer, the website where you can go to this, and as soon as it opens to this page. Of all the heavens, it opens to this page. Because there's a lot, it goes forever, it goes right around 360 degrees, but it right where the crossing is, this is the galactic crossing. This cross here, this ecliptic, along with the galactic plane, this is called the divine cross, which is in the sky. This cross here, the equinoxes and the solstices, is the mundane cross. When they intermesh on the 21st of December 2012, they make an 8-spoke wheel in the heavens that Nostradamus speaks about. The divine cross, that one, and we're lining up to it. I'll show you how. This is really nice. This is really good stuff. Okay? Now, but later on, I'm going to draw this up exactly as you see it here, and I'm going to show you that this is part of the most beautiful storytelling in the Bible that there is. It's all about the Garden of Eden and how we fell out of the Garden of Eden and we fell below the equator, the galactic equator. And then we've been looking for this galactic cross for 24,000 years. Earlier on I said 25,920. That's the Egyptian figure. That's the Western figure. In the East and other cultures, they gave it a figure of 24,000. 24 hours. It's 24,000 when corrected. 25,920 is the outer figure, uncorrected. Because as we are travelling around our binary star, Sirius, it speeds up as we get close to her in the golden age, and then the silver age as we part from her, and then the bronze age and the iron age, where things are very, very slow. And then it speeds up. And to get some very accurate information on this, I recommend to read this book by Walter Crittenden and all these scientists that are proving beyond reasonable doubt that we are in a binary with Sirius. And he explains, the figures are in here, in this book. In fact, there it is. That chart there explains that precession is speeding up. So it will reduce to 24,000 years. I'm going to use 24,000 years.
Hold the chart for a second again.
Chart. Okay, and Sri Yukteswar, there you go, we call this book the Holy Science. That's what I'm teaching. I'm teaching the Holy Science. And just to back what I was saying there,
the ancient Greeks teach this, like all that.
Oh, the Greeks talked about precession. In fact, we nickname precession of the equinoxes the Platonic year because of Plato.
Plato talked about all this size you're talking about.
Yes. Oh, yes.
It's suppressed and then it's coming out again through you.
Hipparchus, Democritus, Empedocles, Plutarch, Socrates,
They all knew
you name it. That's why Porphyry and Celsus had their books burned. Because Porphyry and Celsus in particular, in the 2nd and 3rd century, went after the literalist Christians who were making Jesus a historical person, and they were saying, God damn it, he's up in the sky.
Are you done with this?
Yes.
Yes? Alright, we fix the, come a couple of 2 minutes and fix the light?
Yes.
Excellent.
The sun in Hebrew, and Horus, and Hercules, and whoever, there's always the same one hero. And rather than looking for historical personages, which we'll never find, we can just do what Napoleon did. He went down to France with Volney and Dupuy, and they wrote their books, and they influenced Jefferson and all the presidents, the founding fathers, about the fact that the Christian myth is just that. It's a myth. But it's a useful myth. It's a beautiful myth because it talks about how we raise our Christ within.
The intention's good in that you're saying, it might be.
Yeah, it is. It's just that our obtuse spiritual light, it's very dull in the Dark Ages. You can't just go around pointing, saying it's the Catholic Church's fault, and and all these institutions. They're all at fault, partly, but it's mostly because our sun is so far away from Sirius. There's no light. So we see all these holy books and we misunderstand them. We're looking for historical figures. And I'm going to show you tens and tens and tens of quotes from all the geniuses of history that will back what I'm saying. Like the founding fathers, even the doctors of the Catholic Church.
All the information through Sirius is blue.
That's right, Sirius is now blue, right? Well, I've got documents here from all the astrologers. I've got Aratus in the 3rd century BCE. I've got Ptolemy, Marcus Manilius. Marcus Manilius said it was blue back in his day, in Caesar Augustus's day. Before that, it was red. So it's changed. It's gone red shifted, blue shifted, which means red shifted is when the stars are moving away from each other, and blue is when they're moving towards. So Sirius is now blue. It's turned the corner. We're coming toward each other, as everything is a beautiful sexual electric magnetic dance in the universe.
We've had 3 channelings here. One's blue star, the other one's blue lodge, and the other one's blue something else.
Yes.
And they're all connected with Sirius.
Yes.
Interesting.
It's our sister star. There's no doubt about it. Sri Yukteswar there talks about it. He doesn't name Sirius, but he says that we go around it every 24,000 years. But what I'd like to read to you is how it affects us. And here's how it affects us when it There's the wheel. There's the Yuga wheel, Kali Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, Treta Yuga, Satya Yuga, Golden Age. That's how the Yuga works. I've got a bigger version of this somewhere in my books, but I can show you that later. You can have a look at that. That's the cycle. But it's the cycle backwards going through the zodiac, you see. Because we're in the age of Pisces now. 2,000 years ago, Aries. 4,000 years ago, Taurus. And so that's 6,000 years of history. And this appears to be when the Christians say the Adam and Eve story happened. Well, there's Gemini, Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. And they fell out when our equinox fell out of that sign. And the equinox is down here at Pisces. It is now right over here, about to go into Aquarius. And then we will be in the age of Aquarius. Opposite will be Leo. And guess what? Where will the solstices be? Well, they'll be here. Right in line, because the solstice has been here. If the equinoxes have travelled from this point since the time of, say, Jesus, and I'm going to explain which Jesus came 2,000 years ago. He came, but it's up in the sky. Because when Pisces comes, finally when we get, the equinox gets to be enjoyed by the fish. At the start here, in here there's a constellation called Cephas. Cephas is the king. He's got his foot on Polaris, the pole star. And he sits in the dome of the northern stars, which is called the throne of God, because he's the king. He's on top. Cephas is on top of all of this. As you wrap the heavens up like this around, this is the northern dome, this is the southern where we are in Australia. These are the southern stars. So the Southern Cross will be somewhere here, connected to one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. So this is round, of course, it's a sphere, and up here is where Cephas is. Well, Cephas, he gets the job of putting Polaris on the throne, because in the northern stars, there's no true north. I mean, there's a true north, but there's no star occupying that spot. There are 7 stars. Over this 24,000 year backward cycle, there are 7 stars to get to sit on the throne. And when Polaris gets his chance, that's a type of Jesus, because Jesus means also the coming one. See, the sun is always coming, going, coming, going. Every year, it goes down to winter, comes back for summer to give us some food. It's our saviour. And he goes away from Sirius and he goes back to the golden age to give us our light bodies back, and we go into higher dimensions. And then when he goes away from Sirius, his beautiful mother, because it comes from Sirius. Jesus is the sun. That's why you see Isis with Jesus in Egypt. It's telling you the sun, the mother Isis, our sun is the son of that. It was born of Sirius. When he goes back to it, it brings us to the golden age. When he goes away, he leaves us in darkness. But he's always the coming one. And when he gets his chance, Cephas gets his chance to put Polaris on the throne, then the other stars, for instance, Draco's up there, the dragon. He's the great dragon who fights with the woman. And who's the woman? It's Ursa Major, the Big Dipper. She's trying to put the Little Dipper with Polaris on it. She's trying to put him on the throne. She wants her son to be on the throne. And he does. He gets a chance for 2,000 years plus 1,000. That is the rule of Polaris. That is how long Polaris sits on the throne of God. And all the domes around the world. You go to the Vatican and the Sistine Chapel. What's that dome there for? That's the throne of God. It's all the constant, God holding down his arm down to Adam. They're in the constellations. That's the 48 constellations. That's the story. That's the gospel. They're telling you, look up, don't look down. But in their teaching, they tell you that it's down. Oh, Jesus was an historical person. We have to believe in him and we'll be saved. How does that work? Even a child will question that, and then the priest will tell him, you sit in the corner, and don't you doubt. It doesn't make sense. What makes sense is the truth. The truth makes sense. It always does. And omnia vincit veritas. Long live the truth. And that's why you're here. Because you don't have just a fleeting interest in the subject of truth. You have a big interest in the subject of truth. I know.
So Jesus in the stars is who? Is it the sun? Or
It's the sun.
the sun is Jesus.
It's all the suns.
Yeah, yeah.
Because suns,
Like Sirius.
let's divert for a little bit because we're gonna try and pin. Before we have our lunch break, I want to get the galactic alignment right out of the way. This is a little bit of a diversion, but it's a good one because you've just asked a good question. Fire. All the suns. Oh, you beauty. Too good. And I'll have another one of those too. Thank you. Cameraman's very helpful.
Oh, thank you. First time you said that.
Yes.
Multi-purpose.
Oh, always tell you what you want to hear when you're around. That's a female, okay? Now, people get offended when you talk about a divided universe. It is. It's a divided universe. It's a duality universe. People get offended. They go, no, it's not. It's a one universe. Well, it is. Uni means one. But in order to manifest material things, the one God of light, the cause, the ether, must, with his four elements, he must have magnetic, or what's called negative electricity. This is electric. This positive electricity. This is negative electricity. That's good and evil. That's all it is. Okay? And so you see that two elements are male and two are feminine. Let's not be offended, okay? It's
Just help me my thing on.
Do I need to put that back on?
I prefer
I can do it.
tattoo.
Big boy. Thanks. So, what was your question again? Can you just refresh me?
Who's Jesus?
Oh, Jesus, yeah. So, all of the fires in the sky are Jesus's. They are that's what's called the Son of God.
What do you mean by fires in the sky? How do you mean by?
The electric fires, the stars. All the stars you see, all of them, they're just the phenomena of electricity. Okay, I want to perhaps just read something very interesting that Walter Russell says in his book. Because this guy was a genius. Like he was a contemporary of Tesla and Edison and Einstein. And this concept of the universe is that there's only electricity and magnetism out there. And the magnetism is the effect of what those suns are doing. The ether, the fires, the electricity comes from the ether. From the cause. This is the effect.
Okay.
Cause, effect. And all this is as you'll notice that Earth is connected. These are the five platonic solids. Back to Plato, you know. Interesting. These are the platonic elements, or Pythagorean. But if you meditate on these and you realise that the tetrahedron, the four-sided polyhedra, relates to fire. The octahedron relates to air. The icosahedron, icosa means 20 sides. Ikosi in Greek is 20. And hex, of course, that's six sides, that's Q. These are the only shapes that will fit inside a sphere and touch at the tips, at the corners, perfectly. There's only 5 shapes known to man that will do that, and these are the shapes. There are other solids like the Archimedean solids. They're much more complex and everything like that. They have nothing to do with this. These are the building blocks of the universe. Every atom will be either light, gas, liquid, or solid. Your body is water. It's bones, gas, and radiance, light, photons, heat. That's what you're made up of. And they correspond to nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen and carbon. That's what we're made up of. Carbon, the number of carbon, the atomic number is 666. The mark of the beast. 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. And that's the hex that we've been hexed with, because when you flat pack a hex, you get a cross. Okay? And that's why Jesus is always on the cross in agony, because it's talking about the Son of God, our souls, here, crucified on fire, air, earth and water. We've been crucified. This is a crucifixion. This is not living. It's experiencing the 5 senses. It's having a nightmare rather than a dream. It's a dream, but there's parts of it that are nightmarish, don't you think? Yeah. Especially if you turn on Channel 9 and listen to the news. You know, we've killed Osama bin Laden for the 10th time now. And can you believe it, please? Oh. You know, it's getting ridiculous.
We chucked him overboard, so no.
Yeah, and
maritime burial.
We could have found him in 10 years. If we could have found him in 10 years' time, took him 10 years to find him.
And we need your carbon tax. We're not dipping enough into your pockets. I mean, look, 20 years ago you didn't pay for water. You're paying for it now, you fools.
Yeah.
So we just want you to pay for air. We want everything. It's the elite families. It's the Rothschilds. You know, the Rothschilds. Yesterday there was a Red Shield appeal. You know, Red Shield in my book, I can't spell, can I? And Red Cross, because I've done my reading and my studies, I know who owns that. It's the Roth in German, and that's Red Shield, Rothschild. The big bankers. And here's people, I saw so many people, because I was doing a street performance in the Burke Street Mall, and I saw so many people, young guys, they're walking up, $50 notes, well, there you go, Red Cross. They're doing a good job. They are. In this sick society that needs them, but one day we won't be needing charity. We'll all be rich because they won't be stealing our money.
They being the Rothschilds.
Oh, of course. And the star families that imperialist monotheist families of Europe, basically, who created all these fictional religions so that they could divide us and confuse us and manipulate us, basically, starting with the Julian family and the Flavians in Rome. JC is Julius Caesar.
But what families were they?
The Julian Empire, Nero, Tiberius, all of those clowns, and then the Flavians, Titus, Vespasian, and behind both of those families is the Piso family, and Roman Piso has kindly come out and told us that they did it to us. This is the most elite of the families. This is above the Rothschilds. This is the secretist family that all royalties and all taxes go to. They've had the emperors on Rome for 2,000 years on the throne of Rome since the Flavians. It's who's the name behind the Flavians, and he tells in this book. It's a beautiful book, and he's not the only one. There's other people who have written about this conspiracy to deceive mankind. And they've been sued for it too, the Catholic Church, for profiting from the gullibility of mankind with this supposed Jesus story.
They've been sued by it? The Catholic Church has been sued?
There was a gentleman who's dead now in Italy called Luigi Cascioli. I followed his work. He's written books about exposing this and how the Vatican has been using the lie of historical Christ to manipulate mankind and to deprive them from the knowledge that we are all Christs. We're all one human, divided into many little humans, having separate dreams, but we're all one. But they want to divide us into bad little sinners, and Jesus is in history and he's perfect, and you've got to be like him. If you don't, you fail, you flunk, and you pay penance to us.
So if he sued the church, where did it go to?
Well, they didn't turn up. He sued the church. He died a couple of years ago, Luigi Cascioli, but he had a whole team of people. He's written some beautiful books in Italian, and he sued them. And they didn't turn up in court. They needed to have some fight, otherwise. And so, but it's not the first time. That's just the
latest.
But it's coming. Oh.
If they didn't turn up, then they lose.
More or less.
Yeah, because I've got
more or less, don't they? Yeah. I don't know the exact ins and outs of that, because that part doesn't interest me. The part about the fact how he proves that Christ is And all the writers, I've got a list of hundreds of them, hundreds. You know, Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, and Dupuy, and not Voltaire, Volney, and lots of, they've written about this story that I'm going to show. That's it. It's all it ever was. It's not in history. That's the Trojan War. It's everything.
So,
It's the Iliad, it's the Metamorphosis, the Odyssey, the Ennead. Sorry.
yeah, are you still doing the period?
I'll do a bit more here then.
Yeah.
Any questions on this? I mean, this is pretty simple. This is physics, okay? You've got the element, the solid, the state, the physics, the chemistry, the mode, the sense, the kingdom. I've got, on my computer, I've got a list of those 4s that go forever. You know, 4 blood types, 4 Hippocratic vials. This goes on and on. But you first start with the elements. What are they? What was Plato talking about exactly? Well, he was talking about light, gas, liquid and solid. And scientists now know that atoms will only do this. They'll either be light, they'll be liquid, solid or gas. They'll be a molecule, an atom, a particle or a photon.
So atoms can be like one of those 4 shapes. Is that what you mean?
Atoms are made by these, yes. Yeah. For instance, a carbon atom
Yep. Is that shape?
is a hex, 666.
Okay. I just thought the shape of it. I didn't know. I just thought atoms were atoms, the shape of them. Okay, they're all different. Okay, no worries.
Well, it's the molecules that they.
Okay, so gas atoms are in the shape of an octahedron.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yes. It's liquid. Interesting, 20 sides. But the more you focus on this and meditate on this, believe you me, the whole world unfolds before your eyes. And you understand the secrets of nature, not by just understanding and knowing, but by direct knowledge. Everything comes directly after you meditate on these beautiful things. These are the 4 rivers of the Garden of Eden, the Pishon and the Euphrates and the Havilah or whatever it was, I forget now, but anyway, there's 4 rivers that the Lord used to create the world. Oh, I didn't read. I've got to go back to read this. This is just beautiful. Just a very short sentence. Electricity is the only force which God makes use to create the universe. That's it. I can read on. And the only 2 tools God makes use of for creating. He's not talking about a monotheistic God, by the way, no. God, oh, I'm angry with you. He's not talking about that God, right? It's the universe. It's birth. Basically, there's 2 gods. There's the Ein Sof, the Anama, as the Hindus call it, no name. Ein Sof means no name. And that's it. The one there that we know not about. This one we know. This is the Jesus. And below, you can know the mind of Christ, but who can know the mind of God, says the Bible. So, that's the Ein Sof, the prime creator. This is the demiurge. These are the more of the tyrant gods of the Greeks, who create bodies out of what the Ein Sof has already created. He creates things out of nothing. But these guys create, it's like a builder. He's going to make a house out of trees that God made, the universe. So he's a builder, but he didn't build the wood, didn't make the wood. This guy makes everything, and these guys use the tools, and this is what they call Jehovah, Yod He Va He. So that's why Christians, when they say, oh, Jehovah created the world, well, partially they're right, but he is the created. And part of Jehovah is all the characters in our solar system. That's who Jehovah is. These are the heroes. They're our heroes. Because when they looked up, the ancients, they noticed the patterns, those 48 patterns, and they noticed them. They noticed them going around every day. Interesting. That means we're in a cycle. Every year, we're in another cycle. And every 24,000 years, so we're in 3 cycles here. And what they noticed, that those stars were a backdrop, because the sun and the moon that go around, they're called the wanderers, and the 5 visible planets, they're also wandering. So they noticed that there's these 5 stars, Saturn and Jupiter and Venus and Mars, Mercury they call them, and they're always moving against the backdrop. But the backdrop is always there, telling the same story. And these are the characters. The sun is Helios, Mercury, Thoth, Moses, Hermes, Nebo, Aphrodite, Venus. The moon that sits on the earth, Diana, goddess of war. Mars, Ares. Jupiter, Thor, Zeus, the god of the gods. And Saturn, Kronos. We'll go back to that later.
Excuse me, can I just ask?
Yes.
How does Vedic astrology mesh with Western astrology?
Perfectly well. Has to. Same sky, same earth.
That's true.
You'll see how as we get through. And a good question, because a lot of people feel that it's different. Even in the West, there are different systems. For instance, Firmicus Maternus, the 4th century astrologer, and this book must be read if you want to understand astrology. This is brilliant. Firmicus Maternus disagrees with Ptolemy 200 years prior to him, and Marcus Manilius 200 years prior to him, in their systems. You see, because as we have the equinox, so in Vedic astrology, for instance, one thing is they're saying that we've been in the sign of Virgo for the last 2,000 years. Well, we say in the West that it's that equinox there, which has been in Pisces. We've called it the age of Pisces. They're saying it's the age of Virgo in the East. I don't know whether the Hindus, the Vedas do, but I know that a lot of Easterns do. It doesn't matter. We're in the age of Virgo. But the thing with this galactic alignment is that once we line up with this in the sky, and the solstice is going to be between Leo and Virgo, well, guess who Leo and Virgo is? That's the Sphinx in Egypt, and it's been a marker. It's a marker, and it's saying to the world, who's quite obtuse, and they're thinking, oh wow, that must have been Kephren. Kephen's the image of Kephren. Well, it doesn't matter. It's telling us that when the equinox hits that point, that is the galactic alignment. And just wait to see how beautiful this galactic alignment is. It's going to make a lot more sense. I haven't explained anything yet. Right?
Just a quick question on the shapes. How are those shapes formed? I mean, the hex one is obvious from the carbon, but what about the other ones?
How are they formed? The tetrahedron. Well, the tetrahedron is a photon, right? So the photons, the light, smash into other particles of light, right? And they curve, and that is the force of the sun's light, that electricity, which is smashing into other photons from other stars and what have you. It produces physical things. So you're a light body. All your atoms that you're carrying are empty and they're just light. But it's the densest part of your light body, really. The rest of it is so glorious in the heavens. Your immortal, beautiful soul that dwells in unconditioned consciousness is just, it's so at peace and so loving and so happy to reunite with you when you die. The death is just beautiful. It's just a beautiful thing to look forward to. You know, this is just a dream. And what happens is they use the particles to combine and make atoms that love each other, like hydrogen and oxygen, want to make water, right? Or other structures, other things that we have, carbon combining with nitrogen, oxygen, to make solid things. That's the molecule. All right? Does that?
I'm not sure. I mean,
What was the question
it's some
again?
sort of sacred geometry that the elements will be attracted to that shape or something.
Yes. Yeah. Well, so what you'll have is elements that produce that to create cohesive condition
Yeah.
in the manifesting process.
So is that a vibration?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's a vibration.
So it's just
Yes.
like with music, sound, everything, yeah? Like you hit the body with the frequency of calcium and your bones will get stronger and stuff like that. So I assume same thing.
Well, matter is all standing waves.
Yeah, yeah.
As it goes down from the fires, from the Jesuses, down through air, and gets grosser. It's like a distillery.
It's more solid.
Yeah, it gets. And so where we are at the moment is we're carbon bodies, are we not?
Yes.
Right. So we've been hexed. When you flat pack a hex, I'm trying to save all these things for later because it's I'm trying to do the galactic alignment, but can't resist. We're talking about it now. There's the hex.
Yeah, you were doing galactic.
Oh, well, I will do this before we have the break, don't worry.
Well, I'm going to do a tape change in about 30 seconds, so
No
finish
worries.
this.
Yeah, so there's the hex. And guess what? Japanese, Chinese kanji for earth. That's the ground, and there's your fire, earth. By the way, this is male and this is feminine, is it not? We learnt that. So you've got earth over here, water over here, because they're both on the bottom. They're feminine, they're magnetic. And does that look like east and west to you? And then you must have male here, so we'll put the fire there and the air down here. Well, air, as I've got on there, is also spirit, S, and fire, Nur, that's north. That's fire, Nur. So there's your north, south, east, west. And I'm going to show you how that comes from this galactic alignment.
Awesome. Okay.
See, in the golden age we knew a lot more about who the ether is. Because we were capable. And that's what Sri Yukteswar was saying.
What was Pseudo's surname? Santos?
Pseudo-Dionysus. Dionysius. Okay, we on? Okay. So this is what he says about this beautiful 24,000 year cycle that we live in. When the autumnal equinox was at the first point of Aries, the sun began to move away from the point of its orbit nearest to the grand centre, toward the point farthest from it. That's when the equinox was in Aries. That's when the golden age happens. Aries is the start. Aries is the golden one. You'll see how important Aries is. It's the start of everything. We Aryans, we're just so good, aren't we?
Got to find it, yeah.
Alice,
I won't be able to live with her. Easy, I won't be able to live with her. Go easy with the Aries, so I won't be able to live with her.
I think your head will go a little more prominent.
Unbearable we are.
That's
Unbearable.
exactly what my husband said to me. Nobody could live with you except him, and then the bastard died and left me.
And the reason is, he's still with you. The reason is because Aries rules the head.
Yeah.
The sun is in the head. Everywhere else, if you're a Virgo, the sun's in your belly. You've got fire in the belly. Whatever you are, Pisces, the sun's in your feet. That's the head, that's the feet. And these are all the parts of the body. So that's why Aryans are sometimes unweird, because their heads are so prominent to them, you know, and what they're thinking is so important to them. I am, they say. And that's the motto of Aryans.
What about Sagittarius?
Sagittarius, they're the happiest. They've got Jupiter, Jove, they're jovial. And I'm going to show you pictures of them and show you how they are. Alright, so we're rolling now, aren't we still going? Alright, now, so we're going to go back to this, but first, I wonder whether I've explained that bit.
Now we're doing the galactic alignment.
Yes, galactic alignment. So, what happens is, as our Alright, so imagine there's, that's where the That's where the line is, the equinox. This is how the zodiac stands. It does not move from this position. It starts at Aries, cardinal fire. Cardinal is birth, growth, decay. Start, middle, finish. So, cardinal fire, remember the fire is at the top, right next to the ether? It's got to be the start. Corresponds to 6 o'clock in the morning, 12, it's 24-hour clock, right? That's where the sun rises. Sun sets over here in Libra. Midnight. 6, 12, 6, 12. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. But notice something, those cardinal points, they are only cardinal points. They are the start of the seasons. The midsummer is here. The midwinter is here, and that's the mid in Taurus. Notice the fixed signs. The middle of the seasons are in the fixed. Midsummer is here.
If you're in the northern hemisphere.
In the northern hemisphere, yes. By the way, just please relocate yourself to the northern hemisphere. All right, it's all opposite here in the south, but you've got to stay with the story because the story was told there before it ever was. The Aboriginals have got their version, and it works down here too. It all works. It all works. But what I'm doing is I'm just doing it in relation to that because, as we will see, these are the signs of the summer and the life. This is good. This is evil. These signs are the signs of evil. Right? Not qualitative evil. Evil. It's just electricity and magnetism. That's all it is. Okay? Now, so as I said before, the cardinal point is not in Aries anymore, it's in Pisces. So 2,000 years ago it was here, when Polaris sat on the throne. And it's been travelling down here for the last 2,000 years, all through the age of Pisces. The sign of the cross, that's the cross, by the way. And as Marcus Aurelius said, watch those mutable signs, because they are doubled. 2 fish, 2 twins, Mercury, the hermaphrodite, 2 natures, Sagittarius. So you see, the cardinal points are important because they sit on the cardinal points. The fixed points are also important because they sit in the midst of the season. And they're your cross-quarter days. That's all your cross-quarter days. Cross-quarter days being the 8-spoke wheel on Earth. And you've got Easter, May Day, May the 1st, summer solstice. What do they call this? It's midsummer day. Lamas, loaf mass, which comes from loaf mass, because they cook breads, those loaves, like the hot cross buns at Easter. Why do we have hot cross buns at Easter? Because the sun's just crossed over. It's crossed over the equator, and these are all the crossings, the crucifixions of the sun. So, and those midpoints, if we are to go over like this, now before I get there, remember we're entering the age of Aquarius now. We're about here at the threshold. What it means is the equinox is going to be here, and the summer solstice is going to be right here. Now, what's so special about that? Well, that's the galactic equator. Remember? It runs through Gemini and Taurus, Sagittarius and Scorpio.
What are the crucifixions of the sun, Santos?
The equinoxes and the solstices. The cross. That cross there, remember? The equinoxes and the solstices are the crucifixions. From here from those points, from the equinox, March 21st, to mid-spring is exactly 45 days. But in the Bible, it's known as the 40 days. And the Israelites were in the wilderness for 40 days and 40 nights, and Jesus fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, and Moses did whatever, 40 days and 40 nights. They quarantined Miriam for 40 days and 40 nights. 40, 40, there, 40. What is it? It's here. It's up. Look up. Because when the sun hits the equinox, it needs 3 days of death, or 4, and then they start counting, and then it starts counting, and it's always 40 days. 40 days from here to there, 40 from here to there, 40 from here to there, 40 from here to there, 40, 40, 40, 40. Or, we know it's 45. 45 and 45 make 90 degrees. But, what happens is when the sun reaches those points, when it reaches the solstice, it has a 5-day rest, virtually, like a 3 or 4 or 5-day rest. So you don't count those days. So even though when the sun hits those cardinal points, it still requires 40 days before the season's true effect. And what happens when you line up the mid-season? Right, here was the cardinal cross. We lined it up perfectly, didn't we, to the equator and the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. There's Cancer.
So that's the same as what you've got on the board now.
That's how it always is. But if you just do this, let's bring it around 45 degrees, so that we can have the mid-season points now, and you'll find the cross that I drew hiding.
So that's all the fixed.
Yes. Have a look. Leo, fixed fire. Aquarius, fixed air, remember?
Yep.
That's male. Fire, air. It's the fixed signs. It's the cherubim of the Bible, and God appeared unto St. John as an eagle, a man, a bear, a lion, and a bull. Up in the sky. Hey?
Are we going to be tested on all this? I can't give up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh well, it's fine.
Yes.
It's a lot to absorb.
It is a lot. It is, isn't it?
So
what do you do, you know?
So are you still doing the
What?
Sorry.
Now let's go back to this, because I want to spend a lot of time on this, because it is a lot to absorb and it needs to be worked properly. So you see the fire and the air, and then you've got earth over here and water over here, whereas I've put east. If the cross is going to be lined up to the cardinal directions and the elements, it's got to be done right. So why are they flipped over? Because Taurus is in the east, and that is in the west. Don't be confused. That is not the east over there. Because we are going around the sun anti-clockwise, Aries really starts at that point, not at that point, even though they've got a little figure for Aries over here. But the Earth is going around that way, so the east is over here. So Aries and Taurus are in the east. There's your cross. There it is there, and it all makes sense. It has to. It's the fixed signs. The fixed signs go perfectly with east, west, flipped over of course, fire and air. That's it. Now, we're going to have a look at that, how it looks in the sky. This galactic alignment. Now, in the next 3 months, it'll be the best time to see Scorpio. It's beautiful. Look east tonight about 8 o'clock. You see it coming up over the mountains, down on the mountains. You see Scorpio. It's clear. It's the only constellation that looks like what it is. All the other 88, you can see the patterns, and they look more or less Big Dipper, You know, Orion, he's got his belt and he's fighting Taurus, and Taurus has got a V shape. It's a beautiful V shape. You can see that, and then there's 2 stars there. That's an Aldebaran is here. The eye of the bull, it's red. So that looks like a bull, but nothing looks like Scorpio. Nothing. It's magnificent. It looks like a scorpion in the sky. And people don't even stop to pay attention. And the beautiful photons that are coming from those lights, from those stars, those beautiful lights up in the sky, have been travelling for millions of years, hoping to end up in one of your eyelids, pupils, your eye pupil eyelids, hoping to land on that pupil to enlighten you. And you know, how many people look up these days?
Is that how we
all
get
the stuff
tired?
pretty busy.
That's how we get tired, by looking at it.
Yes.
That's important, all this knowledge, application-wise.
Man, raise your eyes to the stars, because the animals can't. Only our consciousness can begin to comprehend what the stars are. We are stars. We call our children youngsters, because they're young stars. Bigger as gold. You get a gold star if you do your homework properly, Johnny. It's all about gold. It's all about sun and the star. Look up. Become a Jesus. Become a Christ. Become an ascended master. A rishi. A Sufi. A philosopher. A lover of wisdom. Because philosophy is where the truth is. It's not in theology. It can't be. Under philosophy comes ethics, physics and logic. How we know the world, what is the world made of, and the world being what it is, how do we live in it to secure happiness. That's all there is to know. And then under that comes the 7 liberal arts. The 7 liberal arts: grammar, logic and rhetoric. Grammar, logic and rhetoric. Where, what, when, who, how, and why. And then you have arithmetic, geometry, music, astronomy, or cosmology. Arithmetic, numbers, 1, 2, 3, numbers. Geometry, numbers in space. Music, numbers in time. Keep the time, man.
Yeah.
And that is numbers in time and space. Astronomy. And that's what this is what I'm teaching you. This comes under philosophy, which means love, Phil. Sophia, it's feminine, isn't it? Sophia, she's the goddess of wisdom. Theology, Theos, he's a boy. We're going to teach you about patriarchy and authority and young brother, we're going to make you a ministerial servant in the congregation. You can reach out. You're showing a lot of potential, young brother, and then you'll be an elder one day, and then you'll be, you know, and that's what they do. They see the young smart ones, you know, in the schools, and the Catholics recruit them.
So before that Pope came and changed the whole education system to memorisation, this is how we used to learn through philosophy.
This is the mother of all wisdom. That's wisdom. Sophia, you know, the Muslim church have Sufis, don't they? It's Sufism, it's not Muslim. Muhammad was a Sufi. Sophia. Phil or Sophia. The Sufis. It's wisdom. Wisdom, it's the right brain, the 6th sense. The boys are stuck in 5 senses, the male side. It demands, the brain which dwelleth in darkness demands that the 5 senses feed it information all the time. What does it feel like? Brain? Solid. What does it smell like? And it's a tyrant. And it always gets fooled. It gets information. It's like when you're in a dark room and you bump into something. Oh my God, it's a monster. So you run over here and you're scared of a monster, right? And then someone turns the light on. Oh, it's just a fan. Oh, for goodness sakes. So that's what our mind is doing, and these people are in the mind, and they tell you what to believe, and they give you ignorance, superstition and fear. Don't ask questions, get in the back. How dare you doubt? This is what you believe. and fear. You're going to hell if you don't believe our dogmas.
And my mother did.
Yes.
She had.
So philosophy in the
death
heart,
was
is it?
horrible.
Well, let me finish, you'll see.
She thought she was going to hell.
Yes. Oh, you know how many people have perished? They have dissolved their light bodies in guilt.
She did.
My mother, my God, she's getting better because she's getting into this.
Look, my mum.
And I've pulled her out of the Jehovah's Witness
But on
organisation,
there-
the whole family.
Well, my mother went back from, she read a few of my books, and then she gave up. And then even with the morphine pumping through her, 9 days. Let go, Mum, let go.
Irene,
She just wouldn't.
Irene,
Yes.
yeah, Irene, they have been mind controlled
Yeah, brainwashed.
and brainwashed
Yeah.
so hard that they
She
prefer to die in misery and not see the light in the end, because it's so comfortable. It's like a dog that gets kicked all the time. He just get used to getting kicked. And the moment he sees his cruel master, he's used to it.
Last bit of fear.
And he doesn't know. You see a dog that's been beaten, even if you give it kindness for 5
Yes.
years, it still doesn't know
Yeah.
whether to trust you. This is why they get their children when they're 7 years old and start sodomising them. Pedophilia is rampant in all the Christian organisations. Rampant. I don't want to go on negative things about it today, because we don't need to.
No.
So
Just
what's
don't
the
need to.
No one's victim.
No.
They've chosen to believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are God.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Say no more. That's beautiful. Thank you.
So which philosophy teachings are the right ones, and who's good at teaching that?
Okay. Well, dogma, ignorance, fear and superstition, and morals they give you. These creepy people, and they're only creepy because we're living in creepy ages. It's an age. It's the dark age. We're out of it, according to Sri Yukteswar. We came out of it 300 years ago, but we're still in the sort of the residual part of it, and we're going to be flying soon. We're going to be flying. We won't recognise ourselves as we are. How many of you are feeling this beautiful consciousness shift, consciousness expansion that's going on? So, but philosophy, as I said before, gives you ethics. Can you see how ethics are much more superior to morals?
Yes. Yeah.
You go to the Mormons, and they'll give you their morals. You drinking coffee, sister? You're going to hell. The Jehovah's Witnesses say, oh, it's fine, drink as much coffee as you want, you'll never go to hell.
So how does that...
That's morals.
How does that work? Because I've always stood back and said, well, ethics can be anything you bloody well like, because a company has an ethic, you know, and that ethic can be, I'm going to poison the earth. You know, that's your ethic. I always thought that morals were more, maybe religious, maybe dogma, maybe, but I thought it was more...
Well, this implies God's watching you, and if you don't do what's...
Well, what's the sense of right and wrong? Isn't that
well,
moral?
shouldn't we be doing that when we grow up, and when we decide in our hearts that we're just going to do good because you have to, because good is what should be done.
Okay, so you're saying that the
Not
ethics...
because someone's watching.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to give you the stick.
Yeah.
Ethics.
I guess I'm just thinking...
It's a counterfeit system.
Yeah.
To control you.
It's yes,
control
freedom. The
Freedom,
Bible
yeah.
is a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
It will enslave you and send you to hell with guilt, like our family, and we've seen it. Or it will free you. I'm showing you how it can. I'm going to show you how it can free you. It can really free you. It's a beautiful book. I love it. Love the Bible. You're going to see this. We're going to read some of the Gospel, and we're going to have Scorpio in mind. First of all, I'm going to draw up Scorpio and show you logic. Physics. Okay? And then the 7 liberal arts. Grammar, logic, rhetoric. And this is how people used to live in the Republic of Rome and Greece. Rome was a republic once. America too. But then democracy comes along. It morphs. And what's democracy? Well, mob rule. Not from my mouth. I can show you what Jefferson thought of democracy and what a lot of thinkers think about democracy. That's why George Bush is so keen to we're going to bring democracy to Iraq. Yeah, mob rule. He's the mob. We're going to tell you what to do. We're going to kill 3 million of you, and you just have to shut up, and we just want oil. Perpetuate oil and do nothing about free energy.
Mafioso.
Oh, it's mafia. It's all mafia. There should be no... If he wants to have a war, he should send his family.
Yeah.
Not those beautiful young boys who have been indoctrinated, mostly from Christian families, by the way, because they send them as little children to fight for Christ.
Yep.
Because the Muslims are coming in with, well, there's always an enemy out there. Since the days of the Inquisition, we've got to fight and shed blood for Christ.
And what man said anyway?
So, but anyway, that's all negative. Now, the picture you saw before was the galactic plane. That's the galactic plane in which the Milky Way sits. All right, but I'm doing this because these are stars, because we don't see how thin the Milky Way really is. It's thin. It's like this, exactly like that. That's the Milky Way. We see it like we don't see it like that. It's a spiral galaxy, and we're somewhere 2/3 of the way out of the centre. But that's what we see when we look up. We see that. And that's it. And you saw that before on the screen, okay? But we see it very white and milky. It's milky.
Yes.
Right? And the ecliptic you saw went through that way, right? Remember that?
Yep.
It's about 60 degrees off the ecliptic from the equator. And that's the cross in the sky. We're going to line up to that, because what's going to happen is our solstice on 21st of December is going to actually go like this. The Earth's axis is going to be pointing there. Right there, where Scorpio, let's draw Scorpio now. This is what you will see at night. And there's like a little triangle at the end. That's his stinger. And that's his tail, like a question mark. And right here is one of the 4 red stars of the sky. Antares. There's only 4 red stars. Okay? That's one of them. Tua in Taurus. The Eye of the Bull and Betelgeuse in Orion. The other red star here, on this side, is in Virgo. And that's called Arcturus, the brightest red star, the brightest star, full stop, in the northern hemisphere. We've got Sirius in the southern hemisphere. We've got all the brightest stars. The 3 brightest are in the southern hemisphere. But that, Arcturus, the other red star, in Virgo, in Bootes, they're the 4 red stars. That talks to you when you look at it at night. My brother-in-law's a Scorpio. He said the other night, I saw Scorpio, I was looking at it, and he goes, that was talking to me. It's beautiful. The red light that comes from that star is just magnificent. I would look at it, and I would receive some of those photons willingly. But that's what you see when you look up. It's glorious. It's the phoenix. That's the phoenix. And below is Sagittarius. Let me do a nice little horsey. My wife's Sagittarius, and I call her a little horsey. She's so happy. And here, I think red would be better for the bullseye, don't you reckon?
Yep.
That there, guys, is what they have been pointing to all the time. When you isolate these stars in the sky, okay, you're going to see Scorpio. This part will be facing north. So there's north. So there's the mountains. It comes up over the mountains, and these 3 stars you will see, and they're reaching out to the 2 stars of Libra. And above that is Virgo, just over here. There's Libra. Okay? The 2 scales. It's reaching out. Marcus Manilius says that the Scorpion has appropriated the stars of Libra. It's long, it's about 60 degrees. It's the longest and one of the biggest constellations. It's the shining light of the zodiac. And these are bright too. When you isolate the Milky Way and you see Scorpio and Sagittarius, you'll notice that they're bright stars. Whereas Libra and Virgo, yeah, they're bright, but there's not much star stuff happening in there. Here's a lot of stars. And then Capricorn down here, I love Capricorn. It's beautiful because it stands away from the Milky Way galaxy, it sits under it, and there aren't many bright stars in Capricorn or Aquarius or Pisces. It's a bit of a wilderness. But this is spectacular.
So 8 o'clock today, you say?
8 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So you'll see it at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11, 12, about 4 o'clock, then it descends, goes over.
So is that where the Earth's going to pass through?
Yeah, well, our Earth's axis is going to line up to that. And then that wheel that I showed you before, the 8-cross wheel will be in its place. And the prophets of the Bible, who were astronomers and astrologers, were telling us this. The age of the end of the age. It's the start and the beginning. And there's many proofs that it's the start and the beginning. The Sphinx tells us that. Virgo, face, and lion. It's facing east, in fact. The Sphinx is looking east. It's waiting for that point. It's waiting for this moment.
What, can you tell us what Sphinx, what does it represent something with all this? The Sphinx, the statue?
Well, the enigma of it's an enigma. It's a puzzle to ignorant people, which we all are, really. I mean, in the last couple of thousand years, because we all go over there and go, what the hell does it mean? Well, that's what it means. Yeah. When you know the stars, then you know what the stars on Earth are doing. Yeah. Because that's how they named cities. Rome was named after the stars. London, Isis was Paris. Pada, Isis, Paris.
Rome was named after the star, wasn't it?
After Ra. Raum, Om is Rome. And London, El On Don, that's 3 ammonium, what are they called, radicals that all mean the sun. London, El London is sun, sun, sun. Doncaster, Asta. London Caster, Doncaster, Lancaster. They look up, they go, oh, there's Castor, one of the Gemini twins, Pollux and Castor. See, Pollux. Remember? That is how the sky always is. Aries over here, right? Who's at the top? Always at the top, Gemini, Castor and Pollux. They're always looking down, the mortal and the immortal, sons of Zeus. And they always look down. So when you're in London and you want to found a city, well, there's Castor. So why don't we call this London Castor and Doncaster? Everything's Castor, Chester. Right? They did that everywhere. And Egypt is the prime example. What's the Sphinx doing there? It's telling you about the zodiac. It has to. All the monuments are there to monitor the precession of the equinoxes. That story, the gospel. Okay?
How about eastern cities?
Also.
Do you know any? Could you know?
Well, the Ganges, that's the Milky Way. They tell you that. It's all the Milky Way, it's the mother. As Plato said, our souls come from the Milky Way and then they descend down the same Jacob's ladder that I was talking about before. There's the heavens, and there's the stars of the zodiac, the fixed stars, and these are the wanderers. And it always starts with Saturn at the top. Saturn means Kronos, and Saturn means Satan. We are living in the kingdom of Satan because we're living in the kingdom of Kronos. Time. Time destroys all its children. Saturn eats all of his children. Jupiter escaped. Mars. The sun is placed in the middle. The sun is the middle chakra, the heart chakra. There's 3 above, 3 below. These are the infernal regions that bring us down to hell, the earth, where we get hexed with matter. And that's the kingdom of Satan. Plato said we come from the Milky Way, the Ganges in the sky, the Nile in the sky, the Jordan to be baptized down here in earth with a body. And the body comes from a womb and then goes to a tomb. Tomb is a womb. That's what he said, not me. I'm talking philosophy. Everything I say, I can give you. That's why I've got all the books, right? Because I want you to be comfortable, and I'm not just making things up. And this is really the holy science that I'm teaching, the one and only. Right? And I want you to know that, and be really blessed with that information, because it's a true blessing. Now, remember I said there's a fucus. A fucus is standing on the head of the serpent, and he's carrying a serpent, and the head of it is pointing to Libra.
That was in the crop circle.
Yeah. A fucus means serpent bearer. And he's standing on the scorpion, being bruised in the heel, and it happens around the Sagittarius Capricorn time, doesn't it? That's when the winter happens, and the sun gets bruised in the heel, just like Hercules. Right? And Jesus gets it in the heel, right? Over here we have the 2 pointers. And they appear to be pointing down there to Sagittarius.
Star Wars, isn't it?
This is interesting. You're going to love this. These are the legs. The pointers are actually the legs of the centaur. He's got 2 legs here, and in the middle here is the Southern Cross. They point to the Southern Cross, but they also point to this action that's happening here in the Gospel. And you're going to see what that is. And the centaur, he's got a spear, and he's killing Lupus. But if the wolf wasn't there, Scorpio would get it. He's given it to it. He's given it to Scorpio. The black hole, which I hope is called the dark rift. This is where the action's happening, because from here come the gamma rays.
Is it the Mayans that call it the dark rift, or the Hobbies? Mayans, yeah.
Scorpio's copying
Minds.
Scorpio's copying it. Like it's a war going on here. There's 3 against 1, isn't it?
This is the red dragon that persecutes the Lamb. The Lamb is Orion, because Scorpio is opposite Taurus. This is the sign. These 2 signs are the signs that the Bible says the sign that is spoken against. This is the horse and the rider that was cast into the sea by Miriam when they came out of Egypt, the Israelites, and they went through the Red Sea, and God parted the Red Sea, and then they're on the other side, and then Miriam sings a song. Sing to the Lord, because he has cast the horse down into the sea. Sagittarius is down. This is everything below the equator is called the Red Sea. This is green, photosynthesis, summer. The leaves turn red here, and the sun is passing through the Red Sea. The horse and its rider have been cast into the Red Sea. And that's what Miriam is singing about. It's all about the stars. And these are the signs that were cast into the Red Sea, because these are the signs, the infernal signs. When the sun passes through November and December, and then January Capricorn, you know that these signs, it's winter. There's no food in the pantry. The snow is, you can't even open the door because there's snow, and you're stuck. And if you haven't got a bit of oil and olives and bread and cookies and something to eat, death is certain. Death is certain when these signs, once the sun passes through the equinox of Libra, September the 21st, to be judged. That's Delilah, because Virgo is just above there, Virgo, Delilah, who betrays Samson. Samson is the sun. And when the Virgin of August says to the sun, pass on to September, please, because it has to, that's the Philistines, Libra. Then they cut the sun's hair. In the Bible it clearly says that Samson has 7 braids of hair. What are those 7 braids? Proclus calls the sun the 7-rayed God, because have you noticed the body of the man, the spiritual organs inside our body, the 7 colours of the rainbow? Have you noticed that they are the 7 rays? That's the 7-rayed God, because Because those planetary bodies, the wanderers, the rulers of our solar system, the cosmocrators, the Elohim of the Bible, let us create man in our image. Those dudes there, Saturn being one of them, is reflecting light from the sun. There's only one body that gives us direct photons. It's the sun, direct light. All the rest are reflectors. And it's the refraction of that light which they pass on and magnify from the one pure white light of the sun that gives us all the different humans that are on the earth, as Vettius Valens says, and Firmicus Maternus.
So is that what you say?
That's what that's Taurus. That's what makes you.
Can you say what you said just ago? That was very important. What you just said just a second ago.
Yes,
that was a very.
That all those planets, because they refract that portion of the light. Mars gives us red light of the sun. It's fiery. So Aryans have that fieriness because they've got a lot of that red light. Because he's collected the white light from the sun and said, "Oh, I don't care about the other part of the spectrum. I'm going to send on the red," and Venus sends on the green, and they're reflecting the light of the sun back to us. That's how it works.
The planets are the 7 planets.
The planets.
They're reflecting the.
And these are the lights that they concentrate on. They own those particular colours. Those 7 planets. The sun gives us that one. He's in the middle. Right?
So that's exactly, with the galactic alignment, we're actually getting aligned with the gravity of the black hole, correct?
Yes, that's exactly right. So once the North Pole, because the North Pole is pointing to this, because they'll have their winter on December the 21st next year, 2012, in the Northern Hemisphere. So obviously the Northern Pole must be pointing there. It's winter. It's pointing away from the sun. It's pointing to here. So they've got winter, right? Now, that is when maximum, that's a stargate. That's maximum gamma rays get downloaded to us. If you're not ready, you're not getting ready. And I'm going to show you some of the things that the philosophers said that you need to be ready. Your food, eating of animals and flesh is a no-no. I'm sorry, but I'm going to read that to you from Pythagoras and Plutarch and all of the greats. That's one thing you can do.
What date? What was that? On what?
21st of December 2012, when it lines up.
Okay.
That's the magic date. That's the solstice.
Okay.
Down here, the solstice. Because remember, that solstice point, the cross on earth, the mundane cross, and the cross in the heaven, the divine cross.
Okay, there's a lot of speculation about the date 2012. This astrological cycle, time moves a little bit, it's 365 and a quarter days, etc., in a year. So 2012, this date we've all come up with, 12th December, whatever, December 2012, this astrological zodiac line-up chart and this that all lines up with that date?
Yes. The cross, the ecliptic that runs through here, remember I put that there? The ecliptic, that's the sun. The sun's going through Libra, it goes through Virgo. It goes that way because our solar system is 60 degrees that way inclined toward the galactic plane. Yes. It doesn't rotate on the same plane. That's all it is. So it causes a cross in the sky. And by the way, that day there every year is November the 22nd, the day they killed JFK. November the 22nd is the only day, and May the 22nd, opposite in Taurus, the only days that the sun actually goes through the equator.
So that happens every
And that's why it's so important, because that is the day. It has to be aligned to that.
Yeah. So how often do we go through the galactic plane?
Every 24,000 years at this junction. Okay. Every 12,000 years also.
So this is the sine wave. Could you draw us?
The sine wave would be here. It would go like this.
Oh,
so
okay.
That would continue and go like that.
So it's very large sine wave.
And it crosses over here in Gemini and Taurus. Yeah. So the Milky Way, but we don't see Gemini and Taurus now. We're going to wait 6 months. Gemini and Taurus are over there now. But for now, for the next 3 months, check out Scorpio, it's beautiful. And you see this, the phoenix coming up out of all this. And here, it looks like, the Milky Way actually looks like a serpent. Just check out that website, or any website, go to and get a Google image of the centre of the Milky Way galaxy, and you will see this. You will see
Wow.
that's the serpent eating its tail. That's the Ouroboros. When the ladies with their rings and the serpent eating the tail, and the Jews with their Ouroboros and the Leviathan, and all of those stories about the serpent eating its tail. That is it.
It's a rainbow serpent.
Pretty powerful stuff.
It's the serpent in the sky.
So
the
that's-
Milky Way is the feathered serpent.
Yes.
Viracocha.
So that's
It's couple.
Is that the black space in the Milky Way? Because
It's black. Actually, it's very luminous
around it.
around it. We see, but it's actually it's a dark.
Yeah,
black.
okay, because the black space in indigenous, that's old man Emu, right? The indigenous fellows will say, look up into the sky and you'll see old man Emu, and he's got his neck spread out, and you know, that's. But, so if we're on a slightly different angle, I can see how that could be interpreted into this. Go and have a look.
Just be careful with Scorpio though when you see it coming over. It's not facing on the board. It's those three stars are actually pointing north in the northern direction towards the northern skies. So just I can't turn the board around, right? So to show you that, but remember that. Now this guy, the centaur and the centaur, they're all aiming, and the pointers are all aiming to this. Now, do you remember in the book of Genesis where the serpent tempted the woman?
Yes.
And then they ate from the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. Well, people, that scary story.
They ate the fruit of the tree of good and evil.
Yes. The equinoxes are called trees, pillars, brothers, twins, Jacob and Esau. This is the tree of life, because when the sun crosses over from the winter, from the Red Sea, and the children of Israel come up out of the Red Sea, they eat the Paschal lamb. That's when Nisan 14, when the full moon, and they have their Passover celebration. And the Christians on the first Sunday thereafter, they celebrate Easter because the sun is in the east. Remember, this is the east, because the lamb is coming up. And when they see the lamb and they look around and there's blossom, it's springtime. It's the start of the year. That's the start. And the blossom is the wool of the lamb. And the Christians celebrate the marriage of the lamb. And they celebrate the Easter, the Passover. The sun has passed over. This is in the Garden of Eden. This is the knowledge of the tree of life, because the cycle keeps repeating eternally. It's a cycle, so it's the tree of life. It gives you life because it brings you into summer, photosynthesis. This is the cycle of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Because this is good and this is evil. Remember, the top half is, you live in the top half. The opposite of live is evil and devil, right?
That's funny.
Yeah. So this is good and this is evil. So
unbelievable.
the virgin is always sitting there before the fall of the sun to preside over the fall of the sun. She is Delilah. What this screen is showing is basically what the centre of our Milky Way galaxy actually looks like. And you will see, you might have to sort of trick your eyes, but you will see a serpent. You'll see a serpent, right, eating its own tail.
Can I have that description here? Santos, can you finish what you were doing? Just do the fingers across it. From
So there's the head of the serpent, and it's got its open mouth here, and it's receiving the tail. The tail is going in here and here, that V that you can see there. There's the eye of the serpent. And that's what David Flynn is pointing out to when he's showing what's going to happen when the sun aligns with this. The serpent is here, the Ouroboros, and it is actually the centre of the Milky Way galaxy. Now this is all there. You can't deny it. This serpent is there. There it is. Alright? And Scorpio sits on top of the head of the serpent, and it's the phoenix coming up out of the ashes. Because when our solar system aligns with it, the phoenix comes back out of the ashes.
Yeah,
It's
you've got an
reborn,
eye.
a new
Yeah.
age. Sorry?
You can see the eye.
Yes, you can see the eye.
Yes.
It's right there. And Ophiuchus is standing with one leg. With one leg he's standing on that serpent there, and with the other he's standing on the head of Scorpio. What's going on? This is the gospel in the sky. What's it telling us? Well, it's telling us that this guy Ophiuchus and the serpent sitting on the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, because Libra sits there's the true sky. That's how it's supposed to be understood. There's the Virgin. Ophiuchus is here in Scorpio, and the head of the serpent is deceiving the woman to partake of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Good and evil. Now, if we take a look at a have you ever noticed the Korean flag?
Oh, is that right?
Fire, water,
Yes.
spirit, matter,
Yes.
earth, fire, air, water.
Yes.
It's science, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's telling us here. Spirit and matter. The mother, the father, the spirit. Because it's electric. This is positive electricity, negative electricity. They work together. It's a beautiful sexual dance of eternity in the sub-ether divided world in which we live, of duality. And there's no use denying it. I don't understand why people are denying it, because it's science.
Yeah.
And the God, the One, He also is the 12. The dodeca is 12. So the 1 becomes the 12, becomes the 2, becomes the 3 generations thereof, the 4 polarities of fire, earth, air and water. There are 3 generations of each. There's a generation of fire in the morning, 6 o'clock. There's another generation of growth fire, that's birth fire, growth fire, between 2 and 8 in the afternoon. And then at midnight there's no more fire. No fire here, because growth, birth, growth, decay. And the same with air. The air does the same thing. Cardinal, fixed, mutable. The same with water. What that is, those 4 colours, they're the 4 elements. And it's showing you that during the year, the sun will produce these 12 different energy vibrations. And you will note them. You will notice them. In the morning at 6 o'clock, when the sun comes up over the horizon, that beautiful fire, the angle of light is so strong that all the plants rise up to greet the sun. And the animals chirping, and it's noise and it's cacophony. Because Aries is ruling fire. Fire is being generated to the earth and everything responds. Then what happens at 8 o'clock? Bang. The flowers start going like this. Everybody goes and has a cup of tea. We're just sluggish. It's Taurus. It's magnetic. The plants, the animals have gone quiet. Where's the noise? What's happening? Then they start again when mutable air comes at 10 o'clock. Bang, activity again. Taka, 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 taka. And this corresponds with our head. We wake up in the morning in our heads. See the body of the man? There's the head in Aries. And it goes right around, and the feet are touching the back of the head.
Oh, okay.
The 2, look at the chakras. See how the chakras start going red below the kidneys, because the Libras, the equinox happens in the justice centre, the scales of justice, of balance, because the sun passes between 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night and splits it down the middle. Here, longest day, here, shortest day. Death of the sun, climbs the holy mountain, gets enthroned as Ra, and then gets betrayed. Father, Father, why have you betrayed me? Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. And here, the sun, when it crosses here, it says, it is finished, because they give Jesus a sop of vinegar, and vinegar is the end of the wine season, and September is always the wine. So when the sun crosses here, he says it is finished. That's the last words of Jesus. So you see that cycle, which I'm going to go into later. That's the story that I'm going into, but it comes from, voila, this. Now,
That's powerful, that. I can see it now.
what happens when you go to a... can you all see that? Because it's clear, isn't it? I don't want you to miss this. And you can see David Flynn. He's a genius about his work. I got a lot from him. I learnt quite a bit about the solar system. There's the snake eating its tail. It's everywhere in our culture.
Who's David Flynn? He took that photo, did he? Oh.
He made that DVD.
Are you seeing that okay?
Yeah, now.
Okay. I'm very sorry about this because I haven't had time to organise this or organise a better way of doing things. That's in the apple, the pentagon. Here he is explaining. Remember what I said about Polaris before? Polaris is on the... because our axis is pointing to it. Yeah. See, true north is here. So that is the closest star to true north that there is. But these other stars, Vega, and the constellation of the dragon occupies 2/3 of the whole circle. That's why when Revelations talk about the dragon that drags 1/3 of God's angels, it's talking about the throne of God in the heavens. This is the throne. And Cephas has got his foot on Polaris and he's saying, hey man, I'm the king. And you, dragon, you wait your turn. Because in procession, I'm ruling now. It's the age of Pisces. And then when the Bible says that Jesus shall reign for 1,000 years, well, that's the 1,000 years left over of the Aquarian part. Yeah. The 2,000 years of Pisces has already been done. Then that's why they say, no, Jesus will return. Because that was the first return of Jesus, Cephas, with his foot on Polaris. The second return is when Aquarius changes the nature of things from water Pisces to air. We go up here in the head rather than emotional water people being baptised with water. That's why Christians baptise with water. Why don't they baptise with spirit and fire, like the Bible says? Spirit is air, that's what it's called, and fire is because they don't raise the kundalini and raise and get those wheels, chakras spinning, because that's the air is after we pierce the heart chakra and we go to the blue. Air and fire. That's why at Pentecost the fires that were speaking, and they were speaking in tongues, they had tongues of fire on their head. That's the pineal gland, the glowing. That's what it is. So there's Polaris. He's ruling. There's the Ouroboros.
Just pull your head and move to the left. Beautiful. It's nice to have your head in the frame. You can lift in the middle.
And there's the equinox in the sky between Taurus and Gemini and Scorpio and Sagittarius, which we have on the board. Okay, so that's where it crosses. See, so that's the galactic plane, and this is the ecliptic. Okay, you good with that?
Yep.
Let's proceed. There's a lot in this. There it is there, the eagle, the man, the bull, and the lion, the fixed points. That's the divine cross in the sky. And there are the animals, and we go around 6,000 years in each age. And our age begins in Gemini, when the twins were in the Garden of Eden. Okay? That's how it works. And again, we see here what he's done. I think I love what he's done here at the 7th minute when I find it. This is beautiful. Have a look at this. There it is. Capricorn, Sagittarius, Scorpio, reaching out to the scales. And there's the serpent. And the serpent is swallowing this activity. It's in the middle of it. And it's the serpent of the Garden of Eden, because this is where the phoenix is. Remember, Ophiuchus comes out of here, and he's got his head on here, and he's got his head on, the foot on here, and the foot on Scorpio. He's sitting right here, Ophiuchus, and Hercules is above him. And the serpent was facing Libra. Now, I want to go back to this. Remember, we saw this picture before? That's how this program Sky Survey presents. That's how it presents, the first page that it presents to show you all the ecliptic and all the constellations in the sky. And when you click on information, well, there you have Scorpio and there's Sagittarius.
Yes.
Why? Well, because they've picked the centre of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay? Yes, and you can follow the ecliptic and you can find where all the planets are. For instance, if we go over here to Pisces, that planet there is Uranus. There's Uranus there, and it shows you because Jupiter's there, because that is the ecliptic. That's the path that the wanderers travel. That's the path that the sun travels. Let's find the sun.
It's awesome.
It is awesome.
Isn't it when you got it all in front of you like that and then simplified with the chart?
And this is the gospel of the sky. These are the four Vedas. There's the sun in Taurus. Now, actually, it's not. It's in Gemini. Remember, precession has gone out of whack 30 degrees. So physically, they're showing you that the sun is right in the middle of Taurus, but it's not in the calendar. It's in Gemini. We are in Gemini now, so but I can't get that down. And there's Gemini, so it's 30 degrees shifted. But I will show you that that does not affect astrology, because it does not depend on the stars. They're just pictures there to remind you. That's just a story. The influences do not come from the stars. It comes from the sun. Everything comes from our Son and Saviour, Christ Jesus. Amen. It's beautiful when you know what it means, isn't it? It's not that scary church stuff anymore. Makes sense. Nostradamus. This is a good little doco, and showing the 8-spoke wheel.
You want the sound as well?
A Fucus, Sagittarius, Scorpio.
That's the wheel.
Is it David Flynn again, is it? Is it him?
No, this is on the History Channel. What he's showing is the 8-spoke wheel. This gentleman is explaining the 8-spoke wheel. You see, the ecliptic. There's the centre of the Milky Way galaxy. They're pointing to it, and people don't believe in astrology. Well, what are they, or astronomy, or they're there. So he's going to show how the 8-cross wheel works. There's the 8-spoke wheel. That's what's going to happen in 2012. It happens only once in 24,000 years.
December the 21st.
Yes. We are living in such privileged and blessed days.
Isn't it?
Blessed. We are seeing these things. And why aren't the governments of the world preparing? There it is. That's the equator of the Milky Way galaxy. That's the ecliptic, because Sagittarius, Scorpio, Libra, Virgo, that's where the sun journeys. And it's going to cross with our solstices and equinoxes. That's the solstice, that's the equinox. And that's what we get. And that is the 8-spoke wheel that Nostradamus was talking about. Let us proceed, because we've got a lot to do. All right?
That ain't true.
It is brilliant, and I thought I would take extra effort to send that to George. We can thank George, because I said, can we do this and show people? Because seeing that strengthens what I'm saying. Okay? Now.
George.
Thanks, George.
Yes, thank you.
You want to see the crop circle too?
Hey? Oh, please, can you do that, if you don't mind? Crop circle? Yes. Because I
Morning. So. Does it really matter?
You'll have to do it, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just going to change my tape.
Okay. So you see, guys, this is the beautiful thing that's in the Bible. The serpent that talks to the woman, Virgo, and says, eat of the tree. It's just the sun going through Virgo, and it seems that she's betrayed him somehow to the scales. How dare that woman? Because the sun was in his royal kingdom, in the beautiful 6 signs of spring and summer. And then there's the woman, and she's the last one. Dang, I've got to go down into hell. And that happens in this area. And that's the story it's telling. If you eat from this tree in the day in which you eat from it, you will positively die. And they did, because that death is below on the very day. Because when you go through the equator on September the 21st, you're now into the other realm, the other half. You walk through the mirror. You're doing the reverse of what came the 6 months before. And if we start seeing these cycles, we'll realise that they're happening every day in fractals. Through our body and through everything we do. We're going from electric to magnetic all the time. And it's a beautiful dance. And that's what you are, vibration, electricity. Now,
you mentioned before the break, you said something about not having to eat meat.
Yes.
Is that part of what we have to do?
I'm going to go into that. I've got, I want to read to you, to encourage you only, not condemn you. If you need to eat meat and what have you, that's your business. But I'm going to read to you from my favourite philosophers, Seneca, Porphyry, Plutarch, Pythagoras. And I want to speak from their minds, and you will see some beautiful reasons why you should never eat the flesh of animals.
What's that publication?
Not from me, from these beautiful men. And that's just 4 of them.
But what I was trying to get to was, is there a preparation period for us to experience this?
The result of not eating meat?
Well,
So-
lots of other areas of our lives, not only
Yeah.
to do with meat, but preparation of us to do with the whole host of
My God.
Yes, that's part of it. Another part of this preparation would be your meditation and yoga. Okay? Very important. Another part of it is focusing on the virtues and the ethics, because there's ethics in all of this. This is an ethical story. This is virtue. It's telling you that you suffer in winter, and all these characters, Hercules sits up here, they're all called the one who is coming. There's about 10, there are about 10 heroes up here.
awesome stuff.
There's Perseus in Aries. There's Hercules, there's Draco, there's all these beautiful characters, and they keep coming. Because it's a cycle. And that's why Jesus is coming. He had his first coming, now we're waiting for his second one. He's coming. In the clouds, well, that's where the sun comes. That's Jesus. J-E-S. Yes, sun rising, sun setting is the sun, positive, fire. And that's why we say yes. And that's where the year comes from. Because the yes...
Did you want to do the crop circle? Or
yeah, alright. Can I just finish this and then... where's my folder?
Comets, asteroids and the moons, have got any relevance to this? Comets and asteroids, they ever get into any of this stuff, or are they just not relevant much? And the moon?
Oh, there is.
There is, yeah.
No,
Halley's Comet, for example, and asteroids and the moons, they got...
Oh, we'll get to that, because I'm going to... some people wonder, well, how do you suppose that the sun is yes? Because I talk to churchgoers, and they say, well, you're telling me that's the sun, and there are 48 of these.
48.
24 and 24, the 24 elders that stand around the throne of God, because it's electromagnetism. They're telling you, the Freemasons and the Catholics, this is Catholic. I-E-S, because it's Greek, the H is Greek, it's eta. Eta. It's I-E-S, I-E-S becomes J-E-S, it's all fire, it's the sun, fire. Helios, the sun. The sun. The sun. The Holy Son. Blessed Saviour. And the Jehovah's Witnesses, do you think, a lot of people think, oh yeah, but the Jehovah's Witnesses, because I was one for 40 years. Well, 20 years. Okay, let me get that right. I was baptised a Catholic. My mum became a witness after hearing that God's name is Jehovah when I was 2 years old, so then she brought me up as a witness. Then I denied that God existed and everything at teenage years, and did the chasing the girls and all that stuff, left it all behind, and then came back in my later teens. Got baptised at 21. So that explains the 40 and the 20 years. That's 20 years active as an adult, baptised twice, but just so that they don't say, oh yeah, but that's the Catholics. You know, they do these subtle things that most witnesses would never pick in church, would they? Jehovah, the one who is vigorous in power. Vigorous. Anyway, so we have yes, yes, yeah, yeah,
Year.
year. Who's responsible for the cycle of the year? It's the yes, just like month is the moon, isn't it? And minute from the moon, hour. Hour is, well, that's got to be Horus. Come on, yeah, they can't hide it. It's Horus. Horizon, horoscope. It's the sun. Who's on the horizon? What hour is it? Where's Horus? He's at 12:30. Oh, see, they can't hide it. Ministers, they're trying to hide that they're from, their religion is from the stars. Minister, can you teach me about this star, there's moon? Or pastor, you think you can teach me about God, Jesus? Yes, certainly. Jesus means the sun, if they were honest. Elder. El, you saw it? Elios. Elohim. Because the Elohim are the sun and his 6 little helpers. Snow White and 7 dwarves. It's all the one story. So, let us progress now, and we've explained...
Let us pray.
Let us pray, brethren. Well, this is a prayer. This is meditation. Knowledge, commune. That's how it works. Wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in my name, there my spirit shall be with them. Yes. Yeah. All right. Speaking about past lives, why did they take the truth about incarnation of the spirit in flesh? Why did they take it out of the Bible? Justinian did it in the year 500 and in the 540s, because his wife was Rome's best whore. He married her, and now she's an elite, and she doesn't want the slaves of Rome to know that in the Bible it talks about reincarnation, and they took it out. Just Google it. Yep. Google it. Justinian. All right, the one that built the temple in Turkey to Sophia, the beautiful. What's that temple called? It's one of the greatest.
Sophia, something of Sophia.
Yes, it is. It has Sophia in it. In Istanbul, you can they receive
Sophia something.
Millions of tourists every year. No, what's it called? The great temple in Turkey. Justinian built it.
Good, Google it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's there. Just want to read you something about incarnation, then we'll do the crop circle. Sorry. So. Here is what happens after you die. Ovid, right, is in the 15th book, and it's under the heading of the teachings of Pythagoras. I'm going to read also from here about vegetarianism, because he was a vegetarian.
Did you read that other bit of vegetarianism?
No, I'm going to, and I'm going to read out of here, but I just thought I might add this now before we go into the crop circles and into part 2 of all this. That's under Pythagoras. And he says, here is what happens after you die. Your body, whether consumed on the pyre is fire, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And also pure comes from that word. That's why you purify with fire. And that's why we need to be baptised with fire, because we must be pure.
Well, the sun sterilises things too. When you've got kids, nappies, they teach in school, go and hang your nappies on the line, the sun will sterilise them. It doesn't matter.
The sun is a great healer.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes. No, don't be sorry. I love that, hearing stuff like that. It's true.
Yeah.
8 minutes it takes for the photons, the fast ones, to get here. The slower ones are 9 minutes, 10 minutes, but every day he is sending those photons to us. And that is our Saviour. It's our Saviour. Because it's not just a physical sun, there are three suns. As Julian says in the orations to the sun, the emperor. There are three suns. It's the physical, the psychic, or the soul of the sun, and the spirit of the sun.
Ether.
Mithra, the same. Ahura Mazda, the same. It was Krishna, Brahma, Shiva, Krishna, Vishnu. There's always four aspects or three aspects of the sun. That sun in the sky, Jesus, is also the archangel Michael, who is like unto God. Anything that ends with L, Raphael, L, it's the Elohim. Raphael is Gabriel is the moon, and you're going to see that in the Gospels next. It's beautiful. So that's Michael in the Jewish, Jesus in the Christian, yes Krishna in the Hindu, but it is the physical body of the creature. It's a creature that comes from the ether, just like we do, a higher order. We will be stars one day, like Michael. He has a soul, a psychic field. We're living in the psychic field of the sun. We are in the sun, our Father, the Christ. And we are communicating by means of his consciousness network and the Earth's. But we have to leave the Earth's. It's a beautiful mother, but we've got to get the solar consciousness. We must become true Christians. You see? That's what it means. Not in the churches that are dishing out the McDonald's food. Not there. They can't. They're there to trick us from this. There's always a salesman on every corner. And that's why when our souls transmigrated to the earth, we were warned. And I'm going to show you from Hermes, the Hermetica. We were warned. Don't be deceived by the priests.
McDonald's is an Aries.
Yes, it is. Anyway, Ovid. So, see, he's a Libran, like my son. And the Librans are always against.
I'm not against.
Opposite each other.
Here we are.
They are, Taurus is opposite Scorpio. They are their opposites. When I see, sometimes I pick Librans for Arians and Arians for Librans because they have the mirror image energy.
Where are Aries and Libra?
Yeah. Well, I can actually feel the balanced energy between the two of you, that it's similar, and just see it. You can feel it. It's psychic. It's psychic, and that's what the sun does. The warmth of the sun, that's the psychic light of the sun. The light is in the middle. It's in the middle of the God and the nature. The lights are there as the middle of the ether and the other parts underneath, the water and the earth, the feminine parts. So he's in the middle, you see, like on my chart. Ether's at the top, and then the feminine earth is at the bottom. The fire is in the middle place, and it is the intellect and the spirit which teaches us, because it activates our eyes. Without the sun, we can't see all these objects to know what they're like, how they feel, and how they work. And we can't, without that, we can't see the stars and get to know them. So, whether consumed on the pyre or slowly decaying, suffers no evil. Souls cannot perish. And always, on leaving their prior abodes, they come to new ones, living on, dwelling again in receptive bodies. See, he's got no reason other than to say the truth. Whereas the priestcraft don't want you to know this. This is Ovid. If you know who Ovid is, you know that this has got to be one of the top 10 classics of all time. He lived in the time of Caesar Augustus. He mentions Augustus. But Ovid is one of the great Roman classics, like Cicero and Virgil and Livy and and then he goes, so you cannot die. In the time of the Trojan War, I remember quite well that I was oh, my eyes, I've highlighted it, so it's purple of all colours. Pantheus' son, Ephorbus, and wounded once in the breast by a spear cast by Lord Menelaus. So he was obviously a Turk. Menelaus is Greek. Recently, get this. This is amazing. Recently, while in the temple of Juno on Argos, I recognised the shield that I bore on my left arm.
Which is?
Right. Well, he's recognised. He went to the museum and he saw it, and he goes, "That was my last life."
Yeah.
Because our souls, we have been various characters in the past, various, but it's not like a linear reincarnation. It's like our dream higher consciousness that lives in unconditioned consciousness chooses to have material experiences.
Yeah.
And have a separate dream. So you may have been Queen Helen of Troy, you know. Not that it's, remember I said before that all Troy happened up here.
Yeah.
Well, what is he talking about then? Is he talking about a real physical Troy? Well, yes, he is too. Because Troy on earth is the same as Troy in the heavens, like Londoncaster and Manchester were. Okay. Anyway, we'll get back to that. Isn't that good?
Yes.
Isn't that beautiful? That's what Jesus said. Lift your eyes and see that the harvest is ready. And when I come into my kingdom,
Harvest of souls?
well, it's a harvesting of souls, yes. The ready ones, though. The 144,000. The ones.
How many?
Well, it's the temple, the New Jerusalem. It's a new consciousness. The ones that fit into it. They will be priests and kings, meaning that they will be astral. They won't be attached to physical life anymore.
So-
The ones who aren't ready just have to keep doing
Well,
their...
everyone wakes up in their own time.
Exactly. Yes. Everybody, the ones who don't get harvested for the higher part, just eventually do. No one's lost.
Eventually.
No one's lost. God loves all of his atoms. All the entangled particles that are out there shall be saved and redeemed. But when Jesus comes into, when the Son of Man, you see, the Son of Man he's the only man in the zodiac, the Son of Man. When the age of Aquarius comes, he's saying, this is Jesus speaking, when the Son of Man comes into his kingdom in his glory, he shall sit down on his throne and judge the sheep and the goats. The sheep and the goats. Capricorn, the goat, is in charge of the solstice. The sheep are in charge of the equinoxes. And he's sitting in the middle of them. One on his right hand and one on his left. And I shall judge them. It's all in the stars. All of it. But it doesn't mean that some parts of this story weren't embraced by Amenhotep and Akhenaten or Julius Caesar, and they all tried to make themselves the hero Hercules. So in fact there was a Herod in history. When we read about Herod the Great and Herod, the counterparts are there on earth too, because everybody wants to call themselves after the sun. Cyrus the Great, wouldn't that be Osiris? Ramses, wouldn't that be Ra? Akhenaten, Aten the sun, Osiris the sun in winter down the bottom on December 21st. He's Saturn because he's got Capricorn and Aquarius and he rules the underworld, Osiris. But it's still the sun. It's just it's a magnetic sun. The light is different coming from the sun than the sun in summer, which is Ra, who radiates the rays, royal, the sun. He has different names, but he's always in there. So, who's that? Cyrus the Great, Napoleon Bonaparte, Napoleon the Great. Have I spelled that wrong? No. Apollo. The one from Apollo. Just like Jesus of Nazareth is Jesus from Seer, Cyrus, Sirius. That's where we come from. We're Syrian. Sirius is our sister star. Jesus is the little child of Sirius. Osiris. And name some of the heroes, some of the great rulers. Have a go, and you'll see that they're all the sun. Try it. Elizabeth the Great, El, the sun. Louis, El, the sun. Julius Caesar, Jule comes from Yule. Yule is the circle. That's why you have the Yule log on Christmas Eve, because it's on Christmas Eve on the 25th of December, the Yule was finished.
Well, Genghis Khan.
I don't know. But I'm sure it's in there. I was going to say, if it's not, it'll be one of the 7. It'll be Mercury.
But these are actual people that you're talking about. Napoleon was an actual person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're saying that his parents knew, they called him Apollo.
Right. Yeah. Keep going.
Yeah. And then somehow he ended up the general. I don't know that.
No, what I'm saying is that when you study the names of the man and the woman in history, you will find that 60% of the names go back to the sun or Mercury, Saturn, Venus. It's all out. That's it. There's no other names. Robert. In fact, I'll give you a whole list of names, and you're going to just your jaw is going to drop. This is all the sun. Dennis, Anthony, Thomas, John, Michael, Emmanuel, Jesse, Joshua, Joseph, Bell, Bo, Leanne, Helen, Raymond, Samuel, Jacob, Paul, Peter, Joel, Gabriel, David, Lewis, Elizabeth, Don, William, Seth, Elaine, Selena, Ellen, Phoebe, Rupert, Kent, Clara, Robert, Bertha, Simon, Mona. Well, Mona is Ammon backwards. It's all the sun.
So that was
60% names. Every hero.
Female names.
Yes.
In that whole list.
Leanne, daughter of the sun.
Okay.
Helen, the moon, which is the sun's child, wife. So it's still the sun. Remember, Nebuchadnezzar. Nebo is Mercury, god of merchandise, of the caduceus, with the winged caduceus, and the dollar sign, merchant, Mercury, Nebo, Moses, Hermes, Thoth, David. David comes from Ut, which is Thoth in Egypt, Egyptian, Nebo.
Well.
So what I'm saying about these, of course, Cyrus is the Great he's not going to have a doofus name like, well, the Indians said fighting bull, wise eagle. They didn't say, piece of trash mouse. None of these names are going to be under the sun in glory. The sun is the hero. It's the saviour. And when you see it like that as science, and then you see where the religion got it wrong. It's just science, and you can delight in the fact that it's all just knowledge. Cyrus the Great, Julius, Augustus, Caesar, Napoleon, Jesus of Nazareth, I've already explained that, Ramses, Akhenaten, Amenhotep, Amun, Set, the father of Ramses the Great, Seti, the sun, when the sun sets. Khufu, the pyramid builder, Khnum Khufu was his name, the sun. His son, the second pyramid, Khafra, Ra. His son, Menkaura, Ra. Henry the Great. Henri, that's the son. Enroi, Roi is king. Ra, the sun. All right, so right, let's do the story. This is a beautiful story coming up, guys, and I'm sure you're going to love it.
You got your black pen?
I got the black. This is the gospel. There is the equator. And that's the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. Alrighty, so we've got I'm really proud of you guys. You're really concentrating, and
It's a great talk.
it can be tiring. It's a lot of information.
It's a great talk. Eh?
Oh, thanks. I'd hate for you to be bored. Please throw in some questions if you want or something. But
When you have a wee with your radio mic on, I'm never bored.
Just one. One question.
yeah, go.
San Ra.
Oh, that's
How
done.
does Irene fit into sun?
Irene means pure, doesn't it? Pure. or peaceful. Actually, peaceful means. Peaceful. That's still good.
It's on
Peaceful.
you.
Irene. Peace. Pure is Agatha, isn't it? Or good. That's Agatha is good.
Somebody told me the other day it was love.
Irene. I think it's peace. It might be. Anyway, so there is the cross. Now, if you've done your astrology like good students, you will know that the Earth, the symbol for the Earth, is that. Interesting.
Hold it for a second longer.
The Earth.
Yep.
Take note of the Sun.
Where's the sun?
Target.
Yep.
Target. Yeah. I'll show you all the corporate logos that have to do with the sun. Put it this way, 99.99999% of them. It's all the sun.
Yes.
Okay? Even the Union Jack, the English Union Jack, this is Korean, the Union Jack is exactly the same thing. It's the crisscrossing of the sun.
Yeah.
In the middle is the obelisk, the sundial, solstice, equinox, solstice, 47 degrees, and that's on the Jack is Jacob, the sun. It's a British flag. It's not English. British is a Jewish word for children of the covenant. They're the Jews.
Is that right?
They are the Jews. Well, that's the spiritual Israel. There's a Fucus.
Wow.
There he is, standing on the serpent,
Yes.
doing his job. And the scales, the head of the serpent are right there near the scales, because Virgo goes up this way, and the head of the serpent is there near the scales, seducing the woman, saying, "Psst, go through the equinox. try some good and evil. Come on, woman." And the Virgo just goes down.
But it has to.
Goes crashing down into the land of Egypt, because, as Manly P. Hall says in this book, he does. I just had two of them. So I know I got this right because I was going to share this with you. I knew I'd get to that, because the red, everything is red down here, because the part of the body from the kidneys downward was called by the early Kabbalists the land of Egypt. The land of Egypt. So when the Virgin is pursued by the red dragon, the red star is here, and she flees down into Egypt to save her son, she can't help but go down. So Ophiuchus is just doing his job, bringing the sun down into the land of evil. There's if you have a long time-lapse camera and you face it north, that's the stars, what it will look like. So the zodiac will be down here, and 30 degrees from that true north is what's called the throne of God. And there is Cephas with his foot on Polaris. He's got his foot on that. He's standing on the throne of God, and Polaris is the closest star to the true north. It's been there for 2,000 years and will be for another 1,000 years. And that's why when you go to Rome and England and you see those beautiful domes, they're just telling you that's the throne of God. This is the throne of God. They are the stars that never set. They never set. Oh, can you see any setting there? I don't see any stars setting there. That's 24 hours. But the zodiac sets over the horizon. Dang! But the northern stars, just like our southern cross, it's always scribing a circle. Right? That's the throne of God. And when the dragon occupies, there's Alpha Draconis, Gamma Draconis, and all these stars that sit on the throne over a period of about 8,000 years. Once that dragon gets off that pole position, he's out of there. And down the great dragon was hurled, and a third of the angels with him. It's in Revelation. Okay. So there's your thing. Your Mount Zion. So what we learn from this, the reason I'm showing you those northern stars is that the throne of God is up there in the north, but it's also the zodiac. Because the woman, Ursa Major, who wants to put Polaris on the throne, is also the woman here, the Virgin, who occupies pretty much prime position. This is pretty much midsummer. This is a glorious season, Virgo. These are the summer green months. And hell is red. Does anyone know what the Latin word for hell is? Inverno. Exactly. Now you're thinking like you're supposed to be thinking. Now you'll see what's going on. So if Inverno is down here, well then hell is not hot, it's cold. Because that's where Inferno is. The infer, under the ground, under the sea. Because this equator, that's the equator. And when the sun is above, you have longer days, shorter nights. We want some of that to grow the pineapples and the bananas, and so that we can live. And here the shorter days, longer nights, from that point on, is no good. That's why Jesus, when he gets crucified, he is crucified between two thieves. These are also called thieves. That's the good one, because when the sun goes through him on the 21st of March, the longer days begin. And Taurus tells you, fixed earth. Plough. The Virgin tells you to harvest. And that's the wine season. When the sun turns water into wine, Jesus turns water into wine every year. When the sun crosses this point, he says, it is finished. The year's finished. Because it comes from the Egyptian tradition. The priest would stand on the temple after the wine season. Beautiful wine. Very nice. A couple of squeezes later, good wine. Yep. After a few squeezes, it's like, ooh, it's vinegar. That's Jesus tasting, that's the sun tasting the wine around about here. And then the priest says, oh, it's vinegar, it's finished. So he raises his glass in Egypt, in the temple, at Amun, at Thebes or Luxor, or even Amana, Memphis, wherever. The priesthood was all over the place in the divided kingdom. And by the way, that's the divided kingdom of Israel. That's where it comes from. Israel and Samaria, Judah and Ephraim. That's where it comes from. And he would say it is finished, because the year's finished. So, these red months are Egypt, and it's below the kidneys, the land of Egypt. Now, what we have here is Aries, Taurus, Gemini, spring. The Lamb of God that takes away the sin of the world. Because the sun has finally crossed over and forgiven us for the sins. That's Jesus, which is the Lamb of God. Here the fish, he's the fisherman of men. Here Aquarius, the Son of Man. Here he is the rock, because Osiris, Orion is in here. Remember, there's always There's always three other constellations, and the prominent one in Taurus is Orion. He's killing the bull. Orion is Osiris. And he's got three belts, dunk, dunk. There are three stars in his belt, and they point up to Sirius, which is in Cancer. They do. Brightest star in the sky. They point straight to it. And that is the star that sits over the manger where Jesus is born every year on the 25th of December. Manger because there's a cluster of stars called the beehive, or the honey, or the manger. That's the beehive. It's in Cancer, near Sirius. And that's why the star comes up to here every year on the 25th of December. That's the sky you see.
That's Bethlehem as well?
Yes. Yes, Bethlehem is here. This is Bethlehem, the house of bread.
Yeah. Which is a different constellation.
Because Virgo's bread.
Okay.
Yeah. So here's the rock. Here he's the twin. Here is in Capricorn is the scapegoat of Israel. These are all descriptions of Jesus. Here is the lion of the tribe of Judah. Here's the unicorn or the scarab. Here is the virgin. We know he's a virgin. What about Mary Magdalene? Maybe not. But his mother was a virgin.
How does that work?
And he is called the bread of life. That's the bread of life. The sign of the bread. So the female cuts off that. The female was responsible for chopping off the positive electricity and beginning another polarity of positive electricity, which is air. Fire is the source of the positive polarity. There are four polarities, 1, 2, 3, 4. And that's what Russell talks about. He says there are not two polarities of positive and negativity. There are four. There are four. And that explains it. This explains everything. It really does explain everything. When I say that, I run the risk of people going, oh, how arrogant and presumptuous, and how I do run the risk of that, but I can't. If you know what I know, and I haven't scratched the surface yet, you will know that this explains everything. This is the Tarot, the Torah, this is Kabbalah, this is, it's everything. There's no system that it doesn't embrace, because it is the blueprint.
So what's a way to explain the four polarities in a general term, or what's another way to explain it?
Two positives and two negatives, they are. That's what they are. One is electric, one is positive, one is magnetic, one is described as negative. Magnetic, negative.
Electric, magnetic.
Alright, no worries.
You're saying electric, negative, magnetic, negative, and then the positive of both. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. One, there are two kinds of, there are two electric. There are two electric and two magnetic polarities. And you know what they are? Earth, fire, air and water. Hello? See? Because the air, remember Aries is the head, right? Cardinal fire. Pisces is the feet, mutable water. So water is attached to earth and fire is in the air. So we are batteries, we are magnets, and we're up it. We're not walking on our feet for no reason. And that's why Pisces is there. It's all science. It's known that the body has these 12 segments in it. So when are you rolling, eh?
Yes, it's
okay.
rolling. It's rolling. You've been going for 2 minutes.
So when the Israelites are passing through the Red Sea, well, it's talking about our bodies passing through the red blood. Our red blood is very special. That's where our soul is. It's in the blood. And it's the Red Sea. There's no difference between salt seawater and blood chemically in the laboratory.
That's really interesting. Monatomic gold, or the white gold that comes from seawater, is not heat treated. David Judd talking about a healthy blood cell and how it looks under the microscope, which is healthy, as opposed to one that's bombarded with garbage. Anyway, sorry, I don't mean to detract.
No, it's all good. It's all good. So the body of the man, and the woman, please don't take this as man.
Body of a human.
Human, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I'm just using the man because that's how it's told me in every
You're still
classic.
studying away,
Yes.
aren't you?
But please understand, I'm not. By the way, remember the sine wave before? There it is.
Yeah.
So it goes through the liver, the kidneys.
Yeah.
So when we travelling through the Red Sea, it means we're walking through blood. We're having a blood experience. And water. Water is feminine.
It's blood.
We are 70% water. So that is one sense of the Israelites going through the Red Sea. The other sense is, well, I'm Aryan, you're Libran, we've got Taurian, Pisceans here. We're the 12 tribes of Israel.
It's right here.
Yeah. These are the 12. We are the 12 tribes of Israel. Because spiritually we come from that. That's our. That's what the stars have set us at. I've been setting on the 24th of March. I've been set in Aries. My moon is here, and my ascendant is here. So I've got two fire. So my sun is in the head, my moon is in my feet, and my ascendant is in the heart, I guess. Put it that way. That's why you need to know your birth chart. Where are your planets? Well, I've got Saturn in Aquarius in machines with Venus. I've got the moon in Pisces and Jupiter, and that's his natural home, Pisces. So this guy here, Firmicus Maternus, says that if you have more than one planet in his natural home, you're really, really blessed. I'll just read that while I'm here.
More than one planet in his natural
Yeah, well, I've got Jupiter in Pisces, so Jupiter rules Pisces. Let me read it. This too we should know, that an average chart is that which has a single planet on its own sign, located in an important house of the chart. The man who has a chart with two planets, each in its own sign, is blessed with moderately good fortune. Fortunate and powerful beyond the usual is the one who has three. Tom Cruise, I'll show you his birth chart. He has three planets in their own home. He's got Mercury in Gemini. He's got Saturn in Aquarius like I have, because he's my age. Saturn was there for 12 years. And he's got Jupiter in Pisces.
So if you don't have three, you just got to be mediocre.
Well, this is how the planets bless us. These are our, what they call the stars. Oh, these lucky stars. You wonder sometimes how some people get...
It's either blessed or unblessed. It's like, yeah, Tom Cruise is blessed.
Well, what about severely handicapped people and mongoloid people that come into this world? Do they just go, dang, I didn't get, I'm blind, I didn't get to get eyes,
Have you studied that?
If you're a Tom Cruise and you've got three, well, he's lucky in this life, and that's nice. If you don't have any, doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Next time.
But that's what that's how important the stars are. They are. Those planets, and we chose to come in when it's like Russian roulette. We chose to jump into incarnation at that moment because we want Mercury in the feet. Or for some reason I wanted the sun in my head. So I wasn't born 5 days early and to be polarized with the sun in my feet. I wanted it there. I chose that.
Yes.
And these planets are always, it's like snowflakes. It's never the same position for 4,320,000 years, according to Manly P. Hall, till they reset and go back to zero. Anyway, fortunate and powerful beyond the usual is the one who has three, and he could be near to the gods in happiness who has 4 planets, each located in his own sign. More than this number, the character of the human race does not allow.
Who's got 4?
I don't know yet. No. I'm gonna check that, but I would imagine Leonardo da Vinci would have to. I would have to. There's got to be something in the chart there. It has to be, because Leonardo da Vinci is you. Why were you so smart back then? What I'm saying is, he's just dipping into the same solar consciousness as you are. He just got a big dip, got a big dip, because the planets were aligned properly, and he wanted to, and he knew he could do it. He could pull it off. He says, God, you allow me to jump in at this time. I promise you, I'll invent machines and I'll enlighten humanity. Other people who are not doing that and who appear to be obtuse and trapped in the material maya, the illusion, they're probably forgotten. They've forgotten who they are. With all the fluoride in our water and all the immunisations and all the deliberate dumbing down in our education system to keep people obtuse, deliberate.
It's just because they're not awakened.
Planetary.
They're not awakened. I don't think it's deliberate. They're not awakened. They don't have the consciousness.
Oh, it is deliberate.
When you look at the food that is put into people,
it is
very hard
unfortunately
to be
there's some
conscious.
evil people on the planet. Well, evil, I'd say insane, not evil. I would say that they're insane, deluded, and they've chosen, because money's, the power and money that you get, there's opportunities out there, and you know, instead of staying on the course and applying the holy science and just, you know, concentrating on the gods that we are, we see the new iPod and the new one, you know, the new TV, and I want some of that, right? Now, we all suffer from this. We all do,
But he was
exactly.
They're
That's
on
right.
their journey too, aren't they?
Yes, bless them.
And
Yes.
we've been there.
And
We've been there and done that kind of thing in
Yes.
both lives. We're no different to them. We're
No.
part of them. We're all
They're
one.
probably the reason we're
And-
asking questions now.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, and how about this? It says, while on the other hand, he who has no planet in his own sign will forever be unknown. He's not talking about forever, right?
No.
It's in the life that person has been under. And that's fine.
Yeah.
Some people choose to be unknown.
They're happy. They're happy.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
They're happy.
They could be a lot happier than Tom Cruise.
Of low-born life, that's right. Of low-born life and doomed to a miserable life, he says. So that's probably talking about, you know, people who are really suffering. There's a lot of suffering. I mean, imagine being born in some of those places.
Matthias.
They've got these cool names. I love that some of them.
Matthias. Yes.
Let's put it down so I can
Matthias.
see it.
Sorry.
He wrote it down, it's got the name on it, sorry.
Oh, has it? Oh, sorry.
Pretty cool names, some of these people.
Yeah, Firmicus Maternus. Apparently he turned Christian after he wrote that book, and he wrote a book, The Error of the Pagans. But I think there's a little bit of shenanigans going on there. They probably did that deliberately. But he's not sort of, he's talking about, because there's error in every system.
Yeah.
That's what we try to do, uncover the error.
Yeah.
If this all makes sense and everything I point to, because that's all we're doing, we're just discussing knowledge. We're not saying this is dogma and this is how it's supposed to go. But if a jeweller has got 1,000 little cogs in the front there and he says, can you put that together for me? You know nothing about jewellery. You'll be there for a million years. But the jeweller will go, okay, look, give me 5 minutes here. And there you go, there's your new watch. So if we can do that, if we can be jewellers today.
Those charts are very powerful, you know, like.
They're very powerful. All of this is very powerful because it teaches you where to focus your meditation. So it's not wasted.
Your thinking,
Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Fire, fire, fire. Air, air, air. Such a beautiful science related to this, it's just exquisite. Earth, earth, earth. Water. Oops. Water. Cardinal, 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 cardinal. Fixed, 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 fixed. Mutable, mutable, mutable.
Okay, policies.
Oops, what have we got in Pisces?
Mutable.
Mutable. Thank you. All right. I'll just put that in there because I'm going to deal with that later. But for now, I want to deal with the wisdom that's in the Bible, the stories, and how to discern and understand those. Let me just read from Luke, because Matthew and Luke talk about Gabriel coming to tell the Blessed Virgin Mary that she's going to have a child. See, Mary always conceives of the child, because remember, Aries rules from 6 to 8 o'clock. That's usually when the sun rises. Who should be sitting on the western horizon every morning? Every morning, because of course we know the 3 cycles. The day starts here. The year starts here. And the backward processional great year. So the Virgin is always there. And because this is the equinoxes and the solstice on the 25th of December when the sun is born, starts his way up, becomes a man, little boy, man, old man, dying, son. Right? When he does that, when he's born here, the Virgin is still in prime position. She's still there. So they look east, because this is east, they look east on the 24th of December at 12 o'clock, midnight. Right on that point, when the sun begins to start climbing up again and the days are lengthening. That's why Lent is over here, because the days are lengthening. It's short for lengthen. The days are getting longer. Longer, the days are getting shorter. Right. Now, what happens in Luke, because the gospel always starts here. But the science starts here. You can start the gospel here or here, the sheep or the goat, the solstice or the equinox. Okay? Luke. And this is nice. I'm just going to read from the first chapter when Gabriel comes on down and tells Mary. Right? So, in verse, I've got the Jerusalem Bible. I like this Bible. It's good. Beautiful version. Luke 1:19. I am Gabriel who stand in God's presence, and I have been sent to speak to you to bring you this good news. Another version says, I am Gabriel who stands near to God. That's Gabriel who stands near to God, Mercury, the messenger. Gabriel is Mercury. In verse 26 it says, in the 6th month, that's the first month, that's the original name, Primus. And in fact, spring in Italian is prima vera. Prima, because first is here. The head is here, the year starts here, the day starts here, right ascension starts here, in the 1st degrees of Aries. That's the longitude of the skies. Right ascension starts here, 1st degrees of Aries, just like Greenwich. Right? That's the Greenwich point. What else starts here? Oh goodness, the horoscope. Read your horoscopes in the magazines. Always starts with Aries. In the 6th month, Virgo, the messenger who stands near to God, the sun, Mercury, comes to tell Virgo that you will give a child, right? In the 6th month, the angel was sent by God to a town in Galilee called Nazareth, to a virgin betrothed to a man named Joseph. She's betrothed to Bootes, who also has a red star in it called Arcturus, the brightest star in the northern hemisphere. You can see it next to Scorpio. It's not far from Scorpio. When you see Scorpio tonight or wherever, look sort of more north and you'll see Arcturus. There's nothing so imposing as Arcturus. He is spectacular. Red. and he's massive. You can see he's massive. And if you look at him on Google, check out his size compared to our sun. Antares is big, the red star here. 2 red stars here. She is betrothed to Joseph. That's Joseph, the shepherd. And they go down together. They are wed. That's what it means. Down in verse 38, I'm going to have to start wearing glasses. Down in verse 38, I am the handmaid of the Lord. She calls herself the handmaid of the Lord. Well, do you really, Virgo? Why would you call yourself the handmaid of the Lord? My goodness. Hand? What's with the hand, girl? There's your hot cross buns. Right. And there's Mary. She always stands next to the cross. Mary is always next to the cross. She's always there. Botticelli, Raphael, whoever paints her, she's always there near the cross.
Yes.
As he's sipping the vinegar. There's the handmaid, Virgo. And look at the glyph for Virgo. Is that an M and a Y? Mary? It is. Mary Isis. That's who it is. Right? So you can see how the first opening nativity scene. This is the nativity scene. It's all here. She gave, and Elizabeth, she went to visit Elizabeth in child with John the Baptist, 6 months. 24th of June, we'll show you that later. That's John the Baptist's birthday. That's Jesus, 25th of December. He shall go increasing, I shall go decreasing. You wonder, why did John the Baptist say that? Why are they saying these annoying things? The one coming behind me, he shall go on increasing, but I shall go on decreasing. That's John the Baptist's birthday. That's Jesus' birthday. It's the solstice. And Elizabeth gave a loud cry. She said, of all women, you are the most blessed. And blessed is the fruit of your womb. Not the child, not the son, the boy, the man, the king that's coming in your womb. The fruit. It's Virgo. Blessed is the fruit of Virgo. Everybody looks forward to that. My father in southern Italy, I know he's a Virgo, he's got the pot belly of a Virgo, because the sun is in Virgo in the belly. And he's with his pot belly, my dad, you know. And he loves his bread and his wine. The bread and the wine. That's the bread and the wine that Christians are taking. And just one more point. Mary set out at that time and went as quickly as she could to a town in the hill country of Judah to visit Elizabeth. I should have read that first before she said, blessed are you in the fruit of your womb. But the hill country, what is the hill country? Well, when Virgo gets into position, Virgo is very high in the heavens. Let me explain this. All these stars here in our southern hemisphere are low in the sky. Like the winter sun is low and the summer sun is high. Okay, now it's winter here and the sun is low, right? Well, these signs, we see them at about 35, 40 degrees. Gemini is never above like it is in the northern hemisphere. In the northern hemisphere, Castor is always there. Sort of thing in June. But Castor has that prime position up there. It's very high because these constellations come over our head very high. Scorpio's going straight over our head, and Sagittarius and Capricorn and Aquarius. But those ones are over there because there's a 47-degree difference. Okay. So that's why she goes into the hill country in the 6th month, and Gabrielle comes to tell her. I'll leave that. How about the liturgical year? You know what that is? Well, that's all these wonderful days like Christmas, Easter, Groundhog's Day, Halloween. What are they? Liturgical year. Well, if you put the cross-quarter days in, you got May Day, February the 1st, Groundhog's Day, Halloween. Halloween happens because they are the hallowed days. And why is November the 1st hallowed days? Because directly above are the Pleiades. The Pleiades are in Taurus, right? When we get our little bull out, have you ever seen those? Those ancient bulls, Taurus. See the 7 Pleiades, the 7 sisters? See the 7 sisters? There's the Hyades, there's the Pleiades. And they're in the head of the man, because the Pleiades, pineal gland. And the Hyades would be the pituitary gland. But coming back to this, that's why the hallowed days, because on November the 1st you look up and there's the Pleiades. And the Bible says, can you, Job 38:32 says something about the sweet influences of the Pleiades. So would that be a suggestion of Halloween in the Bible? Yes, it would. It is. It's Halloween. It's suggesting, it's pointing straight to the celebration of Halloween, because these 4 days are holy. They are blessed days. They're little stargates. You know, the energy that comes down to us on the longest day, because here in electricity, according to Walter Russell, here is maximum gravitation. And the equinoxes is maximum radiation. And that's what electricity and magnetism is. Radiation, magnetism. Contraction, gravitation, masculine electricity.
So what's your
maximum what? Aspiration, inspiration. That's all it is.
So what's your prediction of the crossing of the dark rift?
Sorry, the opposite.
Can you talk about that?
Well, it's over here. We'll talk about that. Yes, the Pleiades. That's the other crossing.
Yes.
But let me see if I can find this about Job, about the sweet influences.
March 21 was maximum radiation, was it?
Yes.
And June was
maximum gravitation. Gravity and radiation. That's the waveform. That's how it is. At the equator, when the light starts to go away from wanting to go straight, because photons go straight, unless there's something pulling them. What's pulling the photon that comes from fixed cardinal fire? What's the M there for?
Male.
Male. Okay. Cardinal fire. No. It's cardinal fire. Right? The photon wants to go in a straight line. It gets pulled away by the woman. Cancer, water. Cardinal water and cardinal earth at maximum gravity. But you've got the boys over here at maximum radiation. And it's a waveform. It's a sine wave. You getting that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of it's very
well, it does make sense. If you think cardinal fire, remember, cardinal, take it as birth. Get a fire hydrant, right? A fire hose, and at the nozzle, the water is very tight and compact and strong. You put your finger in that, and right? That's cardinal. That's why Arians are explosive.
Pressure.
And Capricorns, they climb the mountain. These cardinal people are explosive because they're young. They've got the energy at the root, and then the fixed is growth. It's more fixed and settled, and they are Taurians, a very settled earth sign, like bulls. They've got big necks because it rules the neck, and they're solid, and they don't budge.
Big or necessarily, or could be long?
The necks, I should say, sorry, prominent.
Prominent.
Aryan heads are prominent. And you look at some of the famous ones, I'll show you some of the famous ones, you know, and you see their heads are prominent. The Virgo's got the belly. The Sagittarians have all got thick thighs.
So March 21, if that's maximum radiation, September the 21st is what? That's still maximum?
Also radiation.
That's still maximum?
Yes, but the sine wave goes through and reverses.
Okay.
It reverses. The positive electricity becomes negative electricity here at this point. But it's doing it positive, negative all the time. The positive fire of Aries morning. We wake up in the head at fire. Hello, the light's on, cardinal fire, right? And then we put fixed earth into our mouths Taurus, we eat breakfast. That's fixed earth. Virgo is the belly, that's mutable earth, because Virgo is digesting the fixed earth. But as the sun goes through, Gemini is the arms and the lungs. The lungs, air, lungs. So we've got fire in the head, we've got earth in the mouth, the material. We're concerned about survival. It's material, it's a material sign. We're concerned about leather couches and comfort and everything like that. These ones aren't. They're just inspired to go out there and climb mountains and achieve things and sort of thing, right? Then air, the lungs, the twins, Gemini. Then water, the chest, the mother's milk. And then Leo, fixed fire, the blood, hot blood, warm. That rules the blood circulation. And I think that rules the lymphatic system, the nervous system, skin. It's all, you know, different. But see here, all the. That's why this is beautiful. This is the Jewish menorah, the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the Jewish lampstand. Because this is glorious, this is not. And here are all the chakras, as you saw in my other thing. All the chakras are here. There are no vital organs between Sagittarius the thighs and Pisces the feet. And that corresponds to 8 hours when we're asleep.
So the chakras are still there, they're just the lower chakras.
And down here?
Yeah.
Well, they are there actually, yes. But the 7 wheels, the 7-rayed God, who is sustaining us, is from here. These are all the vital from here, from Scorpio, from Aries to Scorpio. That's the generative organs. Scorpio, ruled by Mars. I'm saying that because there's a reason. And Mars, when you think about, see, in astrology, that's the ruler, the 7-rayed God, and the moon is the ruler of Cancer. And then in order, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn. In order, away from the sun. Because Mercury is always near the sun. That's Mercury, right? He's always near the sun. You look at any birth chart, perhaps we can have a look at Tom Cruise's while we're here, and you'll see that Venus and Mercury are never away from the sun. They're never far away from the sun. Venus can never be more than 48 degrees away from the sun because their orbits are inside ours. Come on, Tom.
He's probably been taken by the Nibirubians because, you know, he is.
Well, there he is, Tom Cruise. Mercury in Gemini.
Hang on.
Jupiter in Pisces. And Saturn in Aquarius. He's got 3, and he nearly had the Venus. He nearly had the Moon in Cancer. It's on the cusp. It's just in Leo by a degree. He could have been a real god, according to Firmicus Maternus. Because when those planets are in their home,
hold it up.
Everything works in the body. But as he said, because we're mortals, these bodies. We're not here to make perfect bodies. There's got to be friction. There's got to be something wrong. There's got to be an imbalance. There's got to be, you know, a struggle. Because we're here to climb past that struggle and see what it means to the 7 vices, to see how they manifest in this material world and how we can overcome them and turn them into virtues and climb back up that mountain. But if you put... So, and what I was showing you was that Mercury is not far from the Sun. Never is. That's why he's the messenger of God. There's Mercury and there's Venus, not more than 2 signs removed. It can never square with the sun. They can never give bad energy to the sun. They are always benefic for that reason. Whereas Saturn is always bad, because look at Saturn. Have a look at Saturn. That's his 2 kingdoms. He is deliberately opposed, 1 to the moon and 1 sign to the sun. Saturn is Satan. That's Jesus, that's Satan. That's good, that's evil. He's cold, he's hot. Fire and air. See, Satan kills Jesus because Jesus is the fire, growth, birth, decay, gets to die when Saturn takes over. Because he says, hey, down here it's cold. Your work's done up there. I rule down here. And that's where Satan rules. Osiris, in the underworld. Neptune, Pluto, all those dark boys, they're down here. But Jupiter, Mars is down here, he's a dark boy. He's a naughty boy. But Jupiter Jupiter's got these ones, and then Mars is here, and then Venus is here. And that's how they go. You see, Saturn, he is the only planet that is the opposer. Because Jupiter, he's in a trine with the Moon, and that's 120 degrees. You see, a trine in astrology is a benefic angle, but a square or an opposition is dangerous and deadly. And these guys, see, he's an opposer. But Jupiter's kind to the Moon, and he's also kind to the Moon on this side, and to the Sun on this side. And Mars is kind to, so Jupiter here is kind to the Sun, and over here is kind to the Moon. And Mars, the next sign up, here is kind to the Moon on this side, and over here is kind to the Sun. Good angles, you see? So they're capable of good, he's not. That's Satan. Saturn. Latin.
Latin?
Yes, I threw that in just to make you think. I'm not going to go down that line. But, well, as Virgil said in the Ennead, we Latins know that we are Saturn's people. Because all the planets make people. Simple as that. There are Venetians down here, there are Martians, there are Mercurians, there are 7 religions. The Christian religion is Christ, the Sun. The Jewish religion is Saturn. They have their day on Saturn Day. But they also have Thursday because they are also Elohistic. You see, they are Jehovistic and they are Elohistic.
There's a bit over an hour ago. Can I have a
Yeah, you go, mate. Just leave it on.
Something, I'll just leave it.
Yeah, leave it going. Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. This is the order. The Sun is always in the middle. Because he takes 30 years, Saturn, to go around the Sun. He takes 12 years, and then you've got 2 years, 1 year, 225 days, 88 days, 28 days. So that's the hierarchical order that you saw over here. And that's why when we get caught in time, in Chronos, in the kingdom of Satan, because he rules them in that sense, because of his 30-year orbit, and there it is. It's the same order. Alright? Well, we begin to realise that there are religions that come from this. This is the Christian religion it's supposed to be, it's not. Catholicism is all of them, it's universal. I'll show you that. They've got the Madonna in there, they've got Saturn, the Latin church, they've got Jupiter, Jupiter, the church of Peter, that's Jupiter. So you go and kiss that, when you know that beautiful statue of Peter that they kissed, the thumb is worn off. Well, that used to be called Zeus. That was Jupiter. That was Jupiter. They just changed the name. Jupiter, Peter. But see, that's the Jews. They have their celebration is on Saturday, and that is El. The name of Saturn is El, like the sun. He also is called El. I can explain that, but it's too long for now. But El, and this Jupiter is Jehovah. Jehovah is Jupiter, because Jupiter is the Lord. He's the ethereal one. He is the Lord of the fire, the air, and the earth, and the water. It's always known that he is the one. So they are Elohistic and they are Geoistic. Mars is the Hindu religion. Their holiday is on Tuesday. Sunday, that's the sun, that's Christian. They have their holiday on Sunday. The Muslims, Venus, that's the colour green for Venus. They have theirs on Friday, that's Venus. Mercury is the Buddhists. They have their holiday on Wednesday, their Sabbath. So, and the moon, well, who would the moon be? Well, that would have to be the religion of spiritistic, what they call spiritistic people, the witches and stuff like that, the sinners. Yeah, a form of paganism, they have to be. I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm sure about those, but the moon is a little bit of a... But there are, as Manly P. Hall says, 7 great religions by the 7 planets, because we are all devoted to them. My ruling planet is the sun, because my ascendant is in Leo. That's the ascendant that rules the planet. So I obey the sun. I have to observe the sun and direct my focus and energy there. Whereas other people who have a different ascendant, you might have to pay respect to Jupiter. That's what it means to respect the gods, the second gods, the demiurge. But in doing so, we don't worship them above the one. Never may that happen, because then you're degrading the one. But the Ein Sof is happy for us to see the nature, the suns, and pay them devotion and honour.
But what were the seven great religions then?
Well, it'd be Christianity,
That's for the sun.
Jewish, Hindu, Buddhism. I don't know what else to put in there really. The Mohammedism, Islam, Islam. And these are the two Jewish.
Yeah.
So there's two. They've actually taken up two because there's two different kinds of Jewish and they've merged it into one.
So Saturn and Jupiter is Jewish.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. Yeah. Jupiter, that's why they wear the cap, the Jupiterian.
Islam's Venus.
That's still
yarmulke.
6. Oh, and 7 is...
Potentially the
And what planet did that...
the witches, because
What planet did that come?
the moon.
The moon.
Yes, because the moon is is sin. So a sinner is someone who follows the moon. Because there were 4 religions. There was the stars, the sun, solar religion, Christianity. There was the moon, and then there was and the planets. Again, that's the 4 source religions that we have: stellar, solar, lunar, and planetary. Those religions came down to us because it all comes from this. There it is. Can you fasten the harness of the Pleiades or untie Orion's bands? There's better versions of that where it says, can you tell the influences of the Pleiades? Because going back to Halloween, that's look above. Always look above. What I want to do now is go through the liturgical year, starting with the 25th of December. We know what that is. It's the birthday of the sun, right? The unconquered sun, because he never gets conquered. Well, he does, but then he regains. And he gets resurrected here. Remember, the sun is dead for 3 days. What does it mean? Well, have a look at fire. Fire, fire, fire. 1, 2, 3 days of no fire. This quadrant has no fire. Here is the resurrection, Easter. Easter is where you celebrate the memorial of Christ's death and resurrection, because that's where Christ resurrects. Here he can't resurrect. Impossible. But he's born here. Now, the first day on the liturgical year is January the 1st. Guess what it's called? The Feast of Circumcision. Because after 8 days, the Jews circumcise their children, right? Well, January the 1st, isn't that appropriate that the whole year should be circumcised, because circumcision means chir kun chi de re. Circumcise. This is the circumference, and it is always cut off. The year is circumcised, chopped off on the 31st of December.
So how does that translate?
And that is where the circumcision is.
How does that translate to mutilating children?
How does it translate to all the other barbaric things that the priests have taught us to do? Fearing the gods, fearing hell and demons and Satan, and sodomizing you for just for throwing a bit of physical torture too. We don't want to just torment you spiritually. We're going to sodomize you too.
So circumcision is for what? What happens on that day?
Sorry?
And we believed it.
We believed all that bullshit.
Oh,
it's disgusting. That's why the truth is so beautiful. This is more persecuted than anything else. Do you think that people like Jim Humble, who discover MMS miracle solutions, has to run to bloody Nigeria and Mexico to practice, and all those others who have discovered free energy have been just snuffed out by corporate monstrosities because they want their oil, they want their drugs, they want all arms and everything, and this is the thing that they are in fear of the most. This makes you think. This teaches you how to think, not what to think.
What does circumcision mean? What does it mean? Like on that date, what happens?
Circumcision. Well, on the 24th, from the 24th New Year's Eve to the 1st of January, it's 8 days. That when a Jewish child is born, they wait 8 days, then they circumcise it. It's talking about the son. The son is born here, gets circumcised there. In other words, the year gets cut. Gets cut off.
Oh, that's what it means. The year gets cut.
Yes. Yes.
By how many days?
So,
Yeah, but I feel terrible.
well, the son gets his. The son.
It's all right, you're not doing it.
Yes.
The sun is in the sun, not just.
Yeah, well, of course, because this is the sun. This is the solar year. This is when the sun is born.
On the
25th of December over here. 25th. And this is January the 1st, and that is the feast of circumcision. That's when the son gets circumcised. In other words, his year gets cut. Where else can you cut? Where else can you circumcise the year? You cut it on the 21st of December. Well, surely if you wouldn't want to cut it anywhere else. It doesn't make sense.
But what does it get? I don't understand how it gets cut. I mean, it just happens.
Figuratively. It's the end of the year, and we celebrate New Year's Eve. It's cut.
Whole new thing starts.
Wait, we'll cut the year. The old year's gone.
Put it on the 1st of January, which is 8 days after the 20th.
Yeah, 8 days after the 22nd, 21st.
Yeah, 8 days.
Yeah.
After the 21st, is it?
Yeah.
It's brilliant, right? The next festival that I want to point out. Oh, there's many. I just want to point out some juicies. And if you want to get these dates, this was the Reverend Robert Taylor in the year 1830 who exposed all of these stars. Not only him, there's plenty of others. I mean, my goodness. I can quote, one of the best ones I like to show people is Albertus Magnus. Oh, in fact, I'll read it out of his book. I'll read the quote from his book. So it's The Devil's Pulpit, Reverend Robert Taylor. He went to jail twice, but because they gave him that title. He's the devil. Don't go down to the carousel. What was his church called? It was called the. Oh, here it is. Here we go. But he was from the devil because, like me, we're teaching the devil science here.
Like Julian.
Fancy talking about nitrogen, oxygen, and all that stuff.
Julian Lennon did the same thing. They killed him for the same reason because he said that it was all in the stars. Is that why they killed him?
Really? Who?
Lennon.
John Lennon?
John Lennon, yeah. Well, Julian Lennon, one of them.
Yeah.
Julian's his son.
Oh, I get mixed up. John Lennon.
John
That's what they killed him for because he knew all this. Or something.
At the Rotunda.
No such thing as death.
The Rotunda. Yeah, that's where he preached. Albertus Magnus expressly said, all the mysteries of the incarnation of our Saviour Christ, he was from the 1200s, he's a doctor of the Catholic Church. There are only 33 doctors, including Augustine, Eusebius, guys like that. We're talking Jerome, St. Jerome. This guy made it in the 33 doctors of the Catholic Church, and he has this to say, all the mysteries of the incarnation of our Saviour Christ and all the circumstances of his marvellous life, from the conception to his ascension, are to be traced out in the constellation and are figured in the stars.
Unbelievable. Santos, is there a website where you get all these awesome books from? I mean, or are they just all over the place? Is there like a website?
Well, on my original key DVD, I have 80 books on the back of that point to how you can learn this. 80 books. If you want to know the ones to get quick knowledge, real quick, so you don't have to fish around for. But I've been doing this for 30 years. Not exactly this.
Yeah, I know. That's what
But here we go. Let's just do one or two more since we're on this. These are really old. Okay, the Nag Hammadi teachings, the teachings of Sylvanus. This is the year 150 CE. Calls Christ the true light and the sun of life. S-U-N. Christ, this is the Manichaeans from the 3rd century. Christ is the glorious intelligence which the Persians called Mithras. his residence is the sun. Tertullian goes on to say, in his famous defence against the pagans, "You say we worship the sun, so do you." Clement says, in his excerpts ex Theodoto, he says that the Valentinian Gnostic Theodotus says the apostles were substituted for the 12 signs of the zodiac. What's the other way around? We know that. Irenaeus said, the Gnostics truly declared that all the supernatural transactions asserted in the Gospels were counterparts of what took place above in the sky and the heavens. Emperor Julian, in the year 363, he's the nephew of Constantine the Great, mind you, and he brought the world back to true devotion of solar science with his orations to the sun, and the Christians killed him. In here is magnificent knowledge, even the knowledge that the sun is the centre of the solar system. They knew it. They knew it. Pythagoras knew it. Plutarch knew it. I can give you the evidence, but I'm not going to go there because I've got too much to do here. I'm not going to get to the astrology today, unfortunately. This is more important, as you'll see. Emperor Julian, in his Against the Galileans, of which I have a copy, it's at home, but it's worth reading. He says, and this is within 40 years of the Council of Nicaea, we have the Emperor Julian writing the following: "It is, I think, expedient to set forth to all mankind the reasons by which I was convinced that the fabrication of the Galileans is a fiction of men composed by wickedness." St. Patrick, 390. The Christ, the true Christ, is the Son. The Venerable Bede, he's another big boy, like Albertus Magnus. We are commanded to observe the full moon of the Paschal month after the vernal equinox, to the end that the sun may first make the day longer than the night, and then the moon may afford the world her full orb of light, inasmuch as first the Son of Righteousness, in whose wings is salvation, that is, our Lord Jesus Christ, by the triumph of his resurrection, dispelled all darkness of death, and so ascending into heaven, filled his church, which is often signified by the name of the moon. My God, it's blatant. It's blatant. Marsilio Ficino, he was the esoteric teacher in the Renaissance time. He says something similar. Leonardo da Vinci, what would he have to say about the sun now? What would he know about the sun and true worship and this? He's only a genius. Well, this is what he said. I could wish that I had such power of language as should avail me to ensure those who would extol the worship of men above that of the sun. Those who have wished to worship men have made a very grave error. That's the historical Christ, the grave error. There is no vicarious salvation. Jesus Christ ain't going to turn up there on Judgment Day and say, look, God, get him in, he's believed in me. Don't worry about the alcohol, don't worry about all the rest of the lying and the cheating and everything. You came to church, paid a lot of money, because that's what the church wanted, don't you worry. Get him in, God. Not going to happen. You get yourself on your own merits in, with your own Jesus, and you know that. I can go on. I've got popes. Pope Leo, at the time of, in fact, Leonardo da Vinci painted Giovanni de Medici, who called himself Leo X, and said, it was well known how profitable this fable of Christ has been to us. Of course, he was a fat pig just sitting in all the glory of the Vatican and the prostitution and all the wealth of the Vatican. Of course, he said it's the fictional story of Christ is going to bring us profit. The next great festival, people, is February the 2nd, and February means purification, and guess what it's called? The Purification of St. Mary, on the 2nd of February. Ooh, Saint Mary. Well, would that be February meaning purify? Yes, it does. See, I know something, that I could do what Luigi Cascioli tried to do when he sued the the Vatican. I could easily do it. If I had a day in court, any court, I'll bring my books and I can prove that Jesus Christ, the historical saviour of all these Christians, is not a historical person. I can do that.
Let's do that.
I will.
Yeah.
I will. And I will start with the only mention of Jesus followed by a verb by any historian, Josephus, which is a clear fabrication because the early documents of Josephus do not have that one sentence that talks about Jesus. The other writers, Suetonius, Pliny the Younger, and Tacitus, mention nothing about Jesus followed by a verb. Jesus ate, Jesus ran, Jesus walked, taught, whatever. Nothing. Those other three writers that Christians say, oh, historians confirm that he lived. They don't. There's not a one. There's nothing, not a shred of evidence that there was a man called Jesus. And yet I can prove that his counterpart, Apollonius of Tyana, who performed miracles, did in fact live. Because that is a true biography. The Gospels are not. The Gospels are this. And what amazes me is why didn't Philo say something about Jesus? Plutarch, my favourite from the 1st century, he was a priest in Delphi. He wrote 80 books. Didn't mention Christ, Jesus. Lived virtually on his footprint, on his historical footprint. Suetonius didn't mention anything. Nero's, the guy that his philosopher that he killed. Seneca.
What springs to mind is, if this happens in the heavens, why would there not be a corresponding physical happening on earth?
That's very, very appropriate question, because the great Egyptologist Wallace Budge, he was a Christian, and 200 years ago he was the one that went down into Egypt and said, my God, the story of Christ is here. How am I going to, give that? They all went down, Napoleon's guys, they all went down and they saw this Christ is the pyramids, it's all solar, it's the sun. In the middle of St. Peter's Square is the obelisk, that comes from Egypt, from Cairo. Cairo is Chi-Rho, the solstices and the equinox, and that pattern is in the Vatican on the ground in St. Peter's Square. That's the Union Jack on the flag of the sun. Right? That's the cross that Constantine saw. So Wallace Budge, he said, well, it happened in the heavens, there's no doubt about it, can't deny it. But it's funny how the heavens make things manifest on the earth, and Jesus did in fact come and that, and so he perpetuated the lie. He's responsible for it, because we all love Wallace Budge because of the knowledge about Egypt that he shared with the world. But he was still stuck on that historical Christ. And all Christian founders were too, like Charles Russell, the founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses, and Joseph Smith. They come from Illuminati bloodlines. They are Illuminati bloodlines. Illuminati meaning supposedly illuminated. But somewhere along the line, they're very, very corrupted, these families, and they've gone after wealth rather than spiritual truth.
Well, they have the Illuminati that they're enlightened into magnetics.
Well, yes, and
all that
yes,
works.
Yeah,
which is the building.
they've counterfeited
large blocks, things like that.
So is Wallace Budge the reason why everyone believes it's Jesus George?
No, not because only decades after Budge came Gerald Massey, and most of this stuff comes from Gerald Massey because he was the one that the English historian, self-taught, who wrote The Light of Egypt. Big volume, got it at home. And I've learned a lot of that from here. Gerald Massey's marvellous, and he just contradicted Budge, but it's not, like a flat contradiction. It's just that you can find the truth in what Budge says, and if you understand that this is really where the source of the whole thing is, if you really understand it, there's a lot of books that I can point you to that will be very beneficial for you to do that, and I encourage people to do that.
I'll just do a tape change while you're having your voice.
Yes. So we've got Christmas Day, the birthday of the sun, hello, the 25th of December. The 1st of January, the circumcision, 8 days after, and of course you circumcise the ear there. You chop it off on December the 30th. That's where the scissors are, right? And then the festival of purification, in the month of purification, My God, just wait to see what else is coming. So there's the throne of God. It's 30 degrees, these are the stars that don't set. There's the dragon. That's Bootes with the red star, Arcturus. There's Bootes in Virgo. So you can see how it relates. So there's the zodiac belt and there's the throne. They're both Mount Zion. This is the original Mount Meru, Shambhala. Remember those stars in the time-lapse thing? They all look up into that because they believe that is a stargate, the northern stars. That's why I showed you a picture of the domes. They've got the hole there. Because it's like, we're getting out of here. We're going up there. We're youngsters. So all I'm doing is showing you what's there when you notice it. I'm trying to find Cephas, but where is he? He'd have his...
it's a very powerful diagram.
Well, there he is. He's in there, Cephas. He's got his foot on Polaris. But the dragon normally gets the position, the prime position. Everyone wants pole position, especially Ursa Major, the great bear. Polaris is in Ursa Minor, her child. So the woman is always fleeing from the dragon. In Revelation it says the woman is fleeing from the dragon. And he chases it down into Egypt. Okay, so we've got Christmas Day on the 25th of December. Hello. Start of the journey of the sun. We've got the circumcision 8 days later, the 1st of January, right on cue. We've got the February the 2nd, which is the festival of purification for Mary, and February means purification. We've got Lent here because the days are lengthening. We've got Easter here because the stars crossed over the east. And on the 25th of March is the day of the Annunciation. That's when Gabriel actually, that's the date they fixed it. And why? Interesting. Count 9 months. If Mary gets a little boy in her belly over here, he's going to be wanting to be born right on cue, isn't he? 9 months later, right? 180 days above, and then after 6 months, 6 months on the seventh month, the baby drops in the belly. There we go, there's the belly. This is where the baby drops to be born again. And that all comes from the beautiful cycle of the 28-day moon cycle, from new moon to full moon. Remember how the sun is bleeding to death over here? This corresponds the 1 or 2 days that you cannot see the moon because it's in between you and the earth and the sun. That corresponds to the bleeding of the womb. This is the womb of the woman. 14 days for the egg to mature. This is quarter moon. Aries, the lamb, sits over here. So she is the reflector of the sun. And it's waxing moon, waning moon. And there she is in a glory. How glorious is a moon when it's full.
Beautiful.
My God, it's just magic, isn't it? Wow, I love it. It's just magic. And there she is. And that's why the sun, Jesus, he's resurrected. And remember, after 40 days, he didn't ascend until 40 days, because this is where you ascend, on the cross quarter day. And that's the day when you announce, May 1st, that's the day when you announce that Osama bin Laden's dead, Hitler's dead. That's also on the 2 days, the day before that was when the royals got married and they beatified Pope John Paul, and May 1st is the Illuminati founding day. Oh, I don't know how much I can tell you about that, but that's when Christ ascends after 40 days. And Pentecost happens around here. That's the 49, 50 days of Pentecost, where the embryo in the womb becomes a fetus. Conception. At Passover Day. These are the 3 holy Jewish festivals. Passover, Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot. The Festival of Tabernacles happens here in the week. This is the Day of Judgment, 21st of September. And this is called Rosh Hashanah. Rosh means the head, because this is the start of the Jewish calendar, secular. This is the start, 21st of March, is the start of the sacred Jewish calendar. Excuse me. So, after 40 days, the sun is resurrected. May. As the sun climbs up, there's two stars in here called Ascent Borealis, Ascent Australis. The southern donkey, the northern donkey. And Jesus is always riding on two colts in the Gospel as he comes into Jerusalem to be enthroned or to be received. And this is Palm Sundays around here, the week before Easter, Palm Sunday, because the palms are representing the 30 days of the moon, and they are, the sun is in procession because these are the glorious days of spring. And when the sun is around these signs, people rejoice. This is a nice time to get married. You know, April. Flora happens here, the ancient festival of Flora. It finishes on May the 1st. Flora, because of the flowers, the flower season. In Japan it's called Sakura season, and they have their little barbecues under the blossom. It's all around here. In the Primavera, the first season, the head. Here, Jesus eventually begins to be betrayed. But before he does that, he comes to midsummer. Have you heard of Jesus being transfigured on the Holy Mountain?
Stargate event, that one.
Well, Jesus led his apostles up a mountain and he was transfigured.
Stargate, is it?
No, transfigured. And he saw, Peter saw Moses and Elijah. Right? And he said, well, I should make a tent for them. And Jesus rebuked him. But what's transfiguration? Well, you see Jesus is radiant in light and glory. It's famous. Guess what day they've fixed it in the Catholic Church? The day of transfiguration. Wouldn't you, as the moon is glorified here on the one day of the month, the full moon, where would you glorify the sun? Midsummer. The middle of summer, where he is in his kingdom, right here around about the 8th, the 6th of August. Right on cue. You don't put the day of transfiguration over here, because the sun's rays are like impotent.
Yeah.
There he is in the lion, the fixed fire. 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock, the hottest part of the day. Summer, the dog days are here. Those 3 weeks of very, very vicious heat because Sirius is behind the sun. What else happens here? Well, this is August. This is September. August 15, the Assumption of the Virgin. Assumption? She gets taken up to heaven? Yeah, because that's the day when Virgo can't be seen anymore. She's taken up because the sun is in it. When the sun is in a sign for 30 days, you don't see its sign. You can't see it, right? Because the sun's there and it blots out all the stars. And when the sun comes up, Perseus slays Medusa, the star-lit night. That's the sun. All the stars flee. So it's Samson who killed these 1,000 Philistines with the jaw axe. Samson, Shimshen in Hebrew, last time I checked, was the little sun. So here's the sun killing his thousands. That happens here. And Perseus is in here. Perseus is in here with Medusa. He's holding the head of Medusa. Because every morning, the sun comes up and smashes all the stars. Right? So Virgo gets assumed. Assumption. Gets taken up. September the 8th rocks along, which in the old calendar was September the 8th. They've stuck to that date, but it actually is September the 21st, right? Is the nativity. She's born. That's when she reappears, because the sun has passed through her. On the 29th of August, and remember, I have the line here, okay? 29th of August, around about here, that's August, we place August, it's around about here. So June the 21st, July the 21st, August 29th would be around about, about there, okay. Well, look who's popping up. Look whose head's coming up. You see, That is, August the 29th is officially the Catholic date for the beheading of John the Baptist. Leo, Herod, always beheads John the Baptist. In the Gospels, Herod was worried at one stage that he heard there was a rumour that John the Baptist was resurrected. Well, in fact, as Herod comes up, he sends John the Baptist's head down over here, and 6 months later, John the Baptist gets resurrected.
Yes.
Okay? That is on the picture. There's 4 panels there. That's the nativity scene. That's happening here and here. Where Gabriel, there's Gabriel. He's called Neph. This little fella's called Neph. I wonder what we can learn about the word Neph. I think it's got a K on it. Neph, something like that. Nephma in Greek is spirit. Nefesh in Hebrew has to do with soul. I think spirit or soul, but anyway, there it is already in Egypt. There he is, Gabriel, Neph, telling Mary, hey girl, I'm announcing to you, you will conceive a new son, and he'll be born on cue. There she is, she's pregnant. This was covered in stucco. They had to pull this off, and they saw it there, and they thought, well, there you go. There's the Christian religion.
They pulled it off from where?
It was covered in stucco.
Yeah.
Stucco.
Yeah, like a plaster. It was an original, very ancient. It was done by Tuthmosis III in about the 15th century
And where is it?
BC in Luxor, Karnak.
It's
Yes,
in Karnak, is it?
Thebes, around that area. But it's a temple of Luxor.
What's
You see-
it called? Got a name? Or?
That's it. That's the name. That's the nativity scene.
Oh, in the Luxor.
Yes.
And they're all Egyptian deities.
Yep.
Is it? Yeah, and
That's
hieroglyphs.
clearly Egyptian.
Yes.
Hieroglyphs. Holy. Holy writings. Right? Don't make any mistake about it, because Egypt, like Giordano Bruno said 400 years ago, when he was burned at the stake in a very, very disgusting way. And he said, unless we go back to the religion of Egypt, because they knew the science, they were in the golden age. We've come down out of the golden age now, but they knew it. We've got to go back to that, not the obtuse, pathetic version that we're getting from people who are the blind leading the blind. And there are the midwives. There's the sun with a crown on his head. It's the new sun on the 25th of December, the unconquered sun. And there are the 3 wise men. And that's the 3 stars in Orion. And Orion...
Show that again, pretty please.
Yes, there's the 4 panels.
Yep.
Neph,
Yep.
putting the Holy Spirit with the ankh. He's got the ankh in he's putting the Holy Spirit into the woman and making her conceive. So it's Holy Spirit.
Yep.
Holy Spirit.
Just do the concise through that. Yep.
And there she is, she's pregnant, clearly.
That looks like a bottom.
Now that's Neph, that's the Gabriel. So he's got a different name. Let me see if I can give you the names. The first scene on the left hand shows the god Tat. It's the second one that's Neph, because he's putting it into her. And he's announcing. So that's Mercury, and that's Neph.
Okay.
And there's the midwives, and there's the boy with the crown, and there's the 3 wise men. Because the 3 wise men are also there, pointing to the star above the manger, and born of a virgin on the 25th of December. And it works with the conception embryo at 50 days. Exactly 50 days, the embryo becomes a fetus. That's Pentecost. You wait 49 days, and then you celebrate Pentecost, the 3rd Jewish pilgrimage festival, all on cue. See the sun's, what do you call that? Yes, we call it a
Crown.
corona.
Yes.
That's why Jesus always has a crown of thorns. See the thorns here?
Yeah.
Because Jesus is the Son.
Yes.
The yes. In the Bible, in Psalms 83:11.
Yep.
It says, the Lord is a sun and a shield. 84:11. The Lord God is a sun and a shield. That's the sun. That's the magnetosphere around the earth, which is shielding us from the solar rays, which will strip our atmosphere if we don't have it. So the Lord God, clearly it says there in Psalm 84:11, the Lord God is a sun and a shield. The other three scriptures which identify God are, there's only 4 scriptures that tell you what God is in the Bible. The second God, not the Ein Sof, because that's the one we have to work with. We're working with the course level that we're at. John 4:8, God is love. Whoops. Love. Let's see what the Lord. Let's put an E on the front because that's how Latin was. El. The Spanish still do it. They say el muchacho.
Yes. Yeah.
El. They're talking about the son because it's masculine.
Yeah.
The El Lord gives us El love. God is love. 1 John 1:5. God is light. Everybody knows that. What's God? God is light. He's light. It's the sun. And the other scripture says, Hebrews 12:29, for our God is a consuming fire. In Genesis 1:14 it says, let there be lights in the vault. This is the first chapter of the Bible when God's creating everything. Whiz, bang, bang. Right? Let there be lights in the vault. We saw the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times and for seasons and for days and for years. Year coming from the sun. It's in the Bible. And the scripture I talked to you about in talking about the Mazzaroth is is Job 38:32. Can you tell forth the Mazzaroth? Can thou bring forth Mazzaroth in its season? So God's saying, can you? Do you know when Virgo's coming up and do you know what it means? You get out there and harvest. When you see the bull, you plough. Otherwise you miss out on the harvest. Alright, so love, light, and what else? The 3 L's. That's why we love El, Allah, Al, Michael, Israel. It's all El, the elder in the congregation, the elite one, the elevated one. Sitting under the bell of the chapel, of the citadel, the cathedral, near the altar, to Baal, and reading out of the Bible, which comes from Babel, El, which is Bab El, the circle, Bab, that's why we have bubbles. What's a bubble? It's a circle. Bubble, Babel, Bible. Bab, Babel, Baal. Here we have Taurus the bull and Orion. Right? Well, that's the bull is Baal because it's the rock Osiris in the Bible. Jesus is called the rock. He's the one who came to divide, the scapegoat of Israel. Be wise as serpents, cautious as doves. The serpent is here. Remember Rufus carrying the serpent? And the dove is the eagle, the phoenix, coming out of Scorpio. That's Scorpio. So Jesus says, he looks up and sees the phoenix coming out of the centre of the Milky Way galaxy, and he sees a fucus with the serpent. He says, be wise as serpents and cautious as doves. He's come to judge the world. That's justice. He's the bread of life, the unicorn, the twin. Have you seen the pictures of Jesus the twin? And in fact, it's in that temple of Justinian that I mentioned before that I forgot the name of which now I will show you, because I have it, don't I? There it is. Byzantine art, the twin, says, this 5th century mosaic is in the imperial palace at Constantinople, and it's titled Joseph with Jesus and the Geminis, literally meaning the twin. And who's the twin? Thomas. 21st of December is St. Thomas Day. Do you go down to Hell and Tommy? 21st of December, when the sun is killed, you go down to Hell and Tommy, St. Thomas Day. Thomas is Tammuz. Tammuz is the one that originates the cross. Right on cue. And he's also Osiris, Saturn. It's the sun. Thomas is the son, Jesus, in his other capacity. Here he is as Jesus, here he is as Thomas. That's the twin. They're twin brothers. Because the sun is in the middle of the solar sphere, hot, and Saturn, the Lord of the Rings, because he has... he sits on the rings. When we come into Chronos, into time, we will suffer the consequences of birth, growth and decay. But up here we're still immortal. And our soul, this is what makes our soul, it's a compound of these energies, the chakras. So when we come into the kingdom of Satan, he's got the rings, and he is the Lord of the rings, one ring to rule them all. So that's what it means to be deceived by Satan, to be in the Maya, because we're in the world. Well, there isn't, is there? Well, in the one, but in the two there is. In the two, the divided, what Russell called, how he describes it is that the source, ether, is timeless, of course, but in order to create these effects, he has to split and divide the balance of his electric force. And once you do that, then it sets in motion electromagnetism. And that's all there is. When you hear these scientists rambling on about their quantum physics and everything like that, I would point you to thunderbolts.org and see what those scientists, there's a bunch of Australian scientists, Thomas Thornhill and Don there's a couple of guys in America, they work together, and their site is about the electric universe. And they are debunking all these ridiculous things that scientists are trying to still, because they're controlled by the corporations, they're still telling people. They're telling lies. It's an electric universe. It's simple. It's so simple. It's just electricity and magnetism. You know, and but they focus much on Newtonian gravity and everything. Gravity is just an effect. You know. There's the Christ. Why is the heart sticking out? Because that's where Christ is. It's the heart chakra. They're telling you. There's a reason for us to think. The solar consciousness, the sun, is in our heart. And once we open that door, he will come in and have an evening meal with us. This is a beautiful picture. It's mantra. It's a mantra. It's an image.
Mandala.
Mandala. Thank you.
Mandala.
Yes. No, mandala. That's the word mantra. It's an image, isn't it? That's why the monotheists, the images of Egypt and the idols, because you can do real magic with images. Because images speak volumes, pictures paint 1,000 words. And the cross is a beautiful symbol. It tells you about the equinoxes, the summer solstice and the winter solstice. The yin and yang A little bit of male in feminine, a little bit of feminine in male. And here it is, the yin and the yang. The figure 8. The figure 8 comes from here. In fact, in here, this guy proves that 1 is here, 1 is here, that line is sitting on the equator, that's 1. Aries is 1. 1, 2 starts from the eye of the bull and goes around and sits on the equator. 3 is the 2 twins and the 3rd sign. 4 is also here, comes from 4 like this. There's the 4, the 4th sign, or here. Can you see the 4th sign there?
Yeah.
There it is. 5 is in there. 6 is the sun sitting on the equator with its tail up, as opposed to 9 would be below it with its tail going down. 8 is the sun above and the sun below, like the Korean flag shows. So you got 1 to 9, conception to birth. The alphabet: A, air; B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, matter, water. Mare. Mare in Latin is one ocean, more than one, plural, Maria. Jesus is born of Mary. The yes comes up out of the mare. Air is spirit. Spirit, matter, M. It's the middle letter of the alphabet. Now, if you want to learn more about that, that's the genius you need to read up. The esoteric structure of the alphabet. That's where I got this. Spirit and matter. Alvin Boyd Kuhn.
How do you remember all this?
Because I love it. I love this subject. And that's when you love something.
Yeah. Your passion. What was it called? The esoteric?
Yes.
Esoteric what?
Structure of the alphabet.
Structure of the alphabet. And bubble has 2 B's, doesn't it? No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. These are the 22 in Kabbalah. You have the 10 Sephiroth of the Kabbalistic tree, and you have the connecting paths. Oops, I've done a mistake there. See, there's 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels, 4, 5, 6, 7. They correspond to the chakras. That's the crown chakra. They call it Ketha. Ether. Okay, that's what it is. Ether. This is feminine, Binah. This is Chokmah. This is understanding. This is wisdom. In here is the 11th Sephiroth, knowledge. Knowledge gives you understanding, feminine, and wisdom, masculine, and brings you back to the Ketha. But these connecting, all these connecting ones, you've seen this before, haven't you? Kabbalistic tree. There's 22. There's 22 paths, and the 10 Sephiroth make 32. And that is the 12 signs of the zodiac and the 10 planets, including the Earth, Neptune and Uranus. It's the 22 cards of the tarot.
Yes.
Well,
It's all there. Let's have a look at it astrologically now, because I've done the year. I did want to read one more thing to you.
15
for
minutes.
you. 15 minutes, okay. Oh, right. I see what you mean.
I've run out of paper.
I've got a cutout date here. Cutout time.
Circumcision's coming up.
Oh, yes. Yikes! Run!
Can you take your microphone off this time?
Yes. Don't worry. Let's try and get some really juicy bits of information out real quick. April 19th, Beltane's. April 19th is the last day of Aries. roughly, 20th, 21st. Beltane's Day. It's called the Day of Sacrifice by Fire. These are the events that have happened on the 19th of April. 1993, Waco, 19th of April, 99 people dead. 2 years later, April 19th, 1995, Oklahoma City bombing, 187 dead. 4 years later, 1999, April the 20th, Columbine Massacre, 13 dead. 11 years later, April 20th, 2010, BP Horizon explosion, 11 dead. 20th of March, the eve of the 21st of March, is when you start a war, because you want to fight in cardinal fire. Marshal Mars is ruling, so this is when you start a fight. That's when they entered Libya this year, to bomb Libya on the 20th. And in 1993, George Bush started his 6-week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 brings us to May the 1st. May the 1st, that was the day they started the 6-week war. They finished the and they call it the 6-week war because they're rubbing it in. They're telling you, we sacrificed the blood on that day to Baal.
Yes.
And we'll do it on the days that mean something to us. That's when you fight, in Aries. Stock market crash. Well, if that's the bull, representing the bull market, where's the bear?
Opposite.
Yes?
Yeah.
Is that a bear?
No.
No, it's not. But the day, October, let's call it, it's getting a bit messy, isn't it? When Libra hands over to Scorpio, it's around about the end of October. It's October. It's around about the 21st, let's say 22nd. But there's a reason. On the 19th of October, we've had 2 of the 3 world's greatest economical crashes. Okay, we've had, and the third one was on the 25th of October. So, and I remember they announced it in 2007. They said, "Oh, look at that! 20 years to the day, we've had the biggest stock market crash, just like 2007." 2008 was it? Yeah, 2008. Hang on. Stock market crashes on October the 19th. Then, which is exactly to the day of October. 21 years. That was 2007, because Black Monday was 19th of October 1987. Right here, 19th of October.
How does that sit with current crashes? Because currently it's crashing around now.
Well, June, yes, because yeah, it's around here. That billions of dollars we lost in the stock market crash. But you will see that these guys are going to start imploding things around here after the 21st.
How does that relate to October?
Well, we'll see, because there's still the dollar still exists. It's not going to. They're not going to just destroy it. They're going to hang on to it, but they will let it go. This is where you let go. And the 31st of October is the day before November the 1st, Halloween Day, isn't it? That's the day you want to assassinate someone, like Indira Gandhi, like River Phoenix, like the president of the Watchtower and Track Society, Charles Taze Russell, in 1912, October the 31st, right here in the Scorpion, in the heart of the Scorpion. The 11th of the 11th, why do we have such a date in history, the 11th of the 11th, on the 11th hour? That's mid-Scorpio. That's absolutely middle of Scorpio. JFK gets assassinated right here when Scorpio hands over to Sag on the 22nd. And remember, that's the galactic plane. It's the only day when the sun goes through the galactic plane, 2nd of November, when JFK was killed.
So that's the time to end things.
Good time. They want the blessing. They want the blessing of their perverted, insane God. However it works, but they get their blessing from the spirit realms. I just want to show you something about astrology. There's your bovines. There's famous people you know. See the bovine eyes? Here are the cats, the felines, the Leos. Can you see some jaguars and some pussycats in there?
Pussycats.
Yeah, like that would have to be a jaguar. That'd have to be a lynx, wouldn't it? A couple of lions. Look at the stubby noses. That's the cat. Stubby. Yeah, sure. Really? Have a look at the long-faced Sagittarians with the beautiful teeth and smile. Jupiter, happy. The horse, the equine eyes. Have a look at the bird beaks of the Scorpios. They all possess a beak. They are clearly birds.
Yes.
Right? Now that's just 4 examples. The book that I use with William Schreib has all those examples, plus he shows their ascendant and shows how you can see the two merged into one. Madonna, she's a Leo, loves the limelight. Jennifer Lopez loves the limelight. Mick Jagger, because they're in the light. But Madonna's got a gap between, that's a Virgo. Well, her ascendant's Virgo. Yeah, well, you'll have some Virgo in you if you've got a gap in your teeth. It's the mutable, it's the double signs that do that. Even Pisceans, my cousin's Pisceans do that.
Good God.
Yes, these features. Why? Because as explained very, very clearly, this is why astrology works. I'm going to explain that to you, and you won't ever need to argue or have to look around for a reason as to why it works, because it absolutely works, and this is how it happens. The Light of Egypt, Thomas Burgoyne. I work a lot out of this because everything virtually here that I've discussed today is pretty much covered in here. A lot of it. This is the holy science. You can get this on Amazon for $11. I would get it tomorrow and read this book. This is exquisite. Look at all the markers I've got. I mean, there's just so much information.
Can you get it on tape?
I couldn't find that cover. They had it, but not that cover.
Well, this is what you call, see, volume 1 is that one, and this is equally as good, in fact better, but it's too deep to go first. Go with this one first, please. And I can show you another thing that I would get, if you're really interested in seeing how succinctly you can teach the holy science, get Cicero's Scipio's Dream, the Dream of Scipio. It's about 12 pages. And in there, you will learn about the holy science and the transmigration of the soul.
What is it called?
So it's 8 pages. Scipio's Dreams. S-C-I-P-I-O.
Who puts that out?
That's Cicero, Julius Caesar's buddy.
Well, how
the
old
great
is that book?
Cicero, Cicero.
How old is that? That's
2,100 years old. Yeah.
Where could you get?
They knew it. They knew it back then. But this book here, he explains this, and you'll remember that I spoke about this. This will bring my words back to your memory. Okay. The shining zodiac, with its myriad constellations and its perfect galaxy of starry systems, derives its subtle influence as impressed astrologically upon the human constitution from the solar centre of our solar system, not the stars. Not from the stars, which occupy the 12 mansions of space. Aries, the fiery, Pisces, the watery, are always there. And instead of its being an argument against astrology, it is one of the grandest truths that in all ages and in all times, Aries, the first sign of the zodiac, has been found ever the same, equally as Pisces, as well as Pisces, the last. Then he goes on to explain how this happens. How does it happen? Okay, he's claiming that don't worry about the stars because they're displaced because of precession. We're going backwards, right? Don't worry about that. Worry about this pattern here, because Aries is always at the equator, because cardinal fire starts at that equinoctial radiant point when electricity manifests, okay, and starts its journey. And he says, in order to convey our meaning, let us digress for a moment and bring forth a fitting illustration. The condition of our atmosphere and the surrounding objects, vegetation, etc., have a peculiar condition and a magnetism wholly their own when surveyed exactly at sunrise. There is a freshness and peculiar sense of buoyancy not visible at any other time. If this state could be registered by any instrument and compared with the other set periods during the day, it would offer a remarkable contrast. 2 hours later, because that's where I learned that Aries is here by reading this. And then he says 2 hours later, 8 to 10, there is a very different influence. And at noon there is a wonderful contrast. The same may be said of sunset, and again at midnight. And lastly, note the difference 2 hours before dawn. This is the coolest period. Coolest, hottest of the 24 hours. These are facts, and yet our hearts are all beating to the same flow, life flow. And the earth is no farther away from the parent sun, and yet it is all the angle at which we, the inhabitants, receive this sun's light that makes all the difference between dawn and sunset, noon and midnight. When to these facts it is further added that it is sunrise, noon, sunset and midnight at the same instant, all the time, to some of the various different portions of the globe, it demonstrates most conclusively that the earth itself is enveloped, so to say, in a complete circle of conditions. So when you're born, I was born around here. I was born at 4:30, so right here in Virgo. So I've got some Virgo stuff happening, I know. All my accidents have been to my hands. Mercury rules the hands. I haven't had accidents to the head. I should have scars. I've got a few Arians have scars because they bump their heads. They do. They've all got scars, man, all of them. I ain't seen one without one.
They've got a growth.
Yeah, they've got something on their head. But I've got the hand thing going on. I know that. And I've got an affliction because I've got planets here and planets here. That's my stomach. My stomach. Virgo's stomach. And I do have digestive problems and stuff. I've got to look after that. Watch what I eat. And my nerves in Pisces, the feet. I've got neurasthenia, you know, like I've stuff with nerves. I've got to take vitamin B's and everything just to look after it, you know. Because it's there. It's a weakness. It's there. It's in my birth chart. So the complete conditions. When you're born here, Leo, that's why they're so fiery and steady, because they're fixed. Sagittarians are mutable and edgy and happy and smiley because they've got Jupiter, Jove, joviality. Mars, Scorpios sometimes are very bitter Scorpions. My brother's a Scorpio. He looks just like me. My brother's 5 years younger than I am. He's a Scorpio. Because we've both got Mars. We both look, he looks like me. Same height, same everything. And yet my brother and sister who are Librans, they've got the Venus Cupid head. They're round heads, we've got long heads. You look at your brothers and sisters. If you're an Arian and you've got a Scorpio brother or sister, they will look like you and they'll be like you because of Mars. But whatever, if you've got a Cancer, check it out. And
Cancer does.
Yeah, we do. Well, that'd be the cardinal aspect then. It's the cardinality, it's the modality. Just let me just finish off now with how he explains Aries, Taurus and Gemini. I'll just go to Leo and how he explains the different shifting from electric to magnet, okay? And that'll be enough. And I think that'll be a good thing to finish off on, so that you can see how it's science. And it's not spooky from the devil.
What devil?
Yeah, what devil? It's a fiction. Well, that's the devil. The do evil. The opposite of, you know, it's pretty obvious when you go. God, if you stretch it out, you can get a good out of that. And evil, if you put a D on there, you can get a, whoops, you can get a devil in there, can't you? Alright, so it's just electricity and magnetism. One has to resist. That wall has to resist the roof, otherwise we get to die. It's got we need a resistor. This is a resistor.
Just wondering why Lucifer means light. It shouldn't be dark.
Yeah, well, luce is light of one kind, and lux is another kind, a spiritual light.
Yeah, the lux one.
Yeah, lux and luce. But that's Lucifer. Lucifer is the carrier of light, and that's the rainbow. That's those 7 colours you've got. That's Lucifer. And outside of that we can't see. That's why he's a deceiver. That's why Lucy in the sky with diamonds, the stars, his intent, you see, because Saturn rules the hearing and the Sun obviously rules the sight. So that's the two churches, the Church of Jesus and the Church of Satan. The Church of Jesus says, don't listen to Satan because he will deceive you. But he won't, because hearing sometimes is better than seeing. That's why you wear Saturn's earrings, the rings of Saturn on your ears, because it's telling you that he rules the ears. And you listen to the law of Saturn, because he's the steady lawgiver. But Peter, as I told you, is Jupiter. There's the Church of Peter and the Church of Paul, right? Or Jesus and Satan, Horus and Set. Well, you robbed Peter to give to Paul, right? Well, who's Paul? Could he be Satan? Well, the Bible tells you he is Saul. His name was Saul of Tarsus. Let's grab that S and bring it down to here. Let's bring that A down to here. Let's put that there, the T. Let's get the U. Let's get the R. And the final S is basically just a trick. It's Paul is Saturn. He's got a different church to Jupiter. But this is how tricky the Catholic Church is. They've got them all there. There's Jupiter there. There's the Christ, the cross, the sun, the monstrance. They show the sun as they walk around. We are Christian. That's our religion. But the Madonna's there too. That's the moon. And Venus is there too. She's Mary Magdalene's the moon, sorry. The Virgin is Isis. And they've got Isis all over the Vatican. So they worship the feminine side of the Elohim and the masculine. Jupiter is there. Paul, St. Paul, because it's the Saturn church, the Latin church of Saturn. Okay? So that is truly a universal church. But it's operating on the religious theological side, which is morals, dogma, and ignorance and fear and superstition, which is the counterfeit of what we're doing. We're doing what we should be doing. And other people are happy to say, oh no, my priest doesn't agree with that, I listen to him. Well, if he's going to hell, you'll be...
Yes, that's right.
We know what hell is. It means not getting there. The first shall be last and the last shall be first. That's what it means about when I said the harvest time that's coming up now. Because the last ones are us. We're not going, no, we're going to be saved. We're not doing that. Because we're beyond that. But the Christians are doing it. And Jehovah's Witnesses hate the Mormons, and the Mormons hate the Presbyterians, and the Methodists don't agree with the Catholic. They're all fighting, and they're all first. Oh, no, we're first. We're Catholics. No way. I'm first. I'm Methodist. Methodist has got to be a true religion. They will be last.
So which is...
Just quickly then. Aries. If we apply the foregoing illustrations of 12 signs of the zodiac, we shall see a perfect analogy. We shall find that when the sun reaches the celestial equator, so that it is equal day and equal night on the earth, and he is on the line of the celestial horizon, it is cosmic sunrise. Hence Aries, the fiery Azoth, begins his activity in flux and extends for 30 degrees, equal of 2 hours of the natural day. It is the fiery red streams of awakening life that we all manifest at sunrise. Then comes a change of magnetic polarity after the first fiery flush of cosmic life. The gleeful chattering of the birds and the cackling of the poultry. A reaction is noted. All things before active become restful and quiet. Taurus. That's why it's the dark sign. Dark. This corresponds with the sign of Taurus. It is the solar influx 30 degrees removed from the point of equilibrium toward the north. That's the point of equilibrium. As this sign represents the powers of absorption, we see that at this period, vegetable and animal life is quietly absorbing for its own use the fiery streams of solar life. Again, we view the activity of solar influx from a different angle and change of polarity, and all things become active in its executive force. This corresponds to the sign of Gemini. As the solar influx 60 degrees removed from this point of from his point of equilibrium, Then comes another change of magnetic polarity. It is rest from labour, it is noon, it corresponds to Cancer. The analogy is perfect. It is the solar influx 90 degrees removed from its point of equilibrium, and so on and so forth. So what he's saying is that everything is central to the solar system, and it makes sense. The angle of the photons coming to us is the angle of that characteristic type of energy which flows to us. That's why we see red when the sun sets, because the light has to travel through the horizon more than when it's up above. And we shall close it off.
Well done.